how do I say it, like not usual for stock stage that I've seen. So it's very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, so you have to help me a little bit today because it was late. We had our first day of full program yesterday with a lot of talks, performances, and there was even a tournament at the soccer pop stage, and people were 2 hours doing this tournament. Today we have the finals on the stage of the Betonhalle. People were very excited about it. And we also mentioned that that we always were lucky with the weather during Amaze. How is the weather for you, Sadia?
I mean,
What did you pack?
So, oh, that's a great question. So, I assumed it's summer, at least in Pakistan. So it's like 35 Celsius in Pakistan right now. And when I asked, like, what's the temperature here? And I got the answer like, oh, it's 17, 20, or in between. And it reminds me of winters in Pakistan. It's like, oh my God, I really don't have that many winter clothes. So I packed a lot of summer clothes for layering.
So you're
And some winter clothes.
Yeah, so you're going with lots of layers now. Did you bring a raincoat?
I did.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I did not bring a raincoat, but
Yes.
because it's always sunny at the maze. It's
Yeah.
not for the.
It's not.
For the-
It's
yeah.
been raining. It's been sunny and raining.
Yes, when you arrived, it was sunny and
And
raining.
raining.
And then everyone was looking for the rainbow.
Yeah.
There was no rainbow, but we do have a rainbow over here where we
Yes.
can sing, but it's not ready yet. But we can do this later, and we can sing
Yes.
and hum for your throat as well.
I don't
and then we
think
can
so.
make a rainbow together.
I don't think so. My voice will make any rainbow. It might just scare the rainbow.
No, but we have to do it together. We all have to do it together. So it's the Singing Rainbow installation by Kat Patat. Yeah. So how did you end up at the maze?
So, I used to be at a lot of game industry events, and then the COVID came, and then I was not at any place at all for a long time. I mean, it's been 5 years. I have not been to any game industry events. But then also, I thought about like what kind of programs that I want to involve in, and what kind of things I want to be involved in terms of video games. So then I personally really like the way the Amaze is. It's more focused about the game industry people, the people who makes art, games, and not about all commercialization of the games and the commercial games and that aspect of the. So I really like this aspect of Amaze, and I knew about Amaze for a long time. So then last year, which seems like it's long time, but it was just a few months ago. So I asked Thorsten, say, I want to work with you if it's you have an opportunity. So I would like to be part of your team. And he was very amazing to let me introduce to you and everyone. And I'm actually feel very lucky to be part of this team because you all are very amazing. Amazing.
Aw, amazing. Thank you. You too.
Yeah.
So thank you for joining us, for joining the team. I feel that you like spreadsheets a lot.
Oh.
And I'm not a spreadsheet wizard.
Oh,
So how was it for you to work with a bit of the chaos that is Amaze?
To be honest, I feel like I could have done better if I didn't have some, situation that happened in Pakistan. I could have done better. It's just for last weeks that were very important. I was so stressed to really sleep or do any work. But I'm just glad that I was able to pull through and took care of so many spreadsheets. Probably will make it better for next year.
Streamline some spreadsheets.
Yes.
Well, it's getting better every year. I mean, we're doing this now for the 14th year, and at some point it's going to be beautiful.
Yeah, we are building our your own system. It's trying to come in the places like, oh, we know now where to move from one spreadsheet to another spreadsheet.
Who would have thought that we were talking about spreadsheets at the
Yes.
maze in
But
in
I
the
don't think
morning?
so. So I've seen this like, I'm going to talk about a meme, which is like the whole gaming industry's foundation are spreadsheets. so, so it's important to talk about it.
It's true. I do remember also Marie Folston making a spreadsheet party. So everyone was anonymous, and then they were making parties. They were like doing a barbecue in the garden, but it was just all words and a little bit of drawings and things like that. It's very cool. So spreadsheets can be cool. Yeah.
Yes.
So what did you work on in Pakistan?
So I'm working with a game company, and we are working casual and hyper casual number puzzles and normal puzzle games, normal puzzle games. But apart from that, I also have my own gaming venture that I started 8 years ago. So I do game trainings and help people learn about video game development in Pakistan. And I've also worked on a social impact and learning-based games as well. One of my, work that is I'm very proud of, and I feel which is very close to my heart is as well, is one of my colleague from Tech Women Fellow. She has a PhD thesis, and she was working on creating a game for child nutrition and health for Nigerian women, because infant mortality rate is very high in Nigeria. And so I worked with her, and we made this game, which is a game all about Nigerian women and mothers, and which teaches them about child health and breastfeeding. And this game has done remarkably well in Nigeria. And now it's like we have published our research, and now we are trying to, get some funding to make it even bigger and make it available for other countries as well. Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. How did you end up doing that? Like, how did you meet?
So I went on this U.S. State Department program, U.S. Tech Women. It's a professional exchange program for leadership and development for women. So they get women from around the different countries, and they bring them to Silicon Valley, and then you work in Silicon Valley with different companies and get mentorship and training for leadership. So I was in 2017. I was in a part of U.S. Tech Women program, and then we have a whole community of our Tech Women fellows that globally connected. So you can find each other if you need help and working on something. So she got me from the Tech Women Fellowship, and then she reached out to me that she want to work with me. And she's from Nigeria herself, so we both work together.
Wow, that's amazing. What's the time difference between Nigeria and Pakistan?
So she's in she's in Texas, Austin.
Oh,
So-
yes, okay.
So, and there is, I don't know, I actually don't know exact difference. We always just use the calculator to time check meetings. Yeah, but US difference is quite a lot. It's probably
Yeah.
around 12 hours or max, and then 7-8 hours in different states, because it's really big, so it's the different states.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, wow. And what's the game industry, the commercial and indie in Pakistan?
So Pakistan has a very amazing, progress with the game industry, and over the past years. And I mean, when I started working in games in 2010, then there was barely any studios in Pakistan to be working in. And I started working as a programmer because I couldn't really find a job in any game studio at that time. And then eventually I did shift my career from programmer to working in the games as an artist. I worked as an artist in the game industry, and then I started my own company. But then over the time, when I've seen being connected with the whole gaming community in Pakistan, I've seen how Pakistan has started with the fewer game studios to now hundreds of game studios in Pakistan. But all of our game industries has a lot. Where people are working in all kind of games and visions, but I do see that there's a lack of people making their own innovative ideas. And that's not because people may not have like ideas, but it's mostly like we don't have a lot of support system, like from the government or the funds or things that can support the local artists to bring their ideas. So we do struggle there. And I mean, when we do game developers meetups and we meet people, they bring their ideas, the games, and they want to talk about it, and they tell, and then I just often feel that, oh, I wish there was something that we could do to bring that artistic and that's like, games that has like more about art and like probably be less commercial aspects to it, because it's not easy to like bring all the ideas in both balanced way. But I mean, it can happen, but still we don't have like a big fundings and big system or ecosystem that supports the gaming industry in Pakistan. So we do have good commercial studios which is working on their products in mobile game industry, which are doing very, very well. I'm hoping that so one day we will also have the structure in place which will help artists like emails, like festivals, and people who can support only the art form of the games as well, where they're more about ideas and their own visions, and they can bring that as well. Yeah.
And are there any events, like bigger events that brings people together?
Not specific to games. I mean, when I started my own game academy, Pixel Art Games Academy in Pakistan in 2006, 16. Sorry. Then we used to do game conference every year, and the last game conference we did, it was just before the COVID in 2020. And after that, we couldn't really do any on-site events. So we haven't done, but we are thinking to do it now again. That's like, so fingers crossed, maybe we will.
And that would then be in Islamabad?
Yes,
Yeah.
we've done. So its name is Games Emerge Conference, like the word from emerging games, like so. Yeah. So hopefully we will be able to do some kind of game event in the future in Pakistan as well. That's focus on the games mostly.
What are you hoping to see here at Amaze?
Well, first of all, I was hoping to meet the AMS team so that I can like have, an in-person introduction and see people that I've been working for a few months. and then I was also hoping to see the whole atmosphere and the way AMS has been done, because it's different from the other conferences that I've ever attended, which is including the GDC and all other like big conferences, which is more focused on a different aspect. And obviously and I wanted to also see that like how it's different, how people interact differently, and because the AMS is not just about games, but it's also about like the art and the way that it's not like straightforward talks or anything. It's when I learned about like how like in AMS people also present like in performance way and all. So that was very, very interesting for me. So that's what I wanted to explore, that how it's different from everything that I've experienced before, like in terms of festivals and games. And also, since AMAZE is a very close-knit community, and I've seen like people are very connected and they know. So I also wanted to meet Germany in Berlin's game community as well, see that what they think about games. And also at the same time, I wanted to make sure that people meet me and learn more about Pakistan and Pakistani game industry as well.
Yeah, so I'm very happy that you were able to also come, and because otherwise we would have done this session remote with you.
Yeah.
So I'm very happy that you're actually in person here, and that I just wanted to show that we do have croissants, and I asked for one, but we got 10. So there was a complaint yesterday that we said coffee and croissants, and there were no croissants for the people, but we do have some croissants now for the people, the audience physically here. So feel free to come up after we're done and ask for a croissant. We like to share. This is what we are all about, sharing, making a close-knit community around croissants. and flamingos, basically.
And flamingos.
Talking about food,
Yeah.
when I was talking to you, you were talking about the amazing mango
Yeah,
situation in
mangoes.
Pakistan, and I did not know that there were more than one. I only know tiny mangoes.
No. So
Yeah. Tell me
So
more.
I wish I could show the pictures to
Yeah.
people, but so Pakistan has, I mean, I cannot even probably more than 20 types of mangoes in Pakistan,
20
just from the
types.
small to large, probably larger than this. This make mangoes. I kind. So and they are very different also in taste as well. So every type of mango has a different taste. So smaller mangoes and colors and the green, yellow, and the reddish, greenish yellow, and so many colors and so many shape and sizes and taste. And I was telling all about how I'm excited about summers and mangoes. But unfortunately, I actually wanted to bring mangoes, but there were no mangoes still in Pakistan. And I was like, oh, I'm waiting. They will come to the market any day, but they were not. So, and also the situation was as such, I had to fly to another city, and then from there I had to come here in Pak. So I'm sad that I couldn't bring mango, but I would extend my invitation to everyone who ever want to visit Pakistan. Next time we set a conference, you guys all welcome and have mangoes.
Yeah, what's mango time? Like what's
It's
the
from
season?
May to August, September, August probably the
Okay,
last.
May to August. So if you ever want to have
Mangoes. You
proper
do.
ones, and taste all the different ones,
Yeah.
May to August,
Yeah.
you should come to Pakistan.
And I trust you would not regret it. Their mangoes are the best mangoes in the world.
Yeah, I'm very sad that I don't get to taste them.
Yeah.
But I appreciate you being here more than the mangoes, I have to say. Did you bring some macrame stuff with you?
Oh my God.
So when we're talking, we also introduced it, of course, to each other and chatting, and sometimes it's just chatting and not even about the program, but just chatting around. And then I was like, so what do you do for fun? And what else do you do? And it was about cooking, but then also macrame. You even had exhibitions and everything.
Yeah. So in my free time, which people often ask me, how do you even get free time? Because I have a 3-year-old and I have a job, and on the side, I also do my company work as well, my own company about game trainings and stuff. So they often ask me, how do I get free time? So I just tell, whenever I have a free time, I make macrames. And so I make anything, so many things, including wall hangings and pots and deck chair and room dividers and all kind of things with the macrames. And that's because, I think I started learning it during the COVID times, which I'm sure a lot of people started a lot of hobbies and things at home because they had nothing. So and I wanted to do something, always wanted to do something that is other than just sitting in front of the screen and has make me move away from it. So I love to do gardening. I have beautiful gardens, so I grow vegetables, fruits, and different plants of all kind of plants and flowers, and I always be in my garden all the time. But then I also started doing the macramas, and I learned it all by myself with the power of internet and the YouTube videos.
So you can not only learn making games at YouTube, but also macrame and
Yes.
amazing.
So yeah, and I've done a few of the exhibition and the sales activities at different festivals in Islamabad. Yeah.
Are you gonna make a game out of the macrame stuff?
I've not thought about that.
I mean,
don't think so. I don't know. Is it possible?
Of course. I mean, last year we had one that was about woven. It was a collaboration between the alt control person, Julia, and then a person who was making carpets and weaving.
Oh.
So I feel like there is something in there. You should definitely.
Yeah, I should think
have a
about
think.
it.
Yeah.
Everything is possible.
Everything is possible. So definitely. Yes, please take a picture of us while we're sitting here. Thank you. I'm so happy that everyone is coming here. Actually,
Yeah.
we are almost finished with our chat,
Yeah.
and then we have another call. We have a talk. Yeah, a little bit more what? A little bit more talking. We need to be a little bit more talking. We can. We can.
can.
Like how long? I mean, I could talk for hours, but it's like. Okay, cool. Okay, so
It's
okay,
like, keep talking.
keep talking, and nobody explodes.
Oh yeah.
Have you played the game?
Oh yes, I have, and it's just like so in our game we used to do game nights, and we would bring this keep talking and nobody explode, and we have printed this manual, and we would play that game for the like in the whole game party. And there's like we will make the teams, and I think it's just one of the most fun game that I've ever, and also most panic creating game that I've ever played. It's wonderful. This one and Overcooked, and we played Overcooked so many times on our game parties. Like, and it's also very panic creating games because my kitchen is always on the fire. so much fun.
But not in real life. In real life, you're good with cooking.
Yeah, I'm
right?
good with cooking.
I heard you don't like eggs,
I
but
don't
you
like
know how to make all of the different kinds of eggs.
Yes, I can make all kind of omelets and all kind of like Turkish eggs or Pakistani eggs, or you say French omelets or whatever you want. I can make all kind of eggs, but I don't like eggs.
You don't like eggs.
Yeah, when people hear that, they find it very sad. Like, oh, you don't like eggs? It seems like, yeah.
Well, I met another person 2 weeks ago that also had like a severe yeah.
I don't have any allergy.
No, not an allergy, but like she didn't like eggs at
Yeah, I
all.
didn't
Just not
just-
even the shape or the thing, and I was like, oh. So
No, I
Easter
mean,
must be like
I don't
super
have problems
horrible
with
for you.
eggs, like or the shapes, because I have chicken. I have chicken at
Yes,
home.
you've got chickens.
Yeah, we have lots of eggs at home.
Yeah.
So the eggs are not problem. I
No,
just
okay,
don't like.
luckily.
I don't want to eat them. I can serve them to you or anyone
Okay.
wants to eat. I can cook anything you want. In fact, I really like. I think it's an Australian dish, pavlova. So I make really good pavlova with the eggs and meringue and so I would.
Yeah, so we used to do a cooking show at Amaze during the COVID times to just like bring together different regions and cultures, and everyone could follow along with the recipe and everything. So I feel like we should bring it to get. Should we stop? But around the like, okay. So we could do another. Maybe next year we could do another session with
Yeah.
mangoes and eggs.
Oh yeah. We may have to set Amy's date a little towards the end of May so that mango season has started
Mango
finally.
season. Okay. So we will take this into account when we plan. Actually, they're already known the dates.
Yeah,
It's the
I
same
know.
time, but yeah, maybe you can grow them earlier. But okay, we have to round up. Like, has someone a question for Sadia? Just like for half a second, just to see, because then it's okay. Then you can talk to her afterwards. It's she came all the way from Pakistan for being here, and so I'm very happy. And there, oh, hello, Gwen. I'm so happy. I asked Gwen very last minute if she wanted to do the hosting, and she said yes. And I'm so happy. You have jokes, no?
Yes.
Yes, so this is gonna be a treat. I'm very happy that you're all here,
Yeah.
and Gwen is gonna introduce things and kick us off the stage.
Yes.
And the croissants. Do you want a croissant?
Okay.
Yes, there you go.
Thank you,
you,
everyone.
everyone.
It's wonderful talking to you.
What are you gonna do with the other bread? Hello. Did you sleep well? I have really bad stage fright. And I have a cell phone. I'm Gwen. Hello. How many minutes do I have? No, okay. Minus. Sorry. I make games sometimes. Also, Amaze is a harassment-free zone. So if anybody harasses you, and there are lots of forms of harassment, please find Anna and somebody else that promised later I will remember her name. Olivia, thank you. And or find any volunteers and then ask. Like, it's very important that you all feel safe. And I promise I won't steal your food. The next speaker is actually a dev I really like as a person and his games. And he's been a game development. He's been a game developer for 10 years. So that's a long time. And he makes really good narrative games, which I think are very important. So I'm so stressed, sorry. So he's already won the most amazing award. For a game that you should all buy called No Case Should Remain Unsolved. And yeah, it's all me.
Hello. Nice to meet you. I'm Somi. Nice to meet you all. Since I accepted the invitation to participate in the talk last month, there hasn't been a day that I haven't regretted it. Even though I thought I should challenge myself to give a talk in English, I realized too late that Amaze would record this and post it on YouTube, so I can only pray that today's talk doesn't become a dark history of mine. Okay, well, I'd like to thank Google Translator for helping with the translation. Yeah, anyway, I'm a person who worries a lot, worries about all the unnecessary things. Today I'm going to give a presentation on the topic how an overly worried developer makes a narrative game. And I hope this time will be helpful to developers who have similar concerns. Okay, nice to meet you. I'm Somi, and I'm making games in Busan, South Korea. Since I released my game, first game in 2014, I've been working as a solo developer for more than 10 years now. So far, I have released a total of 6 games on Steam, consoles, and mobile. And my presentative work is the Guilt Trilogy. Every time I make a new game, I worry about it a lot. Rather than worrying about what if this game doesn't sell well, I mainly think about the meaning and repercussions of my game, and am I qualified to tell this story? Yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah, these are the main worries. The starting concern of these worries is about my perspective and attitude towards the game. Until now, the games I have made have mainly been about the dark side of society or the absurdity of my country. And my game had a clear sense of theme and a message that I wanted to convey. And I thought that was what made my game special. The work that brings together such perspectives is the Guilt Trilogy that includes Replica, Legal Dungeon, and The Wake. Replica, there's no sound, but it's okay. Replica, which I released in 2016, is the beginning of the Guilt Trilogy. It's a game about hacking into other people's phone and look for evidence that their friends are terrorists by spying on their messages and photos and social media records. It was a work that I tried to depict the guilt of a helpless citizen living under the violence and surveillance of a tyrannical, totalitarian state. And Legal Dungeon, released in 2017, is the second of Guild trilogy. It is a simulation game for creating police investigation documents, and it is work that reveals how a police officer who is obsessed with scores and promotion manipulates criminal cases and instrumentalizes victims. The player becomes a member of society's absurd and unjust system and experiences the process of becoming a hardworking, evil person. The last of the Guild trilogy is The Wake, which was released in 2020. This game is played only on the screen that reflects this encryption machine that has the function of a diary. So as the player reads his father's encrypted diary, he comes to understand the inheritance of sin that is repeated from generation to generation. Through this game, I wanted to reveal the root of the developer mind, my personal disadvantaged childhood, and show the root of guilt. Well, as such, the Guilt trilogy was all about my guilt. Through the game, I tried to depict the miserable reality that I encounter in my country, society, workplace, and family. And to show myself in anguish, wondering, and suffering in it. I wanted players to empathize with my guilt by drawing them in the same situation where they were forced to make an unreasonable choice and experiencing the same process of worrying about them. I hope that people would be able to sympathize with the problematic consciousness of the current system and the misery of reality, and that my message would reach the players. However, the Guild trilogy was released over a total of 5 years, and after that, there was a gap of 3 years before a new game came out. Over the course of a long time, my attitude towards games has changed. I wondered if this was the right direction for me. I had a doubt. Maybe the fact that games always put their messages at the forefront, maybe instrumentalizing games as a mere medium, as a simple conduit for delivering messages. I thought games should not be made into mere tools. Games should become art in themselves. So after much thought, I remember coming to this conclusion. But games should be more beautiful than the messages they contain. I thought that my game should not be just cheap propaganda that shouts slogans. I concluded that my game should be a beautiful work of art in itself, even without a message. So around early 2023, when I promised myself that I would create a new work, I thought that the new game should be a perfectly functioning world that is completely separate from me, that can survive independently, even if the author's message and meaning disappear. This approach to games was the starting point for me to the new game. My approach to the new work was determined through this process of worry and consideration. a game more beautiful than a message, and a perfect world that can survive even without a message, without the writer. After deciding on this perspective on games, the next concern comes. That is the theme of the game. However, in 2023, when I was conceiving a story of the new game, all the stories that came to my mind were sad and painful. And I remember that being really frustrating. I thought of stories of people losing their lives on the streets, at work, even while traveling. I thought of stories of people who claimed their natural rights and their natural existence and were beaten and imprisoned for no reason. I kept thinking of stories of those who should be responsible, hiding the victims in order to avoid responsibility and instead inciting hatred against the victims. The more I thought about it, the more these painful stories filled my head. Because at the time, the stories I heard every day through the media in South Korea were the cries of people suffering like this. I thought it was an era that incited anger and hatred. And I wondered if it was right for me to show another tragedy through a game to people who were enduring this fearful era, sad era. So at least this time, I didn't want to repeat this pain again in my game. So I thought, what if I create a world where no one gets hurt, no one has any ill will, a world filled with kindness without reason and good deeds without reward. I thought, what if I created such seemingly impossible utopia? For those who struggle to survive in this cruel world, for those who endure and stand firm in the face of repeated discrimination and violence, I wanted to create a world, I wanted to create a game that at least doesn't try to lecture them carelessly. After thinking about this, the theme of everyone lies for each other was born. I thought I should write a story where the person who should be responsible takes responsibility. I promised myself that I should draw characters who understand and support each other. I remember I cried a lot while creating the characters and writing the lines for the new game. So, The Case Should Remain Unserved, released in January of last year, is a work that took on a new challenge through this change of perspective and process of contemplation. It's a puzzle adventure game that delves into the truth of people related to a girl who went missing 12 years ago. The player explores the mind of a retired police officer, finds fragments of memories that are disappearing due to dementia, and reassembles them in a way similar to solving a jigsaw puzzle, to understand the whole story. The Case Should Remain Unserved was my first attempt to create a purely complete world, separate from the author, unlike my previous works. It is difficult to discuss which perspectives on games are right and which attitudes are wrong. However, I think that at least my attitude of trying to create a game that is different from the past with a new perspective and attitude is very meaningful. What do you think games should be? What do games mean to you? If you are someone like me who lives with all the worries and yet still makes narrative games, I think that good games can come out when these kinds of questions precede game production. And the words continue. Now it's time to create specific dialogue and narrative for the game. I think that creating a game is the work of building a new world. It's a work of determining how the world moves with the author's unique worldview and giving personality and narrative to the creatures living in it. Therefore, the world cannot help but reflect not only the developer's ideology and values, but also hatred and prejudice. So I wondered if I was qualified to create a world. It's hard to find around us who intentionally harass and discriminate against others. However, there are countless people who suffer from unintentional prejudice and stereotypes. There are no perpetrators, but there are many victims. I acknowledged that I myself could perform benevolent discrimination, and I worried that my game might be causing such pain to someone again. Most of my games deal with crime and investigation. In particular, Legal Dungeon is one such game. Most of crimes dealt with in this game are based on the actual cases that occurred in South Korea. There were definitely real victims there, and I know that there are people who are currently suffering from similar cases. I worried that if I was using and consuming other people's pain for my selfish creative activities, and that I was causing secondary harm to victims, I had various worries and fears that by setting up a certain group and a certain gender or a certain age as victims of crime, I was stigmatizing them and reinforcing the prejudice that they are a vulnerable class to crime. So I tried to study a lot about all the cases and crimes and the role of public authority and about stereotypes and prejudices surrounding victims. In the process of thinking and studying, I thought that at least I would make a game in which the suffering of victims in the game would not be in vain. So I carefully approached the gender, age, and speech of criminals and victims in Legal Dungeon. In particular, in the parts dealing with domestic violence and child abuse, I tried to structure the story in a way that allows people to fully understand the seriousness of the crime while minimizing the description of the situation and violence. And the main character of the game, a police officer, is a woman, but by setting the gender not to be highlighted at all until the end of the game, I made it so that the distinction between genders had no meaning at all. And above all, I tried to make sure that the game did not consume crime or the suffering of others carelessly. Well, I remember going through similar concerns and study processes when I was making No Case Should Remain Unserved. The narrative of it was greatly inspired by the Julian Barnes novel, The Sense of Unending, especially this sentence from the novel. This sentence was the starting point of the game. In this novel, the old man, the main character, understands and remembers the past completely differently from reality. I thought, like this novel, I would write a story about a main character who has distorted memories of his own mistakes and the wounds of others. And in the end, the story of my game developed into a story about a retired police officer suffering from dementia. Dementia is a subject that have been covered in various media, such as movies, dramas, and games, but I actually thought that I don't know much about it. So I remember trying to study as hard as I could. I tried to make sure that dementia was not consumed as a mere fun element in games. A year after releasing The Case Observed, one of my developer colleagues said this to me. Since he was very close colleague, I naturally assumed that he had played my game already. But however, he said it like that, I played it a few days ago. I was actually afraid to play it before that because I have a family member who suffers from dementia. However, I recognized that it wasn't trifled with. It was good. So I was really happy to hear that. It's been over a year since I released No Case Should Remain Unserved, and now it's time to repeat this process of worry and consideration again. As I make and release games one by one, my perspectives, values, and the way of thinking continue to change. And I reflect on my previous thoughts, and there are many moments when I regret them. However, I believe that if I keep thinking, studying, and trying to improve with passion, that sincerity can be conveyed through games. Among the worries and changing thoughts that keep pouring in, if there is one unchanging belief, it is this. Because as I said before, the games show the thoughts, values, and hatred, and even prejudices the developer has. Games are a window, I think, games are a window into creators. Ultimately, the developers are revealed through games. So I think that what is important is for developers who to have a philosophy and point of view that they are not ashamed of through the process of studying and realizing things on their own. I'll try to read and learn and study harder, so that the developer, me, reflected in the window of games, can be beautiful. This is the author's note that appears at the end of No Case Should Remain Unserved. This is also a promise to myself. With that belief, I'll try to become a more warm-hearted person, and my game can become a more warm-hearted game. Thank you for listening. No questions allowed.
It is very hard to have a live Google Translator. So, and also we don't have time. So please, and thank you. Hello, I'm here again. Hopefully this will get better and not worse, but it probably will. Do you know that hamsters are just rats with better PR? Completely unrelated. But if you don't want to be here, there are other talks elsewhere. Not because of the next talk, but because of me. So downstairs, do you want to know, is it a film, a game? Is it a website? It must be a nice talk. You can also look at Kiko's Apple Adventure at the Amage Village open screen. And then there's also Sock Pop room downstairs, which is really cool because they make 100 games. And there's a bunch of them in there that's really nicely curated. There's also a talk over there about what would the color pink feel and is it happy? And then on the workshop too, it's about self-publishing so that all of us can have money. But for here, I don't know how to pronounce their names properly, so I'm sorry in advance. So sorry. But it is about live arts role play with Susan Plotz. Am I saying that properly? Jana Romanova, and then moderated by V. Wackenham. LARP is an art form where players make worlds, and when you come in, you have to participate to make it, to not break that world. And these are really great people who make great things with play, performance. It's now pink on screen. Woo! Cheer! This was a mistake making me host. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. So welcome to our session. We're going to talk about LARP and I guess the artistic possibilities of LARP. So I think first we're going to have both Jana and Susan to talk about their work, give a little bit of an overview before I dive in with some questions. And then maybe at the end we'll have some space for questions from you. So Jana, do you want to go first?
And how do I do that?
What?
How do I do that?
Oh, yes.
Ah. That's me. Yeah, hello everyone, and thank you so much, Zoraida and Amaze and V for this possibility. I will try to be very quick, although it's very hard for me to say something about what I do in 5 minutes. But I think this image represents quite well two sides of my personality as a very serious artist. And well, I look serious on the right, but believe me, I'm having a lot of fun because that's an image from about 15 years ago when I used to have a LARPing as a hobby. Is everyone here aware of what LARPing is? Okay, you stayed, so good. So yeah, I used to have it as a hobby, and then I became a very serious person. I've been working as a photojournalist for about 15 years, and I didn't have time to play. That made my life very miserable and sad. So eventually I came back to, when I also became an artist, I came back to working with LARP as an art practice, and it's actually incredible opportunity to bring what you really love and use it as a medium to make some meaningful work and changes. And I have a lot of slides with different LARPs that I make right now, but I would say the core themes that I work with is understanding and misunderstandings and different scripts and patterns that we have in our everyday life and how we fall into them and how it is somehow hard to fall out of this. And this is the Dream House, a LARP about neighbors living in one house and an artificial intelligence being an assistance for building a better community. And this is a LARP about how we actually put a lot of belief in AI to be a better human than ourselves sometimes. And yeah, so I mostly design so-called chamber LARP, LARPs that happen for small groups of people and usually in closed spaces. This is the last submarine that I made with my friend Sophie Allerding, and it's about a future where there is no fresh water left anymore, and there is a group of scientists and like military people and researchers trying to figure out where do they get the fresh water now, and there's scarce resources to spend on this last decision, and they need to understand how to work together or not. Yeah, very often I also do LARPs that are site-specific. So when I see a great space, it inspires ideas of how to make a LARP there. This one was made in the abandoned hospital, and of course it is a horror where players have to run and chase each other and something in the 5-story empty hospital building at night. It was a lot of fun. And yeah, I do a lot of collaborations, as you can see in the titles. And this one was in the collaboration with the Ukrainian artist Natalia Grezin and Anton Yermolov, and it's about the collection of Scythian gold that got stuck in the Dutch History Museum before the annexation of Crimea in 2014. And in this LARP, players play pieces of gold from that collection, and it is a lot about the lack of agency and understanding in general what agency is when you are a piece of, when you're an object or objectified in a way. And this one is inspired by my family situation. This is a weather report, and in this LARP, you're only allowed to talk about the weather when you really want and really need to talk about other things and make serious decisions, but the rules of the LARP don't allow you to do that, and you have to play for quite some time to figure out the way out of this script, and there are some ways, but they are not so easy to discover. And this is a series of LARPs I'm making now in the collaboration with the Sick House in Enschede in the Netherlands, and they are actually site-specific. It's called Dreamwalks, and in these LARPs we are searching into what does it mean to dream, and also how LARP idea and this collective imagination correlates with the idea of dreaming and a collective dreaming. And this is a series of LARPs that, yeah, it's called Dreamwalks, and every time it takes place in a different scenery, and it's it's about dreaming when we are sleeping, dreaming of better things and better futures, and the last one we did, for example, was in the parking garage. It was very fun to see how 15 people do weird things in the parking, and the guards don't really know what to do about that, because it's not so weird to kick us out, but also it's definitely strange. So, and this one is the one that is going to happen here tomorrow at 3:30, and this is LARP about a family archive that I happen to have in a torn apart pieces. It was destroyed by one of my family members, and I don't have a reasons for why. And eventually I made a LARP about it, in which, and the performance also, the storytelling performance and the LARP, in which players are invited to create fictions about a family from these pieces of torn apart images, and then all together narrating the story of why it got torn apart. So in this way I collect as many reasons as possible, as many different fictions about why someone can destroy family photographs in a family with complicated relationships. Yeah, I think that's it. I hope it was not too long. I don't know how to change that. Maybe. Oh yeah.
On now? Yes. Hi, my name is Susan Plutz. Oh, are there two? Is this on too? No, this, okay. Yeah, I'll show my work too.
The other one's also up, yeah.
What's that? Oh, yeah. I have been making LARPs since 2016, and before that I was doing performance, and I just wanted to show like an example of one of my performances I did at Documenta. And this one, a lot of my performances had interaction in them, so this one was dealing with like social protocols around care and like gendered care. So we had different protocols as performers of like how we approached like femme appearing people versus like masculine appearing people, and we were working a lot with like translated really poorly. Like I don't know if you remember how bad in 2012 like YouTube translations were. So we're using with like really poorly translated like closed caption text from like Michael Hart, Love and Democracy. It was very like theory meets the body kind of work. Since I was dealing with participation a lot, and it kind of was a thing in performance, I think, at the time, especially in Berlin, and I had a lot of frustrations with the like imbalance in power and agency between the performer and the audience member, and I had a lot of issues with that, and I was trying to solve it through like the dramaturgy of space and like trying to encourage different behavioral patterns through like just the space and different, but I got a little frustrated with it, and I went to this workshop that Brody Condon was doing with Nina Essendrop. Brody's an artist, and Nina Essendrop is an artist, LARP designer, and it kind of blew my mind. I'd never heard about Nordic LARP especially before, and I think that's what Jana and I, the tradition of LARPing that we are most closely kind of associated with. So yeah, I went to a LARP Writer Summer School that was put on by a Nordic and Belarusian NGO, like a collaboration. And then Catabasis was my first LARP in collaboration with Una Hamilton Hella and Francis Patrick Brady, about people forced to live in caves that get separated from each other, and through generations like develop separate societies, but then come back together, and they communicate through this like psychic drawing technique, like cave drawings. Since then, I've made like 16 LARPs, and a lot of those LARPs have had like different iterations. Here's one that we used ASMR and somatic techniques. So I'm also a somatic practitioner and educator. So a lot of my LARPs are using somatic body-based techniques as the basis of the interaction mechanisms or like character or plot development. So they're playing like particles in organs that got split by a particle accelerator, and they have to find each other again through sounds in the space, and that was at Martin Gropiusbau here in Berlin. And then one of my next LARPs was called Xenosomatics, and the players, half of them are aliens and half roughly are humans, and it's based on the trilogy Lilith's Brood by Octavia Butler. Really amazing books if you haven't read them. And it's basically like looking at, I used somatic mapping, body mapping techniques to have the aliens and humans interact with each other. And also the aliens did a lot of workshopping in the 5 weeks leading up to the actual LARP. And this was my longest LARP, 8 hours, which is like such a luxury in the art world, because I think they're just not used to much more than that, I think. And then a lot of my LARPs have also explored technology. So there's a lot of exploration of the non-human in my LARPs, like aliens and materials themselves, and quote unquote nature, or like non-human intelligences, and robotics and AI. So this LARP Skinship uses touch and sensing so the players play aliens, quote unquote. They're like alien to their environment, and they're exploring the objects through touch and these kind of like touch poems they make with each other as kind of like hive mind. And in this iteration, I did it in Tokyo, and I worked with a roboticist, and we have this like little tentacle soft robot, and we made a research project out of it and wrote a research paper. And here's Xenosomatics again. And LARPing AI, I've done a few different kind of workshop LARPs where people have played different, we've looked at like speculative robotics or speculative AI, and like somatically based AI or some robotics, and then kind of LARP them out as LARPing the designers, LARPing the robots, playing together. And in this workshop, I led the participants through a developmental movement workshop first, and then we used that developmental movement because like developmental psychology is used a lot in robotics, because as a way of like mimicking how children pick up language. So then I took that to also include movement, because movement is also very important to children's cognitive development. And here's one where we use like I was trying to develop like a somatic programming language, and then we were experimenting with that as kind of, so these people are all kind of robots or AIs. I have a LARP about death. It's a script that I wrote that you can all find maybe in this book, and I don't know if anyone's played it ever actually, but yeah, I think that's enough of a taste of my work, I think, for now. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been really lovely to hear about your work. Also, I got to hear about your work in advance, so that's also been lovely. So yeah, I've got a few questions here. So the first question is for both of you, which is, you both have made LARPs about the future and have seem concerned with, I guess like technological and social development. Like, is the point of these LARPs to prepare people for futures you think are coming, or to like help bring into being some futures or avoid particular futures, or like what's your relationship to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think LARPs could be rehearsals in a way, and I also think there's this idea of falsification, like in science, like an idea can't be scientific unless it's proved false, and I think LARPs are excellent at like showing the problems with ideas or conceptions we have. So I think it might feel like a fail, like sometimes we'll be doing like speculative scenarios and it might like not work, but I think that's really important to know, like, oh, there's some issues with this. So I think for me, that's like LARP's most potent tool in a way, but also I think it's to like experience these ideas and know how they feel. Like, I think that's important too.
I agree, and for me also, the way I think about this imaginary futures is always how much they actually tell about right now and today, and what we can imagine says about who we are at this particular moment in time. And some of the LARPs that I do, they are about, for example, climate anxiety and imagining the climate catastrophe. And I find it very interesting and important to make these LARPs where we are imagining this catastrophe and still finding some agency after the shit already happened. And that's what I find also really beautiful about the LARPs, that it is a lot about, because LARPing is very much about agency and designing for agency of a player, but in this way, we can also kind of embody some agency in this imagined horror, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. And yeah, like I like the both the implacability of like human behavior is going to work a certain way, no matter how technologically wants it to work, and also that people are going to find agency and find ways through a system. I enjoy both of those themes, and they're things that I also get out from stuff. So a question just for you, Joanna. Broken Archive uses your actual family photographs, so presumably you have like a little shoebox of your photographs that you have to carry through the LARP. Like, how is it having your like real story folded into this fictional space and then giving players agency over determining what happened to your family? Or
I think it is a lot for me about speculation and the notion of speculation, because in this archive, I actually don't know 99% of the people that I found. Also because the archive is torn apart. In many cases, you only have half of a body, and it's for some reason, I don't really know why, but I find it amusing that it's only like a lower part of the body, so it's like legs and arms, but you have to imagine the head and the identity of this person. And I think this whole idea of inviting other people to fiction, like to create this fiction about this family issues together with me made a lot of sense, because I am speculating about it myself. And I will never have an answer to the reasons why it got destroyed. And I feel like I'm also limited in my idea of that. I'm limited by my projection of my family circumstances. But through this whole work and the situation, I find it very interesting to think about why something like this can happen, why someone can destroy someone's photographs in such a big amount. Hundreds, believe me, it's a lot. And but also to think does it mean to have a family album today, what it represents, how we compile the family album, and what do we want to manifest with it about our families.
do you feel like you understand like things about your family better as a result of having run this LARP?
Actually, yeah, definitely. It brought me a lot of things that I never thought about from having the runs of this LARP before. Yeah.
Oh, that's really cool. And also a reminder to everyone that that's running tomorrow. So you can also pour through your family photographs. Yeah, I hope to be there as well. So Susan, a question just for you.
Yes.
So yeah, a lot of your LARPs are about touch. What's so interesting to you about touch? Why is this a thing you keep coming back to?
Well, it's like the most fundamental sense of our senses, and I feel like it's often kind of ignored, and especially when it comes to technology. I mean, there's like haptics, of course, but I think when it comes to like robotics, especially, or AI, like we don't think of the other senses when it comes to intelligence. Like we still kind of value like vision first, and then maybe auditory or sound. And I think it's an interesting thing to play with in LARPing and with like interaction with groups. And it is kind of actually what brought me to LARP, because in the workshop with Brody and Nina, they used this technique called Arzamandi, which simulates intimacy or intimate acts, like just on the arms and the hands. And I was like, who are these people that are like layering on a fictional interaction on a like quote unquote real, like very concrete material interaction? So I think that's probably why it comes up a lot.
Yeah, like I'd read about Arzamandi like in like saying stuff, and then I did a LARP that had it, and I was like, even though I like intellectually knew that this was a powerful technique, I was still like, oh shit, this is really like, you know, I'm feeling a really intense emotional experience from someone touching my elbow right now.
Yeah.
So a kind of question, I guess, for both of you about the, I guess, LARP art world kind of divide. Like, I mean, you talked about this a bit in your kind of introduction, but like, how does it feel different, I guess, working in the LARP world versus the art world? How does it feel different, kind of going between these two spaces?
Well, I think LARPers have like they don't give a shit like about like any kind of stats you might have in the art world, and maybe vice versa, but like I think the expectations can be really different, and yeah, like the time limits, like I think like in the art world, they're used to having, you know, a 2-hour concert or something, like, and the like commitment and the attention span, I think it still feels like asking a lot for people to do a 4-hour LARP in the art world, where like that's kind of considered the minimum in the LARP world, I would say, is like a 4-hour LARP. I mean, there's micro LARPs too, but I don't know, what do you think?
I think in general, it's very different circles. I think maybe a good way to talk about it would be to take a LARP as a medium. So it's sort of like a language, and the language you can use for so many things. You can, let's say, write a shopping list, and you can write a poem. So it's kind of the same. So it's the medium, the techniques and the practice is similar, but it's used for different intentions, and also in a not so different maybe at times, but with different audiences in mind, which actually changes a lot of things. And when I do LARP for LARPers, I know that I can work with quite a lot of also complex mechanics and very challenging topics, and a lot of drama, and then people would pick it up, and then they will also be responsible for their own commitment to it and for their own kind of fun in a broad sense of this word. While very often as an artist, when I make LARP, I know that people who will join this LARP, they will be doing it for the first time. And there are certain things that I have to make clear. There's like a workshop to prepare people to play the LARP. Will be much longer usually, and very often, because art world, I feel very often is about also a consumer culture. So you come to the exhibition and you expect to be entertained by it, while LARP is not the medium that entertains you. It's the medium where you come, you join, and you also commit to it, and you know that it's 50% of your actions and your willingness to have fun is what also makes fun for other people, and it's only 50% that depends on the designer of this game. So I think this is a dramatic difference, and that's what I often experience, that people expect way too much things from the facilitator if they're doing this for the first time, and if they're outside of the LARPing practice, so let's say not even a community, if they never did it before. So that would be a big difference for me.
Yeah, no, one reason I'm so excited by LARP is like, I guess going to a thing and feeling that the normal divide between, like, you go to an event and there's this divide between the organizers who get to go backstage or have like special access and are on the working Wi-Fi network, you know, and then there's the people who are attending, and there's a real divide between that, right? And you go to a LARP festival, the ones I've went to, and there's like you go and it's like, oh yeah, no, everyone, half the people who are in this LARP are also running their own LARP, or the organizers are also doing a thing here, and they're like, oh yeah, you should totally do this, you should organize a thing, right? And that, yeah, I think that comes naturally to LARP, so that feels really exciting to me. I have a more painful question to ask now, which is, as somebody who also does art myself, I can say one of the worst things is documenting things, and I would also say that LARP is something that is unusually resistant to documenting, because it's all about how you're feeling and embodying in the thing, so then you take a photo of it and it's just some people in a room and you're like, okay. So like, how do you document the kind of LARP stuff that you do? And does that translate to the art world in terms of here's a thing that happened?
Do you want to go first, or should I?
I mean, I can try. Well, it's indeed a really, really challenging thing to document a LARP, and it's not that I have any clear answer to that. I know maybe that LARP has an interesting potential for unconventional ways to be documented. For example, in the LARPing community, one of the things that is considered documentation is the stories of characters that players write if they get really inspired after the end of the LARP, and this is the documentation of the LARP. And I find it really beautiful, but it doesn't always happen in the LARP that is very short, that I, for example, do, which is usually like 3-4 hours, sometimes 6. So it's not enough for the immersion very often for a person to write a story afterwards. And it is indeed really challenging to document a process such as intimate as playing together, because playing a LARP is putting yourself in a very vulnerable position. It's like being playful with strangers in one room, and LARP doesn't have audiences, so it's only for people who play it. And it's beautiful, but it's also challenging to document, because the moment the camera comes, the magic kind of falls apart. Because people start like, oh, I'm being filmed, I have to look better, and I have to kind of act instead of play. And that's what I find really challenging. That's why my LARPs are really poorly documented. It's basically images that you saw in the very beginning are the only images I have from my LARPs. There's literally nothing else. And a script. So a script and a scenario of a LARP is also another way of documenting. So I don't have any other solutions yet. I don't know if Susan has.
Well, yeah, I feel all the same ways. I think the aesthetic space is in the imagination of the player and players. And some ways I've gone around it is like hiding cameras, telling my participants that there will be pictures taken so that they can opt out. I always give the option to opt out. But then like hiding cameras or just like kind of sneakily taking pictures. But I think once they're immersed in the world, a lot of my LARPs, they haven't noticed or cared so much. But also I take audio, and that is also difficult because it's like you don't have like professional actors usually in your LARPs, so they're not like emoting necessarily, not all the time. So that's can be an issue too, is like even if you're getting good film or sound, it's like maybe not what people are used to consuming as like film or sound works or whatever. In one of my LARPs, Sassanal, where people play like islanders with this magic materialism, and they make objects that they communicate with the inlanders with, there's actual objects left, and so those can be documented, and those like store stories in them for the players, but for outsiders, they're objects. And I also have been playing with like memory techniques, like memory palace techniques, so that players can like deposit the stories in the space and object. I don't know if anyone knows what this is, but you kind of put like stories in a room or something, and then you like memorize it, and then the players memorize it, and there's kind of like a trace or an aura of the LARP in the space. But I think scripts, I've been like the Death of the Artist script I made. I tried to write it as a piece that could be read as a piece and not just as a script. But I think that's a stretch maybe, but I think people are experimenting with it. Like Brody Condon, like will use like LARPers in his films, and they're like, they look more like films sort of. But yeah, it's a difficult but intriguing question to work with.
Yeah, I enjoy the ways that you kind of can build in self-documenting LARPs, just like this produces artifacts, so yeah. We'll have something in the end there. So now I have some questions about technology. So Jana, Dreamhouse uses AI voices, so you've got like ChatGPT interacting with the players throughout it, which personally sounds pretty scary to me, to design something that you don't have control over. Like, what was it like to work with AI in that way? Like, did you feel it was like a collaborator at all? Like, was it frustrating, or did it provide?
Yeah, the reason why I decided to do that is because when this whole boom and fascination and also horror of large language models and ChatGPT started a couple of years ago, I find it very interesting that in order to make it create what we want, we have to ask it to play a role. So we have to describe, like now you are this and this, and then, I don't know, you're a script writer, write me a script, or now you're an assistant of, I don't know, a musician, write me something. So it's a role playing, and we kind of want it to role play with us. And at the same time, a lot of people that I know, including myself, sometimes I ask it to help me write an email that would be polite when I'm really angry. It's like when I want to say, for example, where the hell is my money? I know that I can't just write it this way. I have to be polite. And I have way too many emotions about it. So I ask, can you just write it diplomatically? And it's fascinating that like more and more we rely on it to be a better human than ourselves. And that's what I wanted to play with, to have this assistant to kind of justify and like make it a role. So this is the better solution for us to be a good community in this house. So try and ask it how to do that, and then see what happens. And yeah, it was really scary to do that. And in the first round of this LARP, I was reading everything myself as a house, so there was no generated voice, in order to make sure that if it starts hallucinating, I could somehow correct it. But then it appeared that the hallucinations were actually a great thing and a great source of a plot moving forward eventually. And then in the next runs, I always use a generated voice, and it says whatever it says, and then the players react to that, and then they behave according to what they feel will be a right reaction. And it almost always ends up as rebellion and the destruction of it, I have to say, in that life. With a couple of exceptions. There were a couple of times that people ran away from the house also. But they never make peace with it eventually.
Okay, good to know. So Susan, you also have robots. So I know in Skinship you had like these kind of soft robotics. Like, how are they to work with? I guess also especially because you're so interested in this like mind-body divide, right? Like, so how was it to stuff that has a body but no mind? Is that accurate?
Well, yeah, who are you to say? I mean, I guess that's the point of the piece, is like, what is a mind? Like, what constitutes that? And like, how do we perceive intelligence, basically? And I mean, our intestines have 500 million neurons in them. Like, is that also, I mean, it's not the brain, but it's something. So there's like different intelligences even in our own body. And robotics, I mean, those particular soft robots, they were a blast. Like, I had some others that didn't work actually, and that one was the only one that worked, the one that was in the picture. And I mean, it does have like a microcontroller in it, like, so, I mean, is that a mind? Like, I don't know, like, depends. Like, I think there's different approaches to robotics. There's like robotics that you make something that's like a curious explorer of its environment, and then it picks up, like, it develops intelligence through exploration. And I think I would love to work with a robot like that. I've tried to make my own devices, and yeah, hardware is really hard. There's a reason it's called hardware. And then like robots are hardware and software, and it's just, I would love to do it more. And I think there's something really interesting about like social protocols and robotics as they become like kind of social agents in our spaces that would be interesting to explore.
Yeah. Having done some projects that involve hardware, it is difficult. I can confirm that. It's not just you. So kind of a more broad question, like what for you like makes a good LARP? Like if you're a participant and you go, what's something that afterwards you're like, oh, I'm really glad I did that. That was amazing.
I think given like all the information for the world that is necessary, but not too much, I guess, and mechanics, I think I think especially in the art world, there's not a lot of like art LARPers that are like actually making mechanics, and I think game mechanics are important to LARP. I think it's what makes it LARP and not like a theater piece or a like, you know, psychological role play or something like, and just that the facilitator is present and makes sure that everyone's coming along and that everyone is kind of starting on the kind of same ground level. I mean, it depends on the design of the LARP. You can have different levels of information for different players, but I think for me, that's what makes me feel like safe enough to take risks and, yeah, put myself out there.
For me, now that I think of it seriously, because I didn't think about it actually before, so it's a great question. I think that a great LARP for me is the same as any other great art piece or I don't know, piece of literature or artwork, and it doesn't really matter by whom it's created. Is it by an artist, by a LARPer, LARP designer, or anyone else? It's the LARP that I played, and as a player and as a person, it brought me to realizing something that I did not think of before. So it gave me an experience that is larger than somehow the experiences I had before. So it kind of gave me an insight into something. And sometimes it's not always even like about having a great mechanics and a great story. It just also happens by accident because we were playing with the right people in the room.
Yeah.
So that's also a beauty of it. Sometimes the script can be maybe not so strong, but the players, by working together and storytelling together and being in the moment, create this thing that I don't even know how to name, but then it just sometimes even changes your perception of the world. Like to some extent, it changes your life if it really worked out. So that would be a great LARP for me.
Yeah, I think the players are so important, and facilitation that can help encourage the players to be free and feel safe, and that's, yeah.
Okay, so one final question, which is, the LARP Festival, The Smoke, which is in London, that I go to, just sent an email like, here's the pictures, etc. Also, our call for LARPs is still open, and I'm looking at it and I'm feeling tempted. So if I'm considering writing my own LARP, which I am, have you got any advice for me as an aspiring LARP designer?
Oh my.
But nice and quick, because we've only got 5 minutes left.
Kill your darlings. Try to stay simple. There's lots of online resources. The LARP Writers Summer School has lots of videos and resources online. There's like a LARP Jam script that's on some downloadable place that you can use to help shape your ideas. And do you have tips?
I think the main tip is to just write a LARP, whatever you think it is right now, and then play test it.
Yeah,
and
play
test it as
testing.
many times as you can, till the moment
Yes.
that you know that what you wanted actually works. And then you
Yeah.
will be fine.
And you can play test bits of the LARP, until you and then string the bits together. Then you have a LARP.
It's learning by doing.
Yes.
Great, sounds easy, yeah, great. So yeah, I think that's pretty much all we have time for. So I just want to say thank you so much for joining. This has been a great conversation. I had lots more
Thank
questions to
you.
ask, but
Thank you all for coming, and thanks to Amaze. And
Thank you so much, everyone, and Bee.
and I'm volunteering you to talk to people if people want to come up and have more questions afterwards.
perfect.
Thank you.
So sorry for mispronouncing your name. think
Everyone mispronounces my name. It's confusing
Yana.
the spelling. It's Yana.
Yana. It's really cool. Your work is really great.
They need a couple of minutes, so feel free to speak slowly and take your time.
Hello? Hello? Hi. So if you wanna, the session before, you can actually catch V later at workshop 2 because she has a app, like a thing called Downpour, where you could make stuff together. So I think like that's really cool. And then tomorrow with the Broken Archive at 3:30. So that would be really cool. So hello, welcome to Amaze, and welcome to this stage. I am Gwen, and I would like to remind everyone that we do our best to make Amaze a very safe and harassment-free zone. So you can go to our website and read the code of conduct, but there are different forms of harassment. So if you, in any shape or form, feel unwelcome or uncomfortable, you could do anonymous report. You could send an email at safety@amaze.net, or you could approach any of our volunteers and find either Olivia or Anna, and then they will do their best to handle the situation and make sure you feel safe. I should have a joke, but does anybody know the sunfish? So it's the largest fish in Animal Crossing visually. I really hate it because it goes through life without really doing anything but existing. But because I hate it so much, I think about it a lot. So it occupies so much space in my brain. And it's so stupid because it just it can kill itself. Doesn't know how to swim. And then, when they make the babies, there's so much of them. And then they just get eaten. But then they don't really taste good. So they just go through their life half-eaten, floating. But that's not what the next talk is about. The next talk, I keep making scripts that I don't follow. So I'm so sorry. If you want to go to other talks, there is a thing about French and German studio owners downstairs. You can go to the Sock Pop room. And then the color pink still has feelings on the workshop room. And if you want money, the other workshop room talks about that. So I think it's time. Are you ready? Yeah. Okay. This next talk is about Curated in the Non-Commercial Space by Andrew, Natalie Lohed, Alien Melon, who I really like, and then Tolu.
Tulu Tumu.
Tolu.
You can call me Liz, just.
Okay, Liz. So sorry.
No, that's okay.
I practiced earlier, but I failed. But yes, I'm gonna go now. So bye.
Hello. So I am the aforementioned Andrew here, here with Natalie and Liz, and we were talking about curation in the non-commercial space which is, I guess part of that is the first idea of like what is like what we each think of non-commercial, like I mentally think of like non-commercial is not the same thing as not for money, you know. At least in a increasing world that requires you to have money in order to live. I think of it in terms of not made with the intent of commerce, if that makes sense. Like, I think there's a certain kind of work towards like making a work with a market in mind, an audience in mind of like, I want to play test something so that what are the trends of the day? What are the patterns? Like, how can I take my feelings? I want to make a piece of art, and how can I turn it into a roguelike deck builder to the best of my abilities? And that's what I think of. But I will also ask my fellow panelists of Liz, how would you define non-commercial?
Well, a non-commercial game would be a game made by someone who really want to make a game. It doesn't matter the the motivation behind it. It will be someone who has an idea and wanna put it outside in the world. And I believe that it's the case for most people. I think if given the opportunity, anyone could make a game. And we are lucky we're living in a world where making a game is more and more accessible with more and more free tools for making game with little to no programming knowledge. So yeah, I will say it's a game made by someone who really want to make games.
Yes. And Natalie, you as well, or?
Yeah, I kind of always viewed it kind of like functioning outside of the values of commercialism and capitalism. So with the idea that this is art and is contributing to a cultural conversation and not so much just there to compete and sell and be popular. And I think hobbyist space is full of that, and I feel like, you know, that's kind of where that value exists and thrives.
Yeah, like and then like, and so to bring it all back to the nature of the panel, like curating is a very broad term, almost associated, I think, with like museum spaces and festivals, but you know, anything is curation. Having, you know, you're an I mean, you, both of you, to introduce you, I'm going to go backwards, opposite way this time. Like, Natalie, you just have, I think it's called like the good stuff.
Yeah.
you're very reliable, just a list on itch, which is just like a list of very good stuff. And so curation is something as simple as that, or to like also the Museum of Screens, which is a whole giant website / project / online presence / whatever you want to call it, like a giant multifaceted.
Yeah, you can say like this, and also you can play the Museum of Screen right here.
Right, you can.
At Amaze.
If people anyone who hasn't checked out Museum of Screens, how would you summarize the Museum of Screens? To give you an impossible task very quickly on the spot.
It's very complicated because it changed a lot over the year, but today the Museum of Screen is an online exhibition to explore the history of games on the internet. It's a very broad term. I can talk about Flash game, I can talk about browser games such as Neopets and such, I can talk about the smallest project on the internet, as long as it's a game and it's playable on the internet with a download, it can be on the Museum of Screen.
Yeah, because browser games, especially, like almost by the nature of like how they work, are like, whether intentional or not, some of the most non-commercial, because you're like, how do you commercialize? It's very, I mean, you know, the various websites attempted, you know, you can plaster ads all around your thing, but like that doesn't like, buried within the ads is still a free game that is like accessible for everyone to play. And I think, you know, a big part of the non-commercial space is the easy access of the games, of like, these games are generally, you know, they're free games, they're free, where hobbyist stuff is not, you know, like you said, not with the intent of commercialization and making a product, so to speak. It is like you both said, often a passion project, and passion project in games sometimes has a very are treated as dirty words and hobbyists, and I mean this is a space where I think is obvious to people. There's not the case. Like, this is telling to people who know that already in a lot of ways, but in the broader game sphere, it can very easily be like, oh, this person is just, they're very passionate about their games. I love your passion. They're a hobbyist. They're doing their practice games they release on itch every now and then. Eventually they'll put a real game out on Steam or a console. And I think that kind of like a lot of kind of like non-festival institutional curation tends to be focused. Games have a long legacy of consumer reviews as like, and that still is like the style of like criticism and review. I think is still, so much of its DNA is baked into consumer reviews, and like, is this game worth my time, worth my value of my heart, my voting with my wallet, so to speak. But that limits a very to a very small like fraction of games that you can find and select.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting too with both of your experience here, because like I feel like when we look back at the nostalgia of video games or the history of video games, it's always this mainstream narrative, like, oh, Mario, okay, yeah, but there were other games, there were other people contributing to that space, there were hobbyists, there's all this movement, but it doesn't get remembered. Like when you say Flash games, you think of the ones that bubbled to the top and were a mainstream success.
Right.
So like work like both of yours, it's this creates this almost like a artist or hobbyist history of that space, and highlights that there was other things that contributed to this narrative and movement and to the games that we have today, because like everything is a creative conversation, even mainstream things, and nothing happens isolated in a bubble. Success doesn't just happen because one person made something good. It happened because lots of inspiration and lots of work went up to leading to this one moment where something was successful. And I feel like hobbyist work does so much in pushing history forward, but it gets forgotten because it didn't make the money.
Yeah.
So like both of you're creating like a record of this type of work that is usually just completely forgotten or lost, and it puts it in this context of a history that happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is exactly true, especially for the internet, because I feel like the most important aspect of the internet culture of the early 2000s were made by hobbyists, were made by people with no monetary goal in mind, who were just doing stuff because they wanted to and like it too. And this is the most important part of internet pop culture of this era, and this is also the most at risk of being lost today. We can see already with the shutdown of Flash, with countless Flash games that are at the risk of being lost or forgotten, or we can also see more recently the thing with Unity that decided to squander their reputation with their own per-user subscription or something like that.
Yeah, there are just as many. I feel like the graveyard of Flash games is like the graveyard of Unity web games is just as large. I have on my personal hard drive games like I've gone looking around before. Like, can I find these games on the internet still? And in some cases, I cannot. And can I find ways to contact these people? And there's like these, and they're probably, if people have been around like too long, like decades, and just like downloading games off of people's random websites, off of like, oh, here's my Tigsaurus post of my game that I'm working on. And I wonder how many people have just like games on their computers, a hard drive sitting somewhere that no longer exists anywhere like on the web that is easily accessible, that maybe even the original creator does not have. And I think a lot of mediums, like there is an effort to, like those are like the goal is like, oh, I want to find these. I want to find these things that I want to dig through these record bins in this store and find some weird thing that no one's ever heard of, so that I can intentionally like bring it into a modern audience. And I think, yeah, like you were saying, since games are an art form, and since like every art form since its beginning, and with hobbyists had access to it, hobbyists were making games and posting them on forums or BBSs, or having them in little floppy disks that they had to bring to events and sell to people. And like the space has always been thriving, but it gets lost and forgotten so easily. And part of that is, I think curation, similar to reviews, is very in the preview cycle. Games love a preview. They love to hype up the thing that is coming out now, it's coming out in the future. It's coming out in the future. And then when it comes out, it fizzles, and then it begins that slow decline to degradation and forgottenness, and like you said, and just buries in games history. And then we remember the successful things that the big companies can afford to re-release and remaster and put on every new storefront as they come out. And to ask about the specific kind of like curatorial effort, like Liz, what are you often looking for when you're like looking through, like, do you just have, I'm blanking on the name of the program that has like all those, like the Flash emulator.
Oh yeah, the Flash emulator, Flashpoint.
Yes, the Flashpoint, yes.
Yes, if you don't know, it's, I would describe it like a Steam for Flash game.
Yeah.
It's an interface, you just type the name of the Flash game you want to find, and you can download it and play it on your computer.
So what is do you have a process when you're digging, because there's a lot of stuff on Flashpoint,
Yeah.
or do you just kind of like surf by, like, oh, that sounds like an interesting title, or do you like trying to like, oh, I remember this?
It's a bit of both. I have a long, aside from Flashpoint, I have a long list of websites, especially personal websites from game developer, where I browse through their older title. Maybe they were Flash creator back in the day, or maybe they have links to games they enjoyed. And I am always on the look, in fact, to find any game. And this is true. There is a lot of game. I think on Flashpoint it's like over 1 million entries.
Right.
Easily. So going in it at random, I do it some of the time, but also I often ask people what were the games I remember back in the day. I really like to ask people that, to ask about their perspective, because sometimes my history with Flash game is very different from other people, especially with people from other countries that use different websites. As for myself, I use the Newgrounds and French Flash websites that just copied and pasted other creation. But from other country, people have way different experiences, games that were not localized in English or other country. There is so much, in fact, and I try to cover as much as possible, but I don't think I'll be able to even scratch the surface.
Right. A million, like even like at like even assuming the tiniest scale of the tiniest Flash game, 1 million minutes is a lot of minutes.
Oh yes.
I do not want to do the math real quick. I'm not going. For a second, I was like, I'm not going to do the math of that, but that is a lot of time. But talking to yourself, Natalie, I think like naturally, like artists and other creators themselves tend to be kind of like almost de facto curators, because you are, curious about what other people are doing. So like, what is like, itch and the world of like self-publishing is wide. Your own work. I was gonna say predates. Itch has been. It's always been around longer than I think it has, but it's also not been around for that long. So tell me a little bit about like your process, like how you come across things. Are you just like, does it come across your feed, or are you following certain creators?
Yeah, it's stuff that coincides with my interests or what I'm working on. Like
Yeah.
when I started with Electric Zine Maker, then I started seeing other people's tools, and then I started seeing how vast that entire space of like experimental tools is, and then then I started highlighting it because I feel like it gives your work legitimacy too if you can put it in a cultural context
Right.
of what others are doing too, and it creates kind of a history, or like you start seeing a history of things that have existed before you and that led up to this, and things that could happen next and all that. And like I feel like just in general that's something that's really valuable to do as a developer, because you are also working to legitimize experimental games or this type of art by showing that others are doing it too. It's not just you in your room
Right.
and isolated from the rest of the world. It's you're part of something. And I've seen so much now when I do this, the people that like my work go, oh my God, I didn't know this stuff exists. Oh my God, thank you for introducing me to this. Like, it works, and you're contributing to creating this type of community around this type of work and fans for it, And I feel like if we had an understanding of developers that this is something we should do, like it's also a responsibility to highlight other people's work and, show how you fall into this kind of context. I think it would legitimize this type of games more and create help the audience find it and all that, because I think when it comes to game curation, it hasn't really been figured out yet. And
Right.
I think it helps when developers show interest in this too.
Yeah. Developers are their own best fans of each other.
Yeah.
There's that eternal quote of the indie game development is just passing the same $5 back and forth forever. And there is so much of it. You wouldn't think for instance, even get hyper niche, you wouldn't think that people are still making a bunch of desktop pets, but
Yeah.
there are mountains of desktop pets,
Yeah.
and these kind of whatever niche you think there's 80 other people who are already been working in it for years,
Yeah.
and you just are not aware of how do you find each other in a space that is so commercially focused of so many games don't fit into the wish list to Next Fest to Steam release to Switch eShop release dev cycle or whatever, or don't show well online. I often am when I make trailers sometimes I'm like, well, how do I show off a snappy 10 seconds of a text game? And I'm like, you don't. It's I guess I clicked on the screen a couple times, and I clicked on this Twine hyperlink, and that so much stuff doesn't show that social media has become such a nexus for attention, really limits a lot of the kind of games that you're natural to see, because very few really pop well on social media. It just doesn't. I think a lot about something Melisantani said once of the idea of if the first Zelda came out nowadays, it would get a 7 point. It would get a lot of 7 out of 10s, and a lot of social media managers would just say it wasn't gifable enough. And that is a lot of games, especially influential games, just don't how many people at Amaze are can oh, here's my TikTok presentation of my game. Besides the fact that it has to make the artist into the secondary advertiser and performer and all this stuff that is ancillary to the work. And I think that's where curation in non-commercial space, which is, the commercial space often has people you hire to do that for you,
Yeah. This is true that social media is a mess, but it sometimes can be good to promote their game, because I don't know if you know how many games are published on itch every day. I tried to count them one time. It was more than 200.
Right.
So impossible to play 1 minute of every game posted each day on itch.
How many itch games were published right now as we're talking?
Yeah, before the end of the talk. Exactly. And social media can be helpful to share the game or to promote game around something that interests you. But also, curation is especially important because it can highlight very small releases that could very easily fall under the crack. A small demo or very small Bitsy game. There is a lot of very, very good Bitsy game. If you don't know the Bitsy engine, it's an engine that allows you to create a game with zero programming involved, and it's very, very good.
Yeah, and I think especially something I think a lot about more recently that social media lacks is that a staticness to it. Like maybe there's a really cool game, and then like even if I'm looking at it algorithmically, maybe I mean, at this point in my life, mostly only use it on my computer. I'm not even on my phone anymore. So like, how much stuff do I miss just because I'm not always there? But you know, someone doing like an interview series, you know, like people like Critical and like other these individual that's, you know, with a K and a Q, and you'll find it enough if you look for it. Doing like interview series and, you know, other websites like what was it, like Indie Hell Zone. I was like there's so many hell ones in there. I had to not conflate the two together very quickly. But those are like static websites and static recordings. So it's like, if you want to look for it today, it's as easy to find as it was yesterday. And it's search, and even on the increasing brokenness of like search engines, they're still searchable. Like you'll still find old archives of things that I think the kind of like the content stream kind of loses. And I think a lot of when I think of like what curation means, it's static. So it's something you can always go back to and find, whether that is like even museum spaces that end. Like a lot of times they'll have like, oh, these are past exhibits we had. So you can look up past exhibits, and maybe you can attend the exhibit, but you can see what was in it. Yeah, and there's a lot of space for just being able to find something, because that's the important part of curation is like, oh, well, how does a person find it? I think of the idea of, because it creates conversation, like between art or between creators, and like I think of the idea of like literally something is archived, of course, but like if something is archived on the Internet Archive, but nobody is talking about it, how archived is it really? You know, are we really saving it for history, or is it just a file that exists on a server somewhere? And you're talking about artists keeping in conversation with each other. I think is an important part of that. Whether you are literally talking to the person, or you can see glimpses of that person's work and your work as you bounce off of it and reflect on it.
Yeah, I feel like with the way social media has kind of failed us in a way, with, you know, how impermanent it is and how it, you know, like losing Twitter. To me, it's kind of shown how important curation is, or saving this stuff, because these conversations don't exist anymore, or, you know, like relying on these platforms that are controlled by a larger entity that, you know, it's a completely different type of internet, and it's kind of, it creates a kind of culture where now is important, but yesterday doesn't matter. And I feel like we're kind of trying to come to grips with what it means to have relied on things like social media so much, especially when it came to curation, because we've lost a lot, and now we're struggling to try to maintain that and remember it and save it. And I feel like going back to the idea of like how older internet worked, and how permanent things were, and how, you know, like it really has to happen from people. You can't count on like a corporation or organization to do it. I feel like it's kind of a responsibility on everyone to do it, and to, you know, create, you know, lists or stories or highlight games and curate games, because, you know, I don't think it's going to happen in a mainstream way.
No, I'm excited to see a lot of people come back to like the old web in a lot of ways. Mm-hmm. Like I am seeing more and more websites that are like very, like personally designed websites that are, you know, they're not like a WordPress template, you know, that is like, it's got like the, you know, a lot of people are going back to embrace the gaudiness of old internets, the beautiful clumsiness of sparkles and GIFs, but also like links to their friends' works. Like I'd found so much stuff in the early days because I liked this person and they linked to their friend's work, which in itself is a kind of curation.
Yeah, like the web rings that used to be on the internet.
Yeah.
And the wall of buttons to other websites. I've seen it coming back also. And
Right.
I'm very excited for it.
Right, and that is similarly like a static thing, where it's like you might like someone, you might repost they're like, I love this game, I'm going to repost it. That repost is gone in 3 hours at best.
Yeah.
You know? And like it is all this stuff that is like extremely of the moment, of right now we have to care about this work right now, and if we lose it, then well, I guess on to the next thing. When I don't know, there is so much work that gets like, so much work to like rediscover things. Oh no, I'm blanking on their name, but I just watched a couple of short films by a filmmaker from like the 70s that got rediscovered like 40 years later, and she wrote a whole a blog post about it was a very good title. It's something like 40 years and like 19 million, et cetera, feet from stardom, about how many people, like how many artists are discovered years, decades after their death, even after they've stopped making work. And like curation, I think, is less about finding the like, oh, this is the perfect thing we need to sell. This is like, we got to get this thing to market. We got to get you your bang for your dollar. It's like, no, like finding and preserving important art, you know. I mean, and sometimes that is in Flash games. Sometimes that is in like what is the legacy of people who made like weird commercial tie-in, movie tie-in Flash games for Neopets, you know? That's a whole, there were companies there were people who did that. That doesn't come out of the ether.
Yeah, there is a lot of ad game made in the early 2000s about upcoming title, upcoming game, small Flash games that try to emulate console releases, like a lot of Flash Sonic games, surprisingly.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is something that not very often discussed. And I love to come across some of those games because when they were made just to be available for a few months, then deleted. And the simple fact that it's still available today, it's a nice time capsule of the moment. It's very, very nice.
Right, like you know, a time capsule. What movies were so important that they should have a Flash game? And like, how many of these movies, like what was that movie? What was it about? Like, and then but he's like, I guess it was important enough to have a Space Invaders clone that you could earn 100 points on Neopets if you played.
Yeah, exactly.
And that is like, and there's like so much of that stuff is curation. Also, I think. Kind of implicitly includes like the remembrance of the people who made the games, which games, what I was saying, has a very bad habit when it comes to crediting people in general, and acknowledging the people who made games. You know, all the I looked as a bit of curiosity on like the Game Awards one year, and I looked and like, well, let me look at who is credited for these like best game, and it's all studios and companies, and then voice actors and musicians. And I'm wondering if that is a union thing on their part of like SAG-AFTRA stuff, where it's like, no, if you give me an award, you can't say that I win like God of War studio won the best actor. You have to say I as the actor won best actor. But in games, like it is like, oh yeah, who made Elden Ring? Namco or whatever, or From Software, whoever they decided was the most important company to highlight that moment. But there are like level designer, like I wish people knew level designers in the same way someone will know like a director of photography, you know, or like like an album producer. And these are all like extremely important roles, and it also would help people like in their careers if they could be like, oh yeah, I know you're that level designer, you're that audio engineer, that technical animator, you know. and curation, because who knows who made, like, self-publishing is handy because we know, unless they're going by a pseudonym, we generally know who made the thing because their name is on it. But like, and so many things where people's names weren't on it, like especially old Flash stuff, for companies, you're like, who made this? Who made the Marley and Me to tie-in Flash game?
Yeah, archiving is very important, and I'm glad to see a lot of Flash games hosted on like Flashpoint or the Internet Archive, but a lot of those games lack credits. They were games that were copied from a website, then reposted on another website, and several times until it's on the Internet Archive with no credits, no year of release, no other context, and yeah, it's kind of a shame because for archiving purpose, it will be more interesting to have the name of the person who made it, if it was on his other personal website, which context, and yeah, like you say, the movie tie-in or the commercial game tie-ins that were made, like I'm not sure that Sega made this Sonic the Hedgehog, Tic-Tac-Toe, or Tetris-like.
Yeah, it was likely not Yuji Naka sitting down at Flash, going like, how do I get this guy set up so I can make my Sonic Tic-Tac-Toe game?
It's really interesting that you mentioned credit and with archival and curation, because I feel like credit kind of speaks to the labor issue games have, where it doesn't respect labor.
Right.
You know, like it just doesn't, like everyone is expendable. And like curation is such an important work of giving, you know, kind of credit back to people that might have been disenfranchised of it. Like, to me, a really big illustration of that is like Disney had this Flash games portal, tons of them, just constant stream of Flash games. Like just, I made a bunch of like, they asked me to make Hannah Montana games. So it was like a Bejeweled clone with a theme to him, and you know, like whatever, you know, it's easy money. But I made that. I wasn't credited, it's fine, you know, they paid. And then there was a Princess Jewel thing with, you know, Snow White or whatever. But like, I made so many of those, and you know, yay, you know, you know, cash in, done.
Right,
and,
right.
But like, and then the portal closes, and like, it is such an interesting thing because those games, they had an entire process. Like the Bejeweled clone that was handed to me, I retheme it, you know, but someone else made the clone, and another studio made that, and another. It's like you ended up with this breadcrumb trail of people that worked on this,
yes.
You know, and now you're doing it, and then okay, cool, and like there was this whole, you know, freelancers and all sorts of people, this whole structure involved in making these games, and just out of the blue, it's all gone. Like that entire structure,
right.
that entire, the studios that did it, you know, like nothing, and no one was credited for it. It's like these games never even happened, and they just exist in someone's memory, maybe if you were a Hannah Montana fan, you know.
Yes, yeah.
So and then like seeing then the work from like curators digging this stuff up, trying to figure it out and understanding it. I feel like that there's such an inspiring thing there where it's like. Validating that this stuff mattered and was appreciated, and it actually doesn't just happen out of the blue because Disney makes games and no one knows how that's done, you know?
Right.
And like, I think it's kind of a way of also validating that the people that make games matter. You know, it doesn't matter what kind of game it is, it matters that it existed.
Yeah, there is a lot of artists, you know, it would be a terrifying percentage to look at like, how many percentage of artists are actually like one, doing art full time, and two, doing the harder thing, doing their own personal art that they own full time, you know. I assume that is a very tiny number, but they still like, you know, I learned today that you had made a bunch of Disney Flash games, you know. There is like so much like, you know, but that is like, you're still, you know, in the art space, and there is like, that itself is like a small, like, I'm like, you can see someone like, oh, okay. Like you could see someone in that moment saying, oh, that pipeline, I hadn't thought about that before. Let me try and, okay, here is one link. Let me see if I can find the other links in this chain and see who else was like, who was the person who was making that Bejeweled clone? Where are they now? What are they doing?
Yeah, like like looking at when you worked on those flash files, it was so funny because you saw this, it's almost like little notes of credits of
Right.
people that worked on it, like little I was here, you know,
Yeah, yeah.
with the made by this person, this code is made by that person, you know, like it's so funny to look back on that and like just think like, yeah, but that's all forgotten, you know.
Right. And even if it was like, you know, source code viewable, that's not a thing most people think to do, you know, to go and see like, oh, look at these little credits that are hiding in there. But even in Flash, like most people, that's probably not publicly accessible. That's something you are seeing when you're given a file to reskin and go, oh, look, hey, the person that came before me and made this little clone. And then I am like, you know, I think there is a lot of, you know, people love the superstar developer, you know, the highlight, like, oh, look at these games this person made. But I think I'm a deep perspective of the workmanlikeness of art, you know, that it takes a ton of people to make a ton of games, and it's not, plenty of times, not the games that they were like wanting to make, but, you know, it's like, you know, actors doing commercial work, you know, it's gig musicians, it's like doing illustration work for just like companies and restaurants and just like little side things, like, oh, I am practicing my craft. But it's still like a summation of all that person's work. And I think, you know, curating a lot of people that work in the non-commercial space, like finding like they have huge bodies of work that is often not even just like the stuff that is self-published. There's a lot of stuff they do on the side, a lot of stuff they've, you know, or just like cross-collaborate with other people, and helping to create these spaces to find and like properly archive and curate people's work, I think is, you know, obviously an extremely important thing, but it helps provide context where games like, you know, how many times a year does somebody reinvent the visual novel for the first time, you know? They're like, oh, I'm doing this. Did you know you can date things that aren't people? People are still doing that in 2025, as if it's a novel concept that was, you know, ideas that weren't explored like a million years ago. But I think a lot about visual novels because they are a often disrespected genre, especially within like, you know, English language, like mainstream games press and games like culture, whatever it is now between influences and press and just like hype cycles, you know.
Yeah, visual novel and text game, like
yes,
you said previously, they are text game are very hard to promote in the internet. On social media, they are focused on videos and picture. So this is true that we have to find other way to promote, to find interest in. And this is a very cool game, but I cannot show you any picture because it's just a wall of text.
Right. It's like, oh, I guess that is a very cool looking text parse, and I really like that paragraph that's written there. But you know, that's where things like IFComp come in. Yeah. Which is, IFComp is what, like 15, 20 years been running? But they are these, you know, important like curated spaces about like I think part of curation is like focus spaces of like games have a large problem of they need to be everything, but they're like, but it's like if you're like, no, I mean, and people get into the minutia of like, there's especially beyond the scale of this talk, and the time you have to talk what is IF and what is not IF is well beyond the scale of anything I ever want to get into, but having like very focused curated spaces of like, yes, no, this is, you know, IFComp is all IF games. Museum of Screens is all Flash games, you know, or Flash adjacent browser-based games.
A little bit of everything. I also have a text game on the Museum of Screen, even though they are not very well represented. Again, because my museum is dedicated to screen, so picture.
Yes, right. And you know, sometimes some things don't show well, like events and it's something I have to run into of like, how do you demo? Like events are like one of the best ways to get people directly because they're there for the games there. But then some games don't like, oh, you really need to sit with this thing for sometimes like hours. They're like really like work with the game and understand it, you know. And that like where like sometimes it's hard to find, like you just need to find a way to like, okay, a person needs to sit down with us and play it. And sometimes we're like having a curated list or a website and just like a list of good stuff is a good jumping off point for people to, oh yeah, I'm going to spend the time with this work, you know. But as we getting close to the end of it, I want to, if either of you have anything crucially pressing to get out, so we don't lose it for time. I'll start with you, Natalie. Do you have anything like I need to say this before our cutoff has come?
Yeah, I guess it would be that I think it's really important for game developers to also participate in curation and highlight other people's work, and because this is something that everyone can do and contribute to, and you know we're our own answer, I think. Right,
like it's easy. It's like having your own website and being, these are my friends, or oh, my game was influenced by these other games that came before it, or like, oh, you should check out this game. You know, these are, and that like, it doesn't sound like, you know, curation sounds like a big important word, you know. That's something a gallery does. That's something a noted critic does. But any person can do that. It's just pointing people towards something. Liz, any crucial last minute statements?
Earlier I said that too many games were released on each every day, but I don't want to say it's a bad thing, because I think it's wonderful that more games than ever are getting released today, and I encourage everyone to try to make game, because it's easier and easier to get into game development, and I believe that more games in non-commercial space is always good. When it's not competitive, like in commercial releases, it's always good to see so many new perspectives and so many new voices and viewpoints in the world of gaming.
Yeah. I mean, the tools being easier and easier, and like the graphic requirements going down and down every single day makes it easy for literally anybody anywhere in the world to just publish a game. And then, yeah, I mean, before the existence of game, there was too much art in the world. If you were some weird completionist and you need to experience everything, bad news for you. Before they made games, let me tell you about books. They've been making those for a very long time. I don't think you can manage centuries worth of literature. Our lives are too short. We were born too late to experience all of those. And games are that similar. And in the same way, like, curation can help you find your niche. You can help you find, like, yes, I love Flash games. I love IF. I love like visual novels. I love I love roguelikes. Let me tell. Oh, I forget the name of the event, but it's something. I think actually it happens in Germany, right? The Rogue conference. I don't remember. I'm not.
I don't either.
I know there is a Berlin interpretation, I think, the quote unquote, of rules for Rogue. But yes, thank you all for stopping by and listening to our talk. Thank you. Have a good rest of Amaze.
Thank you.
Say something, right? No, I'm good.
Is this live stream? We're good. We're good. It's eating time.
Sing the clouds away. Together, let's make it a rainbow day. Sing the clouds away. Together, let's make it a rainbow day. Sing the clouds away. Together, let's make it a rainbow day. Sing the clouds away. Together, let's make it a rainbow day. Sing the clouds away. Together, let's make it a rainbow day.
No, I'm kidding. There's so many of you. So, have you had lunch? Always hydrate. It's very important. And make sure if you have bottles, clean as you go so that we be more mindful of spaces. With that in mind, Amaze tries its best to be harassment-free. And if you feel unwelcome or uncomfortable, you could file an anonymous report, approach any of the volunteers, and ask for Anna or Olivia, and we'll make sure that you feel welcome and safe here. So we have a great speaker, but I'm not going to talk about him. I'm going to talk about WASP. So yesterday or the day before that, in the pink umbrellas outside, there was a wasp sleeping. And my good friend Joe told me that wasps aren't actually aggressive and they get like a really bad reputation. So all spring, they just work, have fun. But at the end of spring, they get kicked out. So they're just angry little guys. And I realize, or we realize, that it's just, corporations firing people and laying off people. So next time you see a wasp, try to think, like, is it pre-spring when they're nice little guys, or post-spring when they got laid off? So I just want to be pro-wasp, just a little. But I am anti-sunfish, because they're just little shitheads. But our next speaker is Soski. I got it right. Woo. Yay, yes.
Ostasowski. I will be talking very quietly today because I was screaming at a party yesterday all night and I have very little voice left. But I would like to tell you about AI. And what I would like to tell you about is how AI actually works. Like, ask yourself this. Do you know about AI, enough about AI to actually hate it efficiently? I don't want to tell you what to think, and I do not want to repeat headlines, things that you can read about AI and probably you've seen them. I want you to be able to read these headlines in the future and be like, I knew this. Because I will tell you how AI works. We will focus on LLMs, large language models, like a chatbot that you talk to, you ask questions and they reply. And I will tell you what is not AI, what they tell you an AI is, and it's not necessarily that, what actually AI is. How an AI chatbot works, how does it output text that we can read, how do we talk to it? And how is an AI chatbot trained to work? Like, you know, the AI needs to go through training, and like I will tell you how that happens. And if we have the time, I will also bring up a little thing about what are the implications of actually using AI in your work. But first, let's begin with a fun fact. We will get a little technical here, but it will all come together. You do not need to understand a lot of numbers. So a fun fact is, what is a tensor? You probably heard that name, like tensor core or tensors. So tensor, like, imagine this. This cube is a number. It can be any number, like 0 to 10. It can be also 4.5. Now, this is a vector. Vector is several numbers. They can be used to represent like a point in space, like 3 numbers, or a direction. A vector represented with an arrow, usually, graphically, and this is a matrix. A matrix is like several vectors, as you can see, and it's usually used for something called projection. Like, you get a point and you project it on a screen like a camera sees it. But actually, it's just several vectors, like several arrows here. And when you rotate these vectors, you can like use it to maybe rotate a point in space or like an object on your screen. If you made 3D games, you probably came across matrices and vectors and stuff like that. And this is a tensor, and tensor is like a more advanced kind of matrix. And if you're interested, I highly recommend, if you take pictures of these, I have QR codes for the video where UDProt tells about what are tensors and how they work. And as you can see, they don't only uniformly rotate vectors, but they can, for every direction, have a different response. And this can be used to calculate tension in construction. This is why they are called tensors. And to multiply vectors, this is a lot of math, but I would like to focus on, like, you see, there's multiplication and addition. You multiply and you add. When you do, you can multiply two matrices, like here, a matrix and a vector, a tensor and a tensor, and these calculations consist of a lot of multiplication and addition. So we do it so much in computers that we have a specialized instruction for this. It's called MAD. Multiply and add. And GPUs have something called tensor core. It's not a genre of music. It's a specialized hardware that will multiply. It does the math. Look, it does the math on the tensors. I recommend the tensor cores in a nutshell by NVIDIA Video when they explain how the cores, the specialized hardware in the GPUs, works for tensors. Now, that was a fun fact. Now I will tell you what AI is not. Now, what exactly is this AI? You've probably seen this takes a lot, like scientists. Nobody knows how AI works. Even the scientists who built AI can't tell how it works. Well, I will tell you how it works. No, it is dumb. It's just so dumb. And you might think that it's so dumb, it's genius, but it's just dumb. AI is dumb. And to take a step back, I will explain why. What can computers do? Somebody, tell me. Stop. Computers can add, subtract, divide, and multiply. They are giant calculators. Everything on this screen, the sound from my mic and back into the speakers, it becomes numbers. Everything is numbers. All computers can do is a lot of calculations. They can do this for, and all of these at the same time, and all of these at the same time, but quicker, and some cool functions like sin, and I don't mean like the sin of watching porn on your computer, but actually the nice squiggly function that you can use on your games to have nice effects. Computers are big calculators. And what is AI? AI is an array of random numbers on your computer. It's a really, really big array. And it's so big, it's there because we have excess spending, we have so much computing power that we can use that to create an array of enormous size. It's like, you probably know that this is like a crypto digging rig, because AI is the new blockchain. It's just random numbers generated by a lot of GPUs. And this works because of this. Do you know the infinite monkey theorem? It says that an infinite number of monkeys with an infinite number of typewriters will write at one point, for example, Hamlet, because it's statistically possible for an infinite number. But then it goes on to say how low the chances of that happening really are if like the monkey starts typing. Like even to write the word banana, it's 1 in 15 billion chance. So you need 15 billion tries to write the word banana by a monkey on a typewriter. But then like, this might be a lot for a monkey, but a computer is not a monkey. So I was like, hey computer, can you do this loop 15 billion times? And the computer is like, yeah, it took me like 2 seconds. And like before that, the computers, like even 20 years ago, a 32-bit Pentium from 1996, would take longer because it couldn't even count to 15 billion because it's 32-bit only counts to 4 billion. And this was on this laptop on a 64-bit core, so it takes less time, but it's still a laptop. And the CPU can handle 500 bits with like AVX instructions, and a GPU with a tensor core can handle 4,000 bits at the same time. And an RTX 5090 has 690 of these cores, so it has 64 times the power and 690 times the core. So it could do the same calculation 43,000 times. That's a lot of computer power, and we can use that to put the infinite monkey theorem in practice. Now, how does AI generate text? We will take a step back and I will tell you what is a neural network. Now, this might seem a bit complicated, but it's actually not. If you are interested in details of that, Scan the Code and the Essential Main Ideas of Neural Network by Josh Stramer of StatQuest. It's a great example, and it goes really slowly. Even if you're not good with math, you will understand what he's going on. So, these are neurons. This is a little neural network. It has an input and an output. And you put like a number here. Computers only do numbers. And then you multiply it by this called weight. You add this called bias. And then the neuron does something called activation function. Then you multiply, and then you add. And where there are more numbers, you just do more of that. So it's like, remember MAD? It's multiplication and addition. This is why tensor cores are so good for this. And basically, it can, if you can see this little faint green squiggle, so you put data, and you want to be able to predict, like, what is going to happen next, or maybe what is going to happen in between the data that I have. It does the statistics. It will take the data and kind of help me predict what's next. Like a bigger network can fit a more complicated squiggle, but it has also more neurons. And if it's hard to understand, I recommend this really nice TikTok by Techmora, How AI Predicts Numbers. You can see there's like very little of these neurons, and you can see how the numbers are changing. Like, it takes this is the data it takes from this, and just calculates what is the probability that this image is that number. So now its probability is very high that it's 9. Now its probability that is nothing, and now it changes as it goes. And this is all AI can do. It's a probability machine. It can tell if something is something or what's gonna happen next. So like you put input data and you're like, what is the probability that this is a bird or a dog? And you can train the neural network to do that. And we were supposed to focus on LLMs, so for text. You just input the text, and you're like, what is the most probable next couple letters? And then, based on the data it has, it will generate the next couple letters. And this is basically the infinite monkey theorem of practice, because you cannot do that with like 10 neurons, but language models have billions of them. This is like a billion monkeys just kind of mashing about random things. So, but you might think, okay, but hey, the billion number things, they can probably generate a lot of words at once. So I'm just like, hey, write me Hamlet, and he's like, Hamlet. No. to write Hamlet. You're like, okay, to be, and the machine, it goes through a billion numbers, and it's like, or, and it's not sure. It's like, I think it's or, but maybe it's something else. You're like, okay, it's or. What's next? And it's like, not. It takes like 3 seconds to generate every one of these. You're like, okay, to be or not. What's next? And it's like, to. Okay, to. What's next? Be. And it does not remember anything you've written before. You have to pass all the text back. It doesn't know what it did just a second ago. This is bullshit. It predicts next couple letters at a time. This is what it does. This is what happens when you talk into a chatbot. Every time the entire text has to be fed back. Look, this is a chatbot I'm talking to on my laptop. And also, it just predicts. I have this riddle for it. What has 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs in the afternoon, and 7 legs in the evening? No bullshit, just answer, you waste of silicon. Always remember to insult your AI chatbot. And it goes, a human, because statistically this looks like the Sphinx riddle. It's supposed to be 3 legs in the evening. And then it just keeps going. And it's like, at one point, it's 7 and not 3. And it's like, it cannot go back. It doesn't have the capacity. It just generates 1 letter at a time. This is sped up. This is sped up 10 times. You can see that it's like 1 token per second. And at the end, it just has to go forward. It has no brain. It just generates the next most possible letter. Like, you just pass in the text, and it tells you what is the next possible letter. This is how it talks to you. There's no talking. There's no memory. I mean, even 50-year-old computers had some memory, and this doesn't. Just putting the text through the number ringer to find the most probable next word or a couple letters is like weather forecast for text, but dumb. And it is just extra text prediction with some extra tricks. So, like, for example, they recently introduced the thinking phase. They call it the thinking phase. So what it does, it generates implicit text that normally it wouldn't show to you. And it only does this so that because you have to feed back the entire text back to it, so it can generate maybe a better answer later because it has some context that it generated for itself. It just... And of course, it has a lot of limitations. So one limitation that's very important is the length. It has, like, you know, the inputs. There's a number of inputs. You cannot go over that. So this model that I'm using here has, it's 30,000 tokens. Tokens like 2 or 3 letters. The most complicated ones have like 100,000, over 100,000. But still, if you think you can like fit a PDF and be like, hey, summarize this. It does not. Sometimes it has to do it in parts, and it's like, it doesn't really do summarization. That's not something it can do. It can only predict what is statistically in internet and the data set that it has, what should happen, what would be said after I said summarize this. This is the only thing it can do. It has no memory. It doesn't remember. It only remembers what's in the prompt, and it takes up space. And if you have a system prompt telling you that you are a helpful assistant helping me to buy a plane ticket, this also takes time in the prompt. And some of the chatbots have like context about you that is summarized by the chatbox from. It's just a probability machine. It just has this, and its job is to predict the most probable next couple letters. And it can be easily fooled. Like this one, I asked the same question and said carrot, but this one is really dumb. Like this one is more parameters, so it actually got it kind of right. And the most important thing, it must be able to err, must be able to be wrong, at least a bit. Like, I mean, text is binary data, right? But it uses floating point because the output data is the probability of the next token appearing. But then, then this is too much for the GPUs, so they quantize this data. They take the 16-bit floating point and squeeze it into 4 bits. 4 bits is like 16 different values. It just doesn't make sense. Why are they doing this? It's not meant to do this. If you want to try this at home, you can download something called LM Studio and just try, and you will see how it works and how slowly it works on your computer, how much electricity it uses just to predict 2 next letters. But now, okay, but how does it know all this? No, it doesn't know anything. This is how you train AI. So we have the neural network, of course, is bigger. You put some random numbers here. And then you like put some input data here, and then you're like, okay, generate output. And it's like just generates random stuff because it's just random numbers. And then, okay, it's wrong, and I will put some other random numbers here. And this is also where the training data comes in. Like a training data is a lot of text, and you would put actual text from the internet or a book here, and be like, okay, what's next? What should be next in actual text? It is trained to reproduce the training data verbatim. It is not trained to come up with creative stuff. It is just trained to copy. And it's like, when you do this, when you just change these numbers 6 billion times, and I'm not kidding, this is what happens. You have a lot of random numbers that can somehow generate text because you were able to invest a lot of time into changing the random numbers. And some people will come, no, it's not random. There is backpropagation and gradient descent, and we can calculate. This is also from the Josh Strammer. I recommend that, backpropagation. They use backpropagation to guess more directly, like we can predict which weights to change, which numbers to change, and how much. And like, okay, I just put less random numbers here. I mean, that's where AI is. A giant array of numbers is an infinite fucking Sudoku. And scientists do not know how it works. They do not care because they have so many GPUs. If it doesn't work, they just throw more at it. Like, if you knew what numbers to put there, like with backpropagation, why do you need to repeat that 6 billion times? It's just random numbers. There is no magic. Like, imagine you go and see a magic trick, and there's this guy, and he like, okay, I'm gonna try and do this 6 billion times, you wait, and the probability that I will pull a rabbit out of this hat is really high. This is no magic. AI will never think. AI will never be sentient. It will never write or answer. The only thing it can do is predict what are the most statistically probable next couple letters. It's not even meant to do this. It's like a weather prediction machine for the squiggles. Text is not squiggles. The fact that it generates text only happens because they threw excess amount of compute power on it. And now they want to push it further. It's just not gonna happen, just a giant array of random numbers that is brute forced into this. And you cannot do this at home. It's not possible. Like it's, I can train AI at a computer. Training AI model from scratch costs millions of dollars. Somebody tells you that they trained their own model. Usually what they do is they take existing model and up-train it. And for example, I tried to train AI, like it was 2020, and I was out of the office working from home and a computer in my office. I was like, okay, how about I train AI to generate images of my game using the footage of my game from scratch. And I did that, and after a full month of running my GTX 1080 at 100%, I got nothing. I don't even have anything to show. It was just a soup. That was like 128 by 128 resolution. Like, imagine how much compute power do you need to actually do these like 6 billion calculations and do that. AI is reserved only for giant corporations. Training AI costs grows exponentially. That's probably something you read or heard recently, because the bigger network, the more random numbers you have to randomly change to other random numbers. The amount of compute put into this is insane. It's just brute forced. It's blockchain all over again, but now it can write you a limerick now. And let's try another 6 billion times and see what happens. Do not use AI. It sucks. Fuck AI. I'm not done. Thank you. I am not done. I told you if you have time. Do you have time? Do you have like 3 minutes? 8, all right. So I will tell you about like if you watched all this and you're like, I don't get it, or like, okay, but it still generates stuff, like the stuff that it outputs, I want to use that, like why shouldn't I? I want to tell you something about the implications. Like, this is my perspective. It's not just how AI works. What are the implications of using AI? Now, First is the copyright. As I told you, it's trained on the training set, and it's trained to reproduce that. Like, for example, if you generate code, and it's trained on a GPL license code. GPL is the license that makes you open source your code. And if it's trained, it will be able to produce that. And if it produces that and put you in your code, or maybe a patented code that can be open source, but you need to pay patent fees, and it might be able to do that, and you will put that in your code unknowingly, and you will be subject to some kind of license or patent fees. I know there's like license for the code that the things generate, but you need to remember that the code it generates, if it's the same as the other code, somebody can be on like, hey, dude, come on. So like, yeah, the same goes for images. Like if you go to an image thing and you're like, okay, there's no copyright for things, but you tell it to generate copyrighted stuff, you cannot use that. That's obvious, right? And the second one, I think even more important, is quality implications. Imagine this. I open up like a web page of your game, and the first thing I see is an AI, even like a capsule image, or like, you know, a box art. It's not even in the game. But what do I think? I think, hey, this is AI. If this is AI, is this the only AI thing in the game? Maybe like, okay, maybe the person cannot draw, but maybe they cannot write as well. Like, how can I know now, after seeing this AI one thing, that not more images was made by AI? And how do I know that the text wasn't written by AI? How do I know you're okay with using it for an image, so not what for text? This is a boundary that when you cross, there is no going back. Remember about that. If text, then what not code? Was code written by AI? I mean, you're okay with AI. Maybe you're a bad artist, maybe you're a bad coder, maybe you're a bad writer, maybe you're just using all of this. And was anything made by a human? How do I know that any human effort was put into this? And most importantly, if no human put an effort into creating something, that when I, a living human, should spend any amount of time to experience that. Thank you. Thank you. I hope it wasn't too fast. It was like 80 slides and 20 minutes. And I was just told we have time for questions.
Yeah, we have 5 minutes. Does anybody have a question?
Yes.
Can you?
Oh, no.
Are you okay?
Oh, it's okay.
Are you right? Are you right? Oh my God. Yes.
Not really a question, but a request. My company is contemplating using AI art right now, and we're having heavy discussions about it. Could you publish the slides somewhere? Because there's really good talking points.
I think this will be online. Will it be? Yeah. You can just show them this.
Thanks a lot.
Hey. Anyone else? Yes.
Oh, I'm scared of playing.
In the back.
Is it here? Yeah. Can you talk about, because last year you talked about dependence on engine, can you talk about dependence on AI when you start to use it?
I mean, I don't use it.
Well, someone theoretically using it becoming dependent on it, if you make game with it, for instance.
I really can't tell. It's not something I relate to, right? I don't use it. I'm interested in the concept, like as you've seen, you know, I kind of interested, but like the big generative things, they don't interest me. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right.
Last one.
So in the past, when photographers were using film, they used to use Polaroids for like a quick prototype. And you can't control the developing process, and it's like also kind of random.
I know the answer.
Okay.
You're like, hey, can I use the AI for prototyping? Is that what you want to ask? Yeah, how about you draw that in MS Paint? Like, what's the deal? And then, like, when I look at a game, like, the last point that I made, like, if I see something made in an AI, I would be like, oh my God, is this like, I don't want to touch this. Like, maybe no human made it at all. But if I see something drawn in MS Paint, I'm like, yeah. So yeah, I use MS Paint. I think this tells something, right? Like, people will expect more quality for something they see an MS Paint image than the AI-generated image. Like, this says something about what kind of weight it has, I think. Use MS Paint. It's great.
We have 2 more minutes because you talk so fast. Do you want one more?
One more question. Yes. This person in front. Catch it, catch it. Ooh! That's 3 points.
Incredible. Incredible throw. We are all here because we are part of the sort of dev community. How do we relate this to a market that might not be bothered by seeing an AI image?
So what I think is like the sentiment, that's my idea, that the sentiment behind correlating AI with low quality, like AI-generated content with low quality, will persist enough for the market to be like, we don't want this, because then everybody, like every time you have a product with visible AI things and product without, people will rather pick the thing without AI, and this will kind of phase out. That's my idea, that it will phase out the AI, and you will always be able to tell. You will always be able to tell. Hopefully. Thank you. Okay, if anybody is shy, I'm going to be around, just you can go and ask me questions. Thank you again for coming, and stay for the Hyper Talks.
It was good. Sorry. Hello. Hello. Hi. Hello. Who here is first time at the maze? First time? Okay. Welcome. HyperTalks is, I think, is an institution at the maze and something that is you have to experience at least once, if not every year. With that in mind, Amaze really does try to make the space harassment-free and safe. So I think they have to include now that people shouldn't throw phones. It's really bad. Who does that, right? Somebody should report that person to people. But let's try to settle down fast. To people who are leaving, please leave so that the people who want to come in can come in. Find your places while our wonderful hosts of HyperTalks are setting up. And also, I just want to say for people who have been here pre-sauce, I want you all to be pro-wasp now and anti-sunfish. So, Lorenzo, are you all set?
Yeah, so we need to, so a message for Tia. I know what happened. Somebody pressed the clicker. Where's the clicker now? That's what happened. Well, now we have to watch it again. I think I think that's what happened. I mean, like never. Well, it's a good start. So yeah. Okay.
Hello. Yeah.
The video. I'm sorry you missed the second half of the video. No, on a serious note, this was a song by the German pop band Scooter, and the song was called Hyper Hyper. And those of you here in the audience who've been to Amaze before, or those of you who are a bit older, they might remember that this was a big hit single many years ago. Some of you might not, the youngest people among you might not believe it, but actually, I checked Wikipedia, and this was number 2 in Austria, 28 in Belgium, Finland number 4, 22, Germany is number 2, Italy number 5, and Spain was number 1.
Viva España! Woo!
Yeah, and this huge hit. This song came out in May 1994.
That's funny because I actually was released in June 1994 as well.
You were released.
I was released in
Wow.
June 1994.
Wow! You see, maybe you were. Okay, we're not going to talk about. Okay, anyway, so. Okay, yeah, let's talk about serious stuff. Yeah, welcome. Let's introduce ourselves.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Marina Diaz. I'm an emotional game designer, game director at VTF Games. I'm a filmmaker. I'm an adventure capitalist, a BizDev. I also play guitar and sing sometimes. I'm an Italian and German philologist.
True.
And so I think that not so many people know about me is that I'm also a specialist in Italian medieval literature.
Wow, you have you do the brand, the hats, the brand?
Yes, I also have like a fashion brand that is called Taco Surf. That it's an unfinished project, like, game development stuff.
That's it?
That's it. What about you, Lorenzo?
My name is Lorenzo Piglia, and I was fired last month. That's it. No, it's true. It's true. If you want to give me money or hire me, it's okay. No, on a serious note, my name is Lorenzo Piglia, and my favorite color is yellow. So today we're here together for Hyper Talks. Probably you know the format. Each talk is 5 minutes each. We have 10 talks by 10 different speakers.
Actually, Lorenzo, I don't know.
What?
Maybe you should double check because I think the number is not quite right.
I don't know. Zoraida, what do you think? Is it 10 speakers? No?
No, I think we have 13 talks and 14 speakers.
Yeah, and now the session is not going to be 90 minutes, it's going to be 6 hours. So the award show is going to start at 2 a.m. Okay, enough bad jokes. So you do the serious stuff, I do the bad jokes. Let's get started. So our first speakers, when was in February, I was here in Berlin at this theater called HAU, which is one of the partners of Amaze as well, Habel am Ufer. And I was watching a performance by this Berlin video game collective called Fantasia Malware. And after the performance, I was talking with some of the attendees, and I was talking with this person. They looked very interesting. I asked them, what's your name? And they said, my name is Spiders. And I was like, wow, that's cool. I don't love spiders, but that's a cool name. And I asked, what do you do, Spiders? And they said, me and my friends were making a tool, which is a bit like Bitsy, but in 3D. And I was like, oh, wow. And my next question was, do you want to give a hyper talk? That's it. And that's why they're here today. That's how you do curation, You just ask the first cool people you meet. So without any further ado, let's welcome on stage Rip Rip.
Thank you so much. What's going on in back here?
Nothing.
Hi, I'm Spiders. This is Robin. We don't have time for clapping. We have to get on with this. Sorry. Yeah. Welcome to a performance lecture called Pining for Eurojank. Today, we will be presenting to you 3 propositions that you should embrace in your own game making in order to kill video games. Proposition 1, Make games that are a fucky gender. Okay. Okay, so in Half-Life 2, there was this speedrun movement called bunny hopping. Maybe you've heard of it. Basically, you jump a lot while moving, which stops the ground from imparting friction on your movement speed. Basically, you go like really fast if you like jump a lot. So they tried to fix this for the Orange Box version by giving you like a little negative speed bump each time you jump. So no more bunny hopping. But speedrunners figured out that when you turn around while you're jumping, so you're like jumping backwards now basically, that like little negative speed bump actually gets added to your movement vector. So now it's like actually accelerating you in the backwards direction, so you go like really, really fast. This is called accelerated backhopping. And it's not only a much more intricate intervention in the system design of Half-Life 2, it's also a lot more fun. This is a good thing. So, when we say make games that are a fucky gender, we are not talking about games where you can select the fucky gender for your character, although that's good. We're not talking about games where you like have this little slider where you can select like a fucky gender, although that's really good. We actually want that game to be that janky little slider. This is called drag. Thank you. This is called camp.
Proposition 2. Thank you. Flatness is a weapon. This is our new open world video game. And I give you a few seconds to explore it. Flatness is a sharp implement which denies appropriation. Flatness unsettles, and pointy edges inflict more damage than rounded edges.
Proposition 3.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We don't have time.
Thank you so much, everyone. If you want to check out our engine, we will be presenting at the open screens at 4.
At 4.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. We want to send greetings to the people that are watching the Hyper Talks from the other building in Betonhalle. Thanks for following us. So our next speaker is Farfama. Farfama is a media artist currently based in Japan, specializing in experimental digital games. His work explores themes of awe, wonder, and playful joy, drawing inspiration from nature, ritual, and everyday observation. Please welcome him.
All right, hello everyone. So today I'm going to be talking about curation, specifically about hyper-focused video game creation in an age of abundance. So what do I mean by abundance? So last year, over almost 19,000 games were released on Steam alone. And not just Steam, you know, there's itch, there's Newgrounds, there's so many online platforms. And a lot of these go unnoticed. You know, no one plays them. They're noted as limited games. So no reviews, no plays. And this author asked, you know, can we have too many games? So what do you think? Can we have too many games? What do you think? No, of course not. Yes. So we live in an age of, you know, it's so easy to make games now. You know, we have incredible accessible tools and a diverse set of creators making everything and anything. And it's really noted by Anna Anthropy in their book, Rise of the Video Game Zinesters. So it's really overwhelming. There's a lot of games. We want to discover where they are. We want to highlight these diverse and interesting games. So one way of doing that, of course, is creation. And I believe there's multiple approaches to creation. So I think we should start commissioning creators with niche domain knowledge. Paying money for people that, you know, have a very specific interest and a specific theme. Profit should not be the main goal of that at all. I feel like when you add profit to creation, it compromises the type of creations that you see. And no algorithms or AI or anything like that. So completely hand-picked creation. Algorithms and AI, they have their own biases. And on top of that, no corporate creations. Recently, I saw a creation on Steam. It was like LGBTQ plus representation in games. And there was like Call of Duty and all these war games, which is fucking wild, yeah. So there's already a lot of examples of people doing this. So, of course, we have Indiepocalypse by Andrew. We have a lot of people that have their own blogs and websites, focus on their specific interests. Of course, we have Backlog with a lot of interesting collections of games, bloggers, itch collections. So people are doing this already, game devs, game hobbyists, and so yeah, that's what I'm going to talk about. So there's something I'm creating called Exhibit Play, which is focused on hyper-specific curation. So right now we have 4 curations: virtual museums, games about resistance, rebellion, and revolution, game worker cooperatives around the world, and Asian diaspora. So the way this works is there's a description of the creation, then there's covers, some tags, and interesting thing about the tags is you can curate the curations. So for this one, you could find you know, virtual museums about sculpture or street art or surrealism or architecture. And going back to the last one, so like Asian diaspora, you could find games about you know, Indian, Canadian experiences and find Venba, or Korean American and find games like Butterfly Soup. So yeah, clicking on one of the covers gets more information, description, some more metadata. And at the end of the creation, there's a dig deeper section which highlights, you know, research, articles, books, podcasts, anything related to the collection. So yeah, that's the structure of a creation. So focus, very specific, at least 5 games, and more can be added via crowdsourcing. Not tied to any specific games platform. So games from Steam, Newgrounds, itch, anywhere really. And all forms of play, so digital, analog, really anything. So yeah, some future creation ideas. So games focus on parents and parenting, documentary style games, games set in apartments, such as the Berlin apartment, which is being designed by Marina. Mega structure games, so games with a more architectural focus. Intimate interactions, like Sex with Friends by Freelize, which is at the Panke later tonight. And your idea. So if you have a very specific interest, a specific niche that you want to highlight, you know, get in contact with me and we could create a really interesting creation and add it to the website. So this is still in beta, but we do have a website you could follow. You could support us. Any money that's thrown at us goes towards curators to curate some interesting collections. We have Blue Sky, and you could follow me at Farfama in most places. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I didn't expect to see a game that I'm designing in one of the HyperTalks. That was exciting.
Forgot to mention, no, actually, I forgot to write it down. Also, Farfama, also co-organizer of the games meetup with Nomi. Yeah? Yeah, cool, good one. I want to say that. I want to give
Very
a shout out to Tokyo. Good, let's go to Tokyo. Yeah, you do it everywhere, the games meetup, but yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so our next speaker is actually quite special to me. I started my career almost 7 years ago. I moved from Spain to London in 2018 for studies, and before that, because there is no jobs as an Italian-German philologist, as you could probably imagine, not especially in Spain, I was one day working in my marketing job, that was my destiny in that moment, and I typed on Google search, how to become a game designer. And the first article that came up was written by an Italian game developer living in London. And I read that, and then it's how I decided to apply for a master's degree in London, and I moved there. And then this person was actually Federico Fasce, that is our next speaker. Fede is like my brother. He's one of the people that made me be in the games industry, so I'm always grateful for that. Fede is a game designer from Italy with 25 years of experience in games and interactive media. He's a strong advocate of personal games, and he firmly believes that getting more people making games is the way to save the industry and push the form of expression forward. Please welcome Fede.
Thank you. Wow. Marina also forgot to say that I'm a Michelin star chef. No, that's not true. But yeah, I want to talk to you today about fine dining, which is totally on topic, and I think it's very important. Also because I'm Italian, I always talk about food. What do you want from me? It's like that, right? So let's start from the start. I think we should look at games from the point of view of the experience. And what does it mean? Well, it means that the thing that inspires me the most when I talk about games is just to look at game designers and where they come from. Like Shigeru Miyamoto famously said that he really likes roaming around in the Japan countryside, and that's what brought to us the Legend of Zelda series. And I think we can learn from other kind of experience design activities and bring them to our games. And so I started looking at fine dining because I'm Italian, I love food, blah, 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 as experience design. Like I've been privileged enough to be able to do some fine dining experiences, and I realized that they look a lot like games, and I'm obsessed with this specific chef, Massimo Bottura, who is a guy who really go for that. It's like this idea of telling who you are in edible bites, it just really resonates with me because it's really just about what I want to talk about and what I can do with games. I want to tell who I am in gameplay bites, basically. And so I looked a little bit into what is fine dining, and it all starts, of course, with the ingredients, right? They need to be fresh, they need to be the right ingredients. It's like the game mechanics, okay? And we all know why. In game design, we're all obsessed with game mechanics, what game mechanics are in your game, and it's the first thing that we need to think about. And then we combine them into the dish. The ingredients become something more than just the sum of their parts. This is like a very successful dish by Aston Blumenthal. That is not at all an egg. It's a completely different thing. But anyway, there's more to that, right? Because there is the experience. When you go to a fine dining experience, it's not just about one single dish, but it's about a journey through the ideas and the story, the personal story of the chef. And I think that it's this everything else what really matters, what we really want to do and to work with. Because to me, experiences are ad hoc languages. They are not texts. They are languages that we create, and we tell people, speak this language now. and understand that, and you will know me better. And games, of course, are experiences. And one thing that resonates with me a lot is this quote from Holly Gramazio, which is this idea that when you make a game, you fold an experience that you had in a compact way and give to someone else to unfold. And that is like, I think it's the best definition of a game that I ever seen in my life. I love this so much. It's just really on point. And so the idea to me is like that if you want to build better ad hoc languages, we need to look at different ways humans make experiences. And so that's why I was looking at food, not just because I love food. And also like when I cook for hobby, for people. When I cook for people, I just don't want to feed people. I want to start a conversation with them. I want to give them an experience. I come from a city in Italy called Genoa, who is famous for having invented pesto. And I always talk about that. That is like part of my culture and it's what I want to bring to people. And so mechanics, so the ingredients, are important, but they're just only a small part of the experience. And when we think about mechanics, games become formalistic. They become a thing where you need to have bosses, you need to have levels and stuff like that. And it's like, well, what about no? Like, I want to give you an experience. And so let's get past the formalism of game mechanics and think about what we want to tell people. And that's it. Thank you.
Stay here. Thank you, Fede. What about let's get pasta?
Let's also get pasta, absolutely.
Yeah, man, I wanna eat now pesto. Thank you very grazie. Yes, thank you to all the Italians. I think Pietro from Santa Ragione is watching us on the stream. I know, he was texting me now. He says hello. If you want more Italians, I believe there is today a panel with the Italian Institute of Culture, 5 here, on the other stage at 5. Yes, go. Coming up next, we have 2 people who are very close to my heart, Nomi and Victor, both of whom once upon a time used to live here in Berlin, and then who both left. You know, back in the day in Berlin, people used to come and go all the time, and now they only go, they don't come. It's impossible to find a flat in Berlin, unfortunately. And yeah, with Nomi and Victor, with Nomi, many adventures, many projects, and with Victor specifically, together we also worked on a series of game jams. Back in the day, we organized the Civic Game Jam here in Berlin, and yeah, I don't enjoy organizing jams anymore, but you two still do. And yeah, and today you're gonna be talking about the Mod Jam, so let's give them a big applause.
Thank you, Lorenzo.
Do you want to do this or do you want to do this? I can do this. Can do this?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Hello. We're going to talk about Mod Jam. I'm Nomi.
I'm Victor.
Yeah, we should actually, yeah, well, this is fine. These are things that we're going to talk about. What is Mod Jam? So it's like a game jam, like it's normal game jam, but instead of like making games from scratch because it takes ages, we mod games.
Yeah, and it's kind of like fine dining where you use the leftovers, Fede, and you make a surprising new dish by adding some spices, putting in the oven, your risotto becomes arancini, whatever. That's the Mod Jam. Wait, no, that was just...
Sorry. Hey. Oh,
yeah,
also.
And we want to reclaim agency because in this age of algorithm and AI, Mod Jam is a way of tweaking and improving. You open possibilities within an existing system, and you can change the world using its own rules and constraints.
Also, I forgot to mention, but like we want to explore alternative narratives and stuff, like, you know, like metaverse, not the multiverse, whatever. Shout out to Jazz, like we wanted to have some like experts, Jazz, like mega expert person. We also tried out some tools. This is called Eureka, don't know.
Yeah. And we learned that because we used Doom for our first event, we focused with one game and one theme. We learned that using old systems makes you very meditative. And as someone said, they had it really hard back then.
We did it in-person game jam in London at this place called New Speak House.
And
Shout out to Ed.
Shout out to Ed.
This is us. We both wear sunglasses. I had it on my head, and he had it on his eyes. And when I was like doing some other research for like when I was working for Amaze, like I was looking for some examples, and I found this amazing. I forgot to change the color of the thing; it's not legible, but amazing article by Robert Young, who made a bunch of cool games, and I recommend it. I'm not gonna like read everything, but repeat after me: Mozza Special. Thank you.
And it's also part of remix culture. I don't know if you're familiar with the idea of détournement by the Situationists, but basically they did it with TV, the Society of the Spectacle. And here's a quote by a musician who said that he preferred the chopped and screwed version that was used in the film Moonlight instead of the original one. He'd rather perform the chopped and screwed remix on stage.
And we did, like, before we did the proper game jam, we did the trial version where we didn't really, like, mod the jam, but we kind of, like, made this poster, and, like, we kind of, like, thought, like, this will set the... And then last month, with the proper mod jam, and it was called the mod jam #1, Dada Doom. And in Dada Doom, we basically modded Doom. We were also inspired by Dada. And this picture has nothing to do with like Doom or Dada, but we found it on the internet and we thought like, that's cool, like we're gonna just do this.
Okay, and here's the video.
Merci de bien vouloir patienter, votre jeu Doom va bientôt commencer. Avez-vous pensé à télécharger notre application? Cela pourrait raccourcir votre durée d'attente. Sinon, restez en ligne et votre jeu commencera très vite.
Is it gonna stop? Oh, here's the apples and conditions. Okay.
Okay. So how we did it, we had code of conduct because this is important, and it was one-day game jam, and we decided that we're gonna work on like same project together instead of like having a bunch of games, and because of that, like a presentation was basically playing what we made.
Yeah, we could have done multiple maps because the Doom format is 32, but we only did 1.5. But we want to keep the knowledge based, do more documentation, run a separate workshop next time.
There was like a bit of like learning curves and everything because like not everyone is a Doom mod expert. Like neither of us are. And like for the next time, like we want to do some workshop, like either like evening session in person or like maybe we're gonna do online, like 1 week preparation kind of thing, like where we have this like platform where we, like co-learn, trying to share like information and stuff and get ready for the game jam.
Mm-hmm.
And
And then we want to stay on Doom for a few more events. We have more juice to squeeze out of Doom, and we want to build a community. You're welcome to join us.
Yeah. And
this is how you join us.
This is how you join us. So we have a website that Victor is like mostly working on, and I also run the community called Games, which is a games meetup about games. We have a Discord channel for Mod Jam, so if you want to join us on a games community, you can do this. But you can also sign up on modjam.nationbuilder.com as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. No, you spoiled my joke. No, come on. So you have to read the speaker notes. Yeah, I read the joke. The room is very full. We need to check something because of security. Wait, and then, what is it? Is everybody on the floor?
Is everybody on the floor?
That was my joke. I thought I put it later. But anyway. Okay, that's it. Bye, thank you.
So, Our next speaker, it's also a very good friend of mine. That's how I do curation. Julie Buchanan is an award-nominated composer and sound designer for games currently living in Berlin. She has music and/or sound in games such as Say No More, Godfall, Rocket League, Sound Dodger 2, and more. Please welcome Julie.
I have to open the PDF. You can say. You want to say something? You can sing a song.
Hello. I normally work alone in a small room in the dark with headphones, so this is a little unnerving, but I'm going to do my best. There's so many people.
We got the slides, and here we got the sounds. Make them nicely open for you.
If you laugh, even if I don't say something funny, if you laugh, it might help me.
Let's test one sound.
Okay.
Perfect, we got it.
Can you hear that? Did everyone hear that?
Yeah. And
Thank you. Thank you.
And you go here for the slides, okay, to change the slides. Yeah?
Yes, okay. Cool, all right. So, like Marina said, I do game audio. This is not what I do, but I'm gonna do it today. And one of the fun things about game audio is that you find yourself researching things that you never thought you would research, like fish sounds. So you might be asking yourself, do they actually make sound? And I hope so, because that's what my presentation is about. Yes, they do, in fact. So I'm going to tell you how. So there are two main ways that fish make sounds, and the first one is called stridulation, which is a sound that they make when they rub like two bony or hard body parts together. Could be like teeth or claws. And the other method is by using two body parts called the sonic muscle and the swim bladder. And most bony fish have a swim bladder, which is an organ that they use to control their buoyancy underwater. And right next to that organ is a muscle called the sonic muscle. And the sonic muscle, when contracted or flexed against the swim bladder, can cause a variety of sounds that could be like clicks, thumps, growls, purrs, etc. And then depending on the rate of the muscle contraction, the sounds can be really short and sporadic, or they can happen rapidly in succession. And another cool thing about swim bladders is most fish have two, but some also have one. And there's like two different types of fish. There's fish that fill their swim bladders with gas from like air when they go to the surface. And then there's fish that can somehow like take gas from like their blood to fill their swim bladder. So I don't know, that's pretty cool. So what do they sound like? Disclaimer, none of these sounds here are mine, so I've got all the credits here, okay? I'm gonna play you some sounds of what real fish sound like. So this is, oops. That is a mistake. But the first one was, I'm gonna try again. So the first one was, this is a fish sound. It's not. This is. And this is another grouper. This is a stoplight parrotfish. This is a painted goby. This is another painted goby. This is a clownfish. And one more clownfish. Cool. So they do, in fact, make sounds. But unfortunately, fish sounds is not the most heavily researched topic in marine biology, so there are not so many fish sounds available, and especially not for commercial use. But some biologists think that at some point they will be able to categorize fish only by the sounds they make, and I think for some fish it's already possible, so that's also very cool. But if you're like me and you work in game audio and you find yourself on a game where you have to make a lot of fish sounds, how do you actually do that? These are how. You can use any of these things to make a fish sound, apparently. So you can use bird sounds, synths, human voices, drums, chopsticks, mouth pops, mouth bubbles, wood breaks, gulping, rocks, rattling sounds, and any sort of tonal squeak like glass or rubber, or also balloon sounds. And also, probably like 500 other things that I haven't listed here. You can probably make a fish sound from it. So, I'm going to play you some examples of fish sounds that I have made now to compare. So this is a clownfish, and that's from a bird. And this is a choral grouper, and this is from a synth. And this is a green chromis. This is from a woodblock. This is a yellow boxfish, and this is a human voice. This is, in fact, my voice. And this is a shark-nosed goby. This is also using voice, also my voice. And finally, we have a fox-faced rabbitfish, which is a different type of bird. Fun fact, you can also use birds to make really good lizards and dinosaurs. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julie.
Thank you, Julie. Yes. Yeah, tonight, Julie is going to play at Panke, a 2-hour set of choral grouper. Wait. There's going to be 2 hours of like, and then a second hour. That's good. It's going to be a good show. Oof. Okay. Yeah. So the room is very full, and we got asked to check something from the security.
Is everybody on the floor?
Repetition, in jokes. You have to keep. Then it gets funny. You do it once, 2, 3 times.
He couldn't get over it.
Yeah, exactly. Our next speaker, Ian Stewart, a community manager and games marketer. He's the communication director for Crinkle Cut Games, the developers of Discounty, which is being nominated and showcased in the downstairs here in the exhibition area, and previously worked for Fine Games and for Studio Fitzbin, where also I work, and where we both got fired. And let's welcome Ian Stewart on stage.
Hi, I'm Ian. This is how gay are you allowed to sound in marketing materials for your game. Hey. So, as Lorenzo said, I'm a community manager. Are there any other community managers or gays here? Okay, that's good. This one's for you. So I got my start in the games industry just like 2.5 years ago, and it was making TikToks. That was my first objective. And I, at first, avoided using my own voice because, well, I sound really gay. And gay voice, as you may know, is a phenomenon in which gay people tend to have different speech patterns from straight people. And this goes beyond just types of vocabulary or even cultural norms. It's also not just a stereotype. This has been studied by linguists. It's a thing, okay? But eventually, I did have to give in and start recording my voice, and it didn't take long before the comments started coming in. Narrator's a little zesty. So this is a fun new slang word. If you haven't heard it before, this is sort of like the cool, fun new way for young people to call you a, you know? And not a lot of people know this, but many gamers are homophobic. And I will say that these days now, okay, I'm over 30, I'm very secure in my identity, I have a lot of pride, but in my job, it's not just about me, right? So in my first community management job, I became very conscious of my voice in a way that I hadn't been since I was a teenager. But luckily, my first job was for Fine Games, which is a studio that had the mission to make games for women by women, and the game that we were making was very feminist and very queer. So there I realized, like, okay, I didn't need to sweat it. I could just brush off the hate, embrace it even, because the people who didn't like how I sound weren't gonna play our game anyway. So if you're working on a queer feminist game, you can sound pretty gay. But that was only temporary, and after Fine, I started working on many other types of games, and each time I felt the need to reevaluate my approach. And I want to be clear here before I go farther, none of my employers or clients have ever once said or implied anything about my voice or that I should alter it in any way. It's just very common for gay people to be sensitive about how their voice is perceived, okay? So at the end of the day, I'm responsible for representing a game to the public, and that's something I take very seriously. So for each new game I work on, I have to consider what that target audience is going to be, and are they okay with hearing a gay person talk? So I'm very lucky now, as Lorenzo mentioned, I'm working on Discounty, which you can play downstairs. It's a sort of a cozy game with a satirical twist, and I will say the cozy game community online is generally very progressive, and I haven't really had any issues there. So if you're making a cozy game, which I know some people here are, I would say you can sound reasonably gay, just maybe not quite as queenie. So that's great, but there are also cases where I felt I had to tone it down a little. So whenever I've worked on more action-oriented games that have combat or difficult gameplay as a focus, the audience has had a less welcoming vibe, let's say. So what to do? Okay, let's break it down to a granular level. According to the linguists who have studied this kind of thing, the main characteristics of gay male speech compared to straight men are that we have much higher pitch variation in our speech, okay? So higher highs and lower lows. And in English, we also say the sounds A, E, oo, and S with longer duration. We're also much more likely to articulate every sound, which is why you can understand me so well. So, what do? Let's do a little exercise. So I'm going to give you a very, very generic pitch for a very, very generic game on TikTok, the sort I would recommend to any game dev getting started on the platform. So first, using my totally natural voice. Hey, we're Amazing Games. We quit our jobs at Lockheed Martin to learn game development and finally make our dream game. Would you wish list it? Oh, no, you're too kind, you're too kind. Okay, so imagine though, if I were to interview to be the next community manager for Call of Duty or FIFA or whatever, you know, my dream jobs. But to get that job, I'd have to play it straight, you know, shorten the vowels, don't modulate pitch, and do not articulate, okay? This is so embarrassing. Something like, hey, we're Amazing Games. We quit our jobs at Lockheed Martin to learn game development and finally make our dream game. Okay, not totally convincing, but hey, it's the best I can do and it works. So maybe this whole thing seems kind of silly, but here's the thing. A lot of people really hate gay people. And in this and every context, it's important to know how gay we are allowed to sound. Because even though repressing your gay voice is an act of self-hatred, internalized homophobia, and your straight voice kind of sucks anyway, you might sell more video games. So my name is Ian. You can find me at Eastu on Blue Sky. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you so much, Ian. As you can see, the quality of the HyperTalks is very high. Our next speaker is Carla Reyes. Carla Reyes is a game developer and founder and creative director of Anima Interactive, a socially conscious indie game studio behind Take Us North that, by the way, has been showcased here in the other building, and that I'm also a proud game design consultant for. When not making games, Carla is an active mentor, grassroots community organizer, and DJ radio presenter. And by the way, the next week, we are launching the Kickstarter for the project, so if you're interested and if you play it here and you like it, please, it means the world to us that you subscribe on Kickstarter before the launch. Please welcome Carla.
Okay, this is your current slide, and this is the next one.
Okay.
You have notes?
Oh yeah, okay. Hey everyone. Okay, I'll skip the intro since Marina just did that. So basically, the world is on fire right now. And my talk is a little bit about how, it's a bit of kumbaya, like we need the power of community right now. I want to talk about resilience because this is, really a time where people are, experiencing extreme adversity, anxiety, etc. I don't know how palpably it's felt here in Germany and Berlin, but I've traveled from Los Angeles. I'm based in the States right now, and I'm very embarrassed to say that. Yeah, so I feel it very palpably, and it's especially relevant to the project that we're developing. So that's, even though the world is on fire, chaos is a ladder, and I think it's really an opportune time for us, especially as game devs. Video games are the largest entertainment medium in the world. We have so much opportunity to harness the power of the medium that we're creating to influence hearts and minds and shift people's perspectives. I don't think that's anything novel to the Amaze community. But that's the whole ethos of our studio, Anima, which is, socially conscious and really trying to tackle different social justice issues through games. Don't necessarily want to talk too much about the studio, but we are a very diverse collective. So we are collaborating with artists all over the world. Part of what I'm trying to do is give opportunities to developers in parts of the world that don't necessarily have access to traditional industry. And so I pair them with mentors from people. So for example, like in Take Us North, we're working with a lot of developers in Latin America and pairing them with mentors in North America and Europe who maybe have more industry experience and they're learning from each other. It's really cool. We also partner with a lot of advocacy groups around the world within games. We don't just want to create our own stories, but we also host game jams because we want to foster a community of socially conscious creators and audiences. So last year we hosted a game jam that was themed around justice, and we had 100 developers from 20 countries participate, and we showcased their projects at South by Southwest in Austin, and it was just really cool to see the community that came together for this. And actually, one of the projects that came out of that jam is showcasing here. It's Crossing Lines, and it's about reproductive rights. And it's really powerful, and it's just really cool to see how game jams can really be the inception of something that you can further develop later. So these are some of the games that came out of it. There was a team from Palestine that created a game, that was all about promoting a peaceful Palestine and talking about the cultures really gently. And these are really beautiful experiences. Again, you can see projects that are very values aligned here at Amaze, but I think it's worth considering because the other thing that I'm trying to do with these game jams is I kind of like to think of myself as a Robin Hood, where I try to basically support and find funding opportunities for indies. And I did that because I used to be on the board for Wings, for example, who are a fund for non-binary and female game developers. And I think there's just a lot of lack of access right now. And so what we did with the game jams is actually some of the projects have been being explored for further development with some of the sponsors of the jam, which is cool. And now a little bit about Take Us North. So if you haven't seen it, please do check it out. It'll be there until tomorrow. But basically, it's a narrative adventure / survival light experience that follows the journeys of migrants and asylum seekers on their way to cross the U.S.-Mexico border. So obviously a very heavy-hitting topic, but it's one that we're tackling very sensitively. It's very personal to me. So I'm from the States. My family's from Guatemala and emigrated this way. And it's very personal to a lot of the team members developers behind it. And we are doing a lot of work on the ground. So I've been going down to the borderlands and actually walking along the migrant trails. It's primarily set in the desert between Mexico and Arizona, which is one of the deadliest migrant trails in the world. You know, like US Border Patrol essentially like weaponizes the terrain, and it's just really complex, and it's something that's not covered well in mainstream media. I don't really know, and I've been actually asking a lot of the players here, you know, how are you receiving the news? Like what perspective is being shown or highlighted or conveyed here in the media? But I know certainly in the States, you know, there's a lot of disinformation, misinformation, et cetera. So we're really trying to tackle that, humanize this topic, and show the nuance and complexity and amplify the individual stories behind it. And so we're collaborating very closely with migrant shelters in Mexico. So I've been going down and conducting extensive interviews with migrants on a monthly basis and weaving their stories into the project. This is all, you know, really powerful, important work. It's very exhausting work as well. Like you can imagine absorbing a lot of trauma. Also like trying to build a studio is very exhausting. And so something I want to talk about too is that, you know, burnout, this is very real for game developers, no matter like which part of the industry you're in or the ecosystem you're in. But yeah, this is kind of like my core loop, I guess. And I think, you know, one of the ways that I try to combat that is through community, and that's kind of a through line for this talk, and also like adhering to your values, right? I think like one of the things that I try to do, you know, personally and through the studio is really just always adhering to values. And then for those of you who aren't familiar with like the Japanese philosophy of wabi-sabi, but you know, it's all about finding beauty in imperfection. And for example, like we're still pretty early in development for Take Us North, and I was pretty hesitant to showcase the game so early. Our first public showcase was at GDC, because, you know, you're like, oh, I'm not ready to show my work, et cetera. But given how relevant the subject matter is right now, we were like, we have to talk about it. We have to do our part. And it's been really rewarding to just see how it's really enlightened people in ways and getting to talk to players. So that's been cool. And yeah, like again, the power of community. I am like a solo founder or whatever, and I see this too because my partner is a solo developer, and like I just see the different sides of what it is to feel so isolated in your work sometimes as game developers. And so, you know, even if you're not working with a team, I think finding people to support you, like this is obviously a great space to do it. Everybody here is super friendly and gets it. And so, you know, really community building, and that's what we're trying to do on a global scale too. Like it was really cool. Some of our collaborators from Guatemala came to GDC, despite all the immigration bullshit that's happening right now in the US. And yeah, it's just been really, really powerful to see that come together. So my little parting note, these are actually, this image on the left is a digital illustration done by one of our collaborators on the project, but it's a replica of an original painting done by the woman that runs the migrant shelter that we're collaborating with, who's awesome. She's also an incredible artist, but it says, and it's titled, De Sinfonía a Sinfonía. So for the non-Spanish speakers, what it means is from without a voice to a symphony. And you can see it shows like the border wall with the barbed wire, et cetera, like transforming into a piano. And I think it's really a testament to what we're trying to do in giving voices to people who do not have a voice, right? Who are often cast in the shadows or who are not conveyed in ways. They are demonized, right? And we are trying to humanize them. And I remember now the title of my talk, because I couldn't remember what it was called, but it's the title of this image, which is Reign of Resilience, and it was done by one of our artists. And again, like the monarch butterfly is a symbol of migration. This is a universal thing. Like I know we're dealing with the US-Mexico border, but I know Germany obviously has its own geopolitical issues around migration. And this is, again, global. So yeah, monarch butterflies are kind of piercing through the barbed wire of the wall. And it's just, again, kind of reinforcing the theme behind our project and what we're trying to do beyond just making a game. And hopefully, like, it might inspire some of you who are working on maybe similarly like values aligned or themed projects to see how you can kind of connect the dots in different ways with the various people like involved in the topic. So yeah, Marina very kindly plugged our Kickstarter earlier. So we are launching a Kickstarter soon, and it would be great if you could support. Like as an example, the migrants in the shelter that we're collaborating with, they make these handcrafted textiles and artisanal goods as a way to process trauma and heal. And we are giving those goods away to our backers. So it's again a really nice way to kind of connect the audiences with the community and the people with the real experience that are going through this. So thank you so much for giving me some time. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Carla. Our next speaker is Kanishai Kadyrova. Kanishai is a 2D art student from Kyrgyzstan, making small games and learning the ropes of game development, currently studying at Portal College. Today, she's going to tell us a quick story of how she made her way to a maze.
Hi. So my name is Kanishai. Does it work? Oh, right, now it works. Hi again. My name is Kanishai, and I'm a 2D art student from Central Asia, more specifically from Bishkek, Kyrgyzstan. Nice to meet you. So I don't have a studio or cool games yet, but what I do have is my own experience and a bit of passion. Trying to build a career in a place that, sorry, doesn't really have. Thank you. One more time. Trying to build a career in a field that your country doesn't really have is exciting, but it's not easy. So a bit of the background. When I was in high school, I already knew I wanted to make art for games. But in my country, and let's be frank, in all of Central Asia, there were no universities, no colleges, nothing. I didn't know what to do. So I ended up at the local university just doing something safe. That was frustrating. And by the second year, I was thinking of taking a gap year, like find myself. But me and my mom saw an ad. A game dev college was opening in our city, and that was great. Like, I immediately dropped out. So, this is me and my college. You can see. I didn't came here alone. I have my classmate with me. Her name is Katya. And at the very beginning, when we were doing our first games, we drew together. So in the very beginning, we made some visual novels. The first one, the top one, is a visual novel about a kitty that was stolen by aliens. It was made on Twine. I'm never making games on Twine again. So the second game is Abyss. It was made for Ludum Dare 56. The theme was tiny creatures, and our tiny creature is a man. He's a scientist that goes, into the ocean, that dives into the ocean to find the truth of his father's death. Here's the gameplay. I'm sorry, it's in Russian. Well, thank you. It was the very beginning, so it was pure chaos. For some reason, I was like the team leader, and they didn't listen to me. After that, this year in March, there was the first game jam in Kyrgyzstan. And I think it's a big step for our country. And we were making games in a shared space. Like, we were there working, arguing, creating something together. And lots of people showed up, and I was really surprised. Sorry. The theme for you guessed it, it's another visual novel that we made for the Game Jam. The Game Jam's theme was home, so it's weird, but we made a game about an officer that drives drunk people home. Yeah, and after the Game Jam, 2 weeks later, there was a GameCon, and our game didn't take any place. But somehow I won a trip to the Amaze Festival for making a video of the Game Jam, basically. The room was packed, and I thought, were all these people hiding somewhere all this time? Because I never met so many people that were interested in game dev in Bishkek, like at all. The point I'm trying to make is game development in Central Asia is still very new. And in Kyrgyzstan as well, there are no big studios. Even Google doesn't acknowledge us, yeah. So, but there are people, and there's interest, there's ideas, there's passion, and that passion has brought me today. And I know many of you are working on cool projects. So if you're looking for an artist or just someone to collaborate on something small, I would love to talk. I'm open. Yeah. Thank you. So that's it.
Oh. Kana, well done. I mean, you told me yesterday it's your first time out of your country, right? Yeah. Wow, okay. And also, when you gave a talk, and I get emotional, you know. No, I mean, you give a talk. I mean, yeah, maybe in a foreign language, in a big audience. I mean, it's not easy. So yeah, well done. And also, you brought snacks. You still have snacks? So an additional reason to go talk with Kana, she brought snacks. So yeah, and yeah, let's do it. Oh, what, did they put another joke here? No, wait a sec. Ah, no, yes, okay. Maybe. Okay, some hyper history. Wait, but is there a sound?
Is everybody on the floor?
Yeah, there was a sound, yes. Okay. Yeah, a bit of hyper history of the hyper talks. Do you have time? We have time, yeah, more or less, yes. No, we're going to be on time. No, hey, I promise. Yes, so hyper talks. So it all started in 2014. I remember back in the day, I think Torsten wanted to do Pecha Kucha. You know Pecha Kucha? I think you pronounce it this talk format where you have 5-minute talks and the slides advance every 20 seconds. But then we looked into it, and then you have to pay a fee if you want to do Pecha Kucha. There is a trademark. So Torsten was like, fuck that. We're going to do our own thing, and we're going to call them hyper talks. And yeah, big ideas, Torsten, but there was no the practical. How do we do 10 talks, 5 minutes each? And so I was like, well, we need to all run them on the same laptop, you know. So in order to make them run in 1 hour, and I said, well, let's use my machine, my laptop, and I'm the only one who knows how to make it work. So that's how I started hosting in 2014 the hyper talks. That's how we started, and I did it a few years, and then had enough of playing always hyper by scooter, and at some point, you know, I didn't want to be always on stage, and then I was like, I need somebody, you know, can be strong stage presence and great sense of humor. Well, it's not that hard to have better sense of humor than me, but yeah. And then this person was Masha Camino, and so then she hosted the Hyper Talks in 2019. Then COVID happened, and nothing happened, and I think then 2022 you hosted again. Then Janet and you co-hosted together. So you hosted, co-hosted, you helped out before, and now we're coming full circle. And now today Masha is gonna give a hyper talk. So let's welcome her on stage. I made a special animation. Look.
Thank you, thank you.
I put extra effort in her animation. I had to do one animation for each.
I appreciate this
Yeah,
so
look
much.
what happened last night. Then Keynote was like running out of memory, and that never happened
Like
to
the
me. but-
animations have a long history, and I'm
Yeah.
very excited to see what Keynote can do on this
you will see, you will
15-year-old
see.
machine.
Yeah, thank you. Good luck.
Let's fucking go. Okay. Hello, I'm Masha. As they've said before, I had the privilege of hosting the Hyper Talks before, and this time I'm given one. So exciting. And I thought, okay, in times of great horror, I wanted to use my 5 minutes to descend even a little bit deeper, which I feel like is very on brand. And in turn, provide you with some pseudo-intellectual words of wisdom. And this is a real take it or leave it situation, and we do love those. So it does feel very strange and almost fourth wall breaking to give a Hyper Talk instead of announcing them this year. And thankfully, it only made me crash out like 3 times. So yeah, the last 1.5 years were simultaneously the worst and the best years of my life, I think. I've descended so deep that it seemed impossible to ever find my way back up again. But little did I know that the bottom was far from the eternal darkness and the end. Because while being down there, I met some of the most genuine, beautiful, and inspiring souls I ever had the pleasure to encounter, and they're still all around me. Cannot believe my luck. And so often what was brought us together was games, art, and the overall existential dread. And do you know, great segue, who are also great descenders? Sperm whales. So, I know, this was another animation Lorenzo hasn't seen yet in Keynote, so I'm happy to provide. It only does it once, so that's about it. And approximately once a year, when they reach the North Pole, the sperm whales, not Lorenzo and I, to protect their reproduction and their sanity, they descend there. And they can go as deep as 1,000 meters, and for all the Americans in the room, that's approximately 666 times me. Yes, thank you. It's a good number, I love that one. And when they are down there, they don't only wrestle with coloss squids, they can also sink into a very specific, let's call it sound zone. I love little facts, it's one of my favorite facts. And through the specific density of the temperature, the pressure, the salt level of the water, the layer gets extra compressed. That makes it possible for the whales to communicate with their other fellow whales over much greater distances than they usually can. So it's creating a communication network deep down in the ocean, connecting different worlds. And this zone is exactly how Amaze Events feels like to me. A unique, temporary, special, and devastatingly creative gathering. And so I want to remind you, and maybe to remember how to relearn how to get inspired. Because whenever I leave Amaze, my heart feels so full with love for the arts, our medium, and creation. And after all, I am still a game designer, I think. I'm also part of the fun employment group right now, so love that. But I still think I'm a game designer at times, and I know how easy it is to get lost in your own design and creations, just to forget how your game is supposed to feel, to make you feel, to make others feel where you want to go with that. And in order for you all to continue producing these beautiful pieces of art and in turn inspiring me, I want to remind you about the craft of getting inspired and how to build your own little repertoire of visceral reactions. And I will use that term very freely and as I please, so do not come at me. And as you can see, it is a very selfish endeavor, this talk, but it's about finding them even during your descent, because it is in fact not the end. And finding beauty and entertainment in the mundane is what we're wanting to do. So here's a list of moments, here's a list of moments I thought about when I was preparing this talk that are in my repertoire of visceral reactions. It can be good or bad, it can be whatever you make of it, really. So my first one is Wählscheiben. I wanted to use the German word very deliberately, but it is the thing in the telephone, some of you might still remember, where you go like, and that feels amazing, and I want my game to feel like that feels. A really good button click. These buttons just look very clickable. The kiss of someone who truly cares about you. The relief after a really good cry. spotting a friend in the crowd, catching your train just on time, having the perfect last bites, feeling the bone-shaking cringe of previous interactions of yours. I have so many of those, if you need any. Dropping something, catching it, being so surprised you caught it that you drop it again. And then trying to remember something. Oh, sorry, I went ahead. Now it's all gone. Button clicks, the kiss of the... Okay, sorry. Oh, I think I just did not put a picture. We'll make one up then. This is the first exercise. Trying to remember something, feeling it at the tip of your tongue, and then losing it again right away. And then, seeing someone say the most stupid thing out loud with the most confidence ever known to whale kind. Whoa, this is a strong one. Keep that. So what I want you to do is try to be present, remember those moments, translate those feelings into mechanics, into art, into characters, into sounds, or however you want to use them, really. Because this is what makes games made by humans even more unique and so meaningful. And I know that all of you have your own little repertoire of reactions. And if all of this means nothing to you, that is okay too. But I'm certain that some of you already have a couple of mechanics in mind for their game that they want to feel a certain way, and I can't wait to see what you are all creating. So yeah, thank you very much.
Oh.
Cool.
Masha, if you're going to give the talk again in your list of feelings, emotions, it should also be the feeling when you launch something and you also realize you're launching your smartphone together with it, you know?
That's emotion.
Here's the water,
play.
and then, oh, my phone as well. That, while it flies, and you realize halfway through that it's a good feeling, huh? How did it feel? Let's make games about that. That's how I want games to feel.
At Amaze, everything is possible.
Yes, and for sure. At this point of the Hyper Talks, we were supposed to have a presentation from Palestinian Voices in Games, who also gave yesterday a longer presentation on the other stage. Unfortunately, the planned speaker for today doesn't feel too well, so we won't have a Hyper Talk from them. That being said, I still highly recommend you to check out this initiative, which is supporting current and emerging Palestinian indie game developers in the production of their games. It's a network of diverse international game professionals volunteering their time, work, and expertise to make these projects a reality. You can find more info at palestinian-voices-in-games.com. You can also scan the QR code, and also you can find some flyers around the festival that you can pick up. Yeah, that's it. We're getting closer to the end. Now we have one more talk and one bonus talk content. More about that in a second. Yeah. So there is another cool initiative. It's called GAIN, Game Arts International Network. Some of you might know it. Initiated by Jim Munro a few years ago, and now collaborating with a bunch of other cool people. One of the main activities of the GAIN, of the network, is Gaia, which is the Game Arts International Assembly, an event taking place annually, but 1 year is online and 1 year is in person. And I had the pleasure of taking part in 2019 in the edition in Buenos Aires, Argentina, where I had I was lucky to meet this cool person called Bruno Martinez. And and Bruno Martinez, I remember he stayed with me because I remember he was running back in the day a co-working space in Terra del Fuego, what did they say, end of the world? The beginning of everything, yeah. But I was thinking end of the world, or it could be the beginning of, yeah, it's at the beginning. Okay. And Bruno, he reached out. It was cool to know a couple of weeks ago that it was coming to Amaze. So I asked Bruno, do you want to give a talk, Hyper Talk? And he was like, yeah, sure. Can I also have Nicole Coelho give a talk with me? And I was, yeah, sure. Can I also have Tosi come and give a talk with me? Yeah, sure. Let's everybody. And but then he was like, yeah, we're still gonna talk, all of us, but in 5 minutes, the three of us. And I said, sure, do it, and can't wait. So let's give them a big applause.
There's no audio, right?
Let me know and I play. Just a second to like take this all. That's it. Aguanta Argentina, for all the Argentinians watching, and Viva Perón. You will understand that later. Okay, so here we go. Okay, do we have to give play? Ahí está. Chair loops. 5 minutes, we can do it in 90 seconds. So here's 3 chair loops for you, the famous format we are going to have. You have the counting there. Nicole, Tosi, and I will give a talk.
Hello everyone, I'm Tosi, I'm a game designer and producer, and together with my friend Foster, we're making a game called Thistle Roots. It's a game about a fictional Bolivian family. For some time now, for some years, there's been a debate in Argentina about what's the essence of a Latin American video game or an Argentinian video game. And some other people have resorted to representing Asian civilizations, which is very cool to have Latin American civilizations too. And others resort to common traditions like mate. But for us, we didn't feel that these sorts of games represented us. And we thought, what's our essence, what's our identity? And we thought about our families and all the anecdotes that they told us. And we wanted to make a game about that. So Thistle Roots is a narrative game, I already said that, where you can, you see 3 different scenes in those are 3 different generations, 3 different moments in time. And each scene depicts a conversation with different members talking about anecdotes from the family. And then as you branch through the different nodes. Some of them take you to a completely different moment in time, and I ran out of time, so if you want to give feedback on my game, just scan the QR, and thank you very much. That's all I can say. Bye.
Hi, I'm Lisa Delizar, and she's Nicole, organizer of FIFA, the Argentinian Indie Games Festival. We are going to talk about curating game dev talk in a naive way. FIFA is an event that celebrates video games as cultural, political, and collective expressions. It's a space for indie projects and for building community. We believe in the power of trusting the community. That's why we create a new way to select our talks. We ask the community to propose and vote the topic. No questions asked. No descriptions, no name, just titles and ideas. Because famous names are chosen more often, and we want to hear the and her. This way, we open a space for bold talks and first-time speakers, a real exchange between the community and us as organizers. If you are interested in attending FIFA as a speaker or to participate in any way, we'll be announcing all the details in our social media. Scan the QR and reach out.
Okay, I'm from there. We're here. Nobody cares about there unless UK, fuck colonialism. I made a game jam there. 40 people went. It's like, okay, the game community can be here. No education, no industry. And I made a co-working space called Puerto Global. Oh my God, it looks so beautiful. We made a lot of things. We made events, game jams, escape rooms. We made a lot of things for community and youngsters there. Like this, we made oh my God, board game nights. We have fried chicken, game jams, and a lot of young people that never, ever knew that games can be done were doing their first experiences in games in the world's ass. Like Lorenzo said, okay, it didn't work, okay? It's so hard. I was here in the other iPro talker. nothing is going is going on there, and it's super hard. People is we were dumped by actually the government and the factories there because they gave free food and good salaries. And well, thing is, it did work actually. A lot of people tried their first game. I saw first-time game developers playtesting the passion project, and well, this says. It's so glad you came, and I'm glad you came here. Thank you. Go to Fija. Oh. Okay.
Do a party now. No, I just want to mention also, yesterday you also gave a talk about the postal games, right? Yes. And I mean, it's worth mentioning that the three of you are going to be in Europe for a bunch of weeks, a bunch of months, okay? Yeah, the three of you. And yeah, but very briefly, because you mentioned this cool project yesterday, and you're going to be around, and you want to, well, you're looking also maybe for places to stay all over Europe. I remember yesterday at the talk, somebody already offered you hospitality in Edinburgh, and maybe, I don't know, maybe tell us briefly, because I mean, it's a good opportunity. There's more people here than yesterday. So.
Okay, another chat loop. Okay. We're going to make an itinerant game jam called Postal Games based on handwriting letters as themes. And we don't know what the letters say, and we're traveling with a bunch of actual paper. And we're going to make a 3-month travel around Europe. We're going to Warsaw, we're going to London and Barcelona to make actually a postal game, and we have potential places to go. I don't have the list here, but we're like 16 places. So if you're going to some of those places, or we can talk outside. We can try to make a jam there, and we wanted to make it in Cologne for Gamescom. That's our last place we want to go. We can't because it's so expensive.
Somebody maybe has free accommodation in Cologne during Gamescom, or cheap.
Please, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Last but not least, very last minute addition, very last minute. Ivan Notaros, hey, come. Give an applause. Ivan Notaros sent me the PDF late. Now I'm gonna switch to the thing, like my speaker notes have Ivan Notaros testing my patience. That was me, because really like, and I told, we don't have time, and I said, my great idea was like, you should ask Sauce, because Sauce has half an hour to say fuck AI, and I think he will get the message across in less than 30 minutes. And anyway, good, but now you're here, do it, do your magic. Ivan.
Oh. Thanks so much for Lorenzo for being able to be convinced, because I think this is the only time that I will be able to talk about this. It all started, well, actually, let's say that I haven't been active on social media or making games for the past few months, and this is how it actually started. I'm going to explain why. In November 1st last year, a canopy on the train station collapsed and killed 16 people. And that actually started a big movement, student movement of protests, where all the universities got blockaded in the end. And it spread across the whole nation. And at the end we had, well, at the end, it's still going on. On 15 March, we had like more than 300,000 people on the streets protesting in silence against basically the corruption, because that is the reason why the canopy collapsed. In the meantime, this building exists in Belgrade, and it's called the Student Cultural Center. And this building was also part of the corruption, because for the last 30 years it has been going downhill. There's nothing about culture or students there. And it actually started in 1968 with student protests. This building was given to the students. And this is actually the building where Marina Abramovic started her career. And you must know her, because especially Pipin Bar, who is here, needs to know this. I was here at the Maze 2014 when Jon himself hacked Pippin Bar's game about Marina Abramovic. And also, it's also a place where the very iconic bands, rock bands, started their careers, because it was like in socialist Yugoslavia, it was the only place where you had this freedom of expression. And during the protest, this is what happened. The students came into the building and blocked it and said, okay, we are going to do now our own thing and start a culture and a community. And yeah, so the students came in, took over, and completely converted the space into now everything is decided by plenary action and direct democracy. And yeah, I came in and I helped with a few things what I'm going to talk about. But yeah, it's completely revived the concerts that are now commonplace, and they brought back the energy. And there are some talks also happening. I just put this because some guy who had a talk has a background. It's funny. I don't know. And we also restarted the radio. The radio used to be a legendary radio, and we restarted. I helped with setting up the technic part. We have live DJ sets and stuff. And it's online. You can go skc.fm. There's also art installations, everything run by students. And the most important thing is this weekend I came straight from there. The SKC Game Jam happened, the first one. You can even see me there wear a suit, which I never do. And that was a mistake. I didn't feel comfortable at all. And yeah, I did a talk about rigging 3D models super fast, making it live in 20 minutes. We did some talks as well, and yeah, and the Game Jam was a total success. We had 100 people, mostly students, and we even talked about it on the radio. And the guy in the middle, Mikhailo, is the guy who I co-organized the Game Jam with. He put a lot of effort in it. And at the presentations of the Game Jam, we even had a rap battle. I don't know if this is this is the first Game Jam with a rap battle. And this is all the people who I'm grateful to that are helping organize all the events in Student Cultural Center. And hopefully we are planning to make some game exhibition like Amaze there. So thank you.
Okay. Well, reminder, Thea in a second, but not yet. We're going to have to mute the audio soon, but not now. Yeah, we're done. Yes, who do we want to thank? Who do you want to thank?
Let's thank the technicians for being there, helping us to run the show. Let's thank everyone here and in Betonhale for following the Amaze Hypertalks one more year.
Yes, thank you, Zoraida, for having us. Thank you, Gwen, for adding the extra something. Thank you, Charlie. Very, very kind, very nice. Thank you so much.
Let's thank Lorenzo's patience as well.
Sure, yeah, no, that's it. Basta, basta. Okay, next, what's coming next? We're going to play a song. We're going to mute now for the stream, I'm sorry.
I just learned that German language is very vibes only, because your words have gender, but it doesn't make sense. Thank you. Thank you. But I think it's very wrong that the sun is a woman and the moon is a man. Like, I think, just have to say that. I had stuff to say that's important. If you experience any harassment, please, ensure that you feel safe and everybody feels safe. We have an anonymous reporting, or go to any volunteer and ask for Anna or Olivia, and we'll do our best like to make sure that you feel safe and everybody feels welcome. Also, the Sock Pop Talk is starting downstairs, so it would be good like if you could all, maybe not all of you, some of you, could go there. But otherwise, as you leave, please bring your trash and everything like with you, just so that we're very mindful of the space. And yeah, like pro wasp, anti sunfish. Always remember that. Thank you so much.
Sale de almorzar rapidito mi marido, así que vengo acá a ver qué me ofrece, qué tiene. A ver, vecina, que digo que voy a cocinar. Dígame
¿Quién quiere la pelota?
Hola.
Hola, ¿cómo estás? Mira estas botellas. Mira eso de ahí. ¿Cuánto es la botella?
¡Ya fuera de aquí, carajo! ¡Y me voy a quitar la pelota, guambritos!
¡Salgan rápido!
A ver, por favor, pásame esa pelota para acá. Ya te advertí que no estés jugando afuera de mi casa. Si tú quieres que te recuperar la pelota, anda, dile a tu mami que venga y me pida.
Ever dreamed of running your own supermarket? By opening a Discounty franchise, you can transform the most unassuming small town into an attractive regional business hub. Getting started is a snap. Our distribution partners deliver direct to your store. Plan carefully for an optimal shopping experience. Perfect. Now you're ready to open. You'll have a lot to manage, but do a good enough job and you'll be rewarded with more customers. But you won't settle for good enough, will you? No! More demand, you must expand. You've got bills to pay, employees to hire, ads to run. Remember, all relations are customer relations. And time is money. Money means growth, and growth. Everything's on sale proudly.
Where are we going?
Discounty. Coming to your community in 2025.
Welcome aboard the ASA Aula of Hesiod.
I thought I'd die here.
The Hesiod has an estimated 3 weeks long until it reaches its destination.
I made my peace with it.
There's an outbreak here on the ASA Hesiod.
Whoever finds this audio log.
Is that really you? You look like hell.
Leave while you can. There's nothing left here.
Flora is in crisis. A curse has fallen upon this electronic garden. Flowers no longer bloom, snails have lost their shells, the river has dried up. The entire landscape is motionless, as if everything has been switched off, as if time itself has stopped. But not all is lost. This ecosystem can shine again, filled with movement, sound, and colors. It just needs care, someone to observe it, play with it, and figure out how to reintegrate each species into the cycle. Will you be the one to make it happen? Are you willing to help? Flora is much more than a garden. It's an interactive installation inspired by a natural ecosystem. It emerges from the need to question individualistic dynamics and our lack of awareness about certain natural symbioses. Flora invites us to reconnect with lost skills, such as play and collaboration among living beings. It's a space to explore, play, listen, and become part of a cycle. Players discover how organisms relate to each other and help them communicate and live in harmony. So how does this work? The installation consists of a circular board with three-dimensional objects that simulate being alive. Thanks to electronic elements, everything functions in unity and cooperation. Movements are powered by 4 Arduinos that communicate with 6 sensors and 9 actuators, responding in real time to your actions. For example, by inserting a moisture sensor into damp soil, simulating the act of planting a seed, the code activates the water pump and other actuators, triggering the river's flow and flowers blooming. When the snail moves, a tag attached to its body activates a response as it passes over a reader, illuminating magical stones that unlock various abilities. Flora is a space for exploration, for allowing ourselves to be surprised by sounds, colors, and textures. It's a reminder that sometimes it's enough to play for the pleasure of playing.
Like a blizzard. When we drink, we do it
Welcome to the neighborhood. Your name is?
Barry.
What do you do for work? You surely must work in interior design, don't you?
Barry, it's time. Ms. Schutz. Always a pleasure working with you. A double.
fall, let it fall. Let all the chains that bind Don't you fall.
Du coup, moi je suis bleu. Pardon, j'ai arrêté. Et du coup. Je sais toujours pas ce que ça veut dire. Ok, je crois qu'il faut avancer. Oh, 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 ok. Arrête ma question. C'est le mien, lui. Non. Ah, j'ai une première. Quoi? C'est quoi ça? Attends, ça a changé mes boutons. Ah, ok, attends, là j'ai un truc pour avancer.
Hey, champ! Did you dock all right? You should be able to activate the airlock and take a stroll around now. The sonar visor is designed by the industry's top minds, so I'm sure you'll find your legs with it soon. Just go fetch those research notes and you'll be back on the surface before you know it. Honestly, it's about as simple as a retrieval mission can get. Oh, and do try and keep all your limbs attached, yeah? Metaphorically speaking, of course. There's nothing actually dangerous down there. We're not insured for that. Well, you probably want to get right to it, don't you? Have a good one, champ. Good luck.
이것저것 물어보러 이제 갔었어.
This will change a lot.
Yeah, I guess so.
Have you ever noticed where you feel? Everyone has a hidden story. This is a chance to explore yours. An experience that brings together art and science to reveal the infinite and complex worlds of feeling hidden within us all. Soul paint. Where are you feeling?
Let me tell you about my first journey into space.
Wow, you did all this in just one trip?
I did. It's hard to remember it all, but my spaceship was huge and full of secrets, and I wanted to find them all before my flight was over. But sometimes the path forward was beyond my reach. I tried using all kinds of strange gadgets, bent the laws of physics, and threw everything around, finding multiple ways to reach new places.
And what did you find?
I can't seem to remember now. Let me start over, right from the beginning. It was my first journey into space. It's all getting a little foggy again.
Oh no!
But, well, little Sprout, maybe you can help me remember it all again.
pro unicyclists from around the world perform real unicycle tricks and land massive high-scoring combos, complete lists of goals, and find hidden gaps to unlock new levels, secret riders, and game-changing cheats, all on one wheel. This is Street Uni X.
All that beef. Yeah, wow, wow. Ooh.
Listen, if you want a shot at making it, you have to think about this like it's an adventure. crossing the Sonoran Desert. She's unforgiving. She may trick you with her beauty, but amongst these sands, she's the biggest beast of them all. You will find La Migra swirling above you, cutting through the sky with their blades. Avoid detection at all costs. We've all given up so much already, but the sacrifices will not stop here. Fascinating, isn't it? How far our hearts will go for a chance at una vida mejor. Are you ready?
From the makers of Manual Samuel. Those guys out of jail?
Well, if it isn't Pat. Hello?
Shut up! Because I'm from the future and we've had this conversation a million times before. Cut the shit.
Tidebreakers is a 6-player city council simulator set in a futuristic city called Buabu, where humans and creatures and cybernetics live in harmony. However, the sea level is gradually rising.
You have to represent your constituents, but at the same time you have to work together with the other city council members to make decisions in the best interest of the city.
What? Is this the hill you want to die on?
We were inspired by American cities. We were inspired by American governments in the ways that they do and don't operate. And we folded a lot of that into this game.
6 people could play at a time with a bunch of people watching them, kind of studying the moves that they made, studying the mistakes that they made, and kind of coming up with their own ideas about how they would play the game next.
No, don't look at the sea level. Focus on the people. That's who we serve, the people.
My favorite thing about Tidebreakers was how easy it was to embody these ridiculous characters. I was playing a king flamingo, and honestly, I felt it.
I really like the social dynamic of it. Not playing based on your own beliefs, but playing off of your character's beliefs. And you get to bring a lot of interesting things to the table that you don't in a lot of games.
Great music, great art, an amazing story.
Very fun game.
10 out of 10, would definitely play this again.
me get down.
When I graduated from the medical academy, they made me swear an oath. First, do no harm. But they didn't know.
Yes! Thank you! Okay.
Flamingo PD demands your comfort.
That's me. Hello! And welcome back to Video Games. Tim Rogers here with the awards of the 14th Annual Amaze Festival in Berlin, Germany, Europe, Earth. That's a list of a bunch of places. That's supposed to be one of my dogs. It's an artist's rendition. I have two dogs. I left them at home in New York, New York. Anybody from New York here? And I've got to say, I am really glad they can't do that. But thanks to Dog Show for being here. It was very tasty, right? I'm wearing a suit today, in case anyone noticed. Why am I wearing a suit? Well, it's because I own a suit. And why do I own a suit? It's because I thought it would be a thing to do, to buy a suit. And I don't go outside. Maybe some of you can sympathize with this. I work at home in the dark, and when I go outside, I want to feel something. So I thought if I wore a suit and stood on a stage and introduced people who are going to be presenting awards to some wonderful video games at a festival I respect an immense amount, maybe that would feel good. But also, I'm wearing this suit tonight because... Thank you. I just want to say, Jeff Keighley, if you're watching, this is how a suit should fit, okay? I paid a little bit more money for this suit than I probably should have, and you probably paid a lot more money for your suit than anybody should have. You look like a little boy, okay? I'm sorry. The shoulders are too narrow, the pants are too tight. You see this? Look at this. Look at this, right? I have to point this out myself, otherwise I'm not going to get the compliments that I feel like I've already paid for. Look at that. Exactly. One thing I wanted to shout out really quick, because I am on a stage presenting awards at a festival for video games, and they're all really good video games, and they're neat video games, and they're interesting video games, mind-blowing, experimental, wild video games, is I wanted to shout out my girlfriend, who's sitting right here. She's wearing a Megadeth Lord of the Rifts t-shirt, which sort of used to be my t-shirt. She won her game. She co-directed a game called Consume Me, and she won. Her and her team won. It wasn't just her. I know her better than I know them. They won the Nuovo Award, the Wings Award, and the Seamus McNally Grand Prize at the Independent Game Festival at the 2025 GDC. And I wasn't there because I was working in the dark in a room. And I knew she was going to win because I've played the game, and I am a world-renowned critic of video games. I've been writing reviews of video games for 20-some years. I knew she was going to win. And she was stressing out about, am I going to win? I don't think I'm going to win. Do I really want to win? And I kept saying, don't worry about it. Awards are nonsense, is what I told her. I didn't believe that, but I told her that so that she would feel better. And then when she won, I knew she was going to win. But I wasn't there. So I thought the only way I can make that up to her is to get a really nice suit. Not a tuxedo. That's too fancy. You'd all be uncomfortable if I was wearing a tuxedo. I chose a suit that was something a little more, makes me look like an English gentleman who's also a video game industry executive, which must make you all very, very, very comfortable. Somebody gets it. That's good. I thought if I wore a suit on a stage and I shouted her out, that would make up for it. Is that good, you think? All right. Lord of the Rifts. That is... The Lord of the Rifts tour is not the best Megadeth era at all, but I love the shirt. If you get a chance, congratulate her on this shirt later, and wishlist her game on Steam. Her game is not one of these games being presented here tonight, so what I just did had nothing to do with conflict of interest at all. They told me I could come up here and tell some little jokes. Like, I could just make a couple of jokes, because apparently that's what I do. Well, number one, I don't really want to joke about this festival so much. I hosted the awards in 2018, and I have been working in some capacity in the video game industry for my entire adult life. As a blogger, as a reviewer of video games for various magazines. I've worked in marketing, advertising. I've worked in game design, level design. I've worked in AAA. I've worked in indie. I started my own company. I released 5 games. They all failed spectacularly. Now I'm a YouTuber. It's the first time I've ever publicly said that out loud, that I'm a YouTuber. So if any cops want to have a problem with that, if anybody in the audience has a tiny gun, you can shoot these little things. This thing has been filled with 400 pounds of sand. I'm told that when one of these comes up on the stage, this beach ball is my very rowdy baby. So I have a rowdy baby. It's my dog. So I just basically, I can't really grip this thing the way I would grip my dog. What was I saying? I've done a lot of stuff. Now I'm a YouTuber. There's 400 pounds of sand in that thing. It will kill me. So if you have any problem with anything that goes on tonight, and you can, whatever. It's a really half-baked joke. I'm going to kick this over here. That's pretty good. That's not bad. Oh, I'm sorry. I did not mean to hit somebody with it. I'm just trying to get rid of it. I wouldn't actually kick my rowdy baby, to be perfectly honest. But anyway, I have played thousands and thousands of video games in my life. That sounds like a joke. Every night I play 3 new-to-me video games, either things that I purchased in Steam sales, or I just admitted that I wait for stuff to be on sale. Stuff that I've bought in Steam sales, or I play stuff on my Mr. FPGA. Do we have any Mr. FPGA fans in the crowd? Anybody? Couple of people? That's good. Next year, It might not be me up here. If all things, if what's going on right now is any indication, it will not be me up here next year. But I would like to hear everyone scream at the mention of Mr. FPGA, because once you get one, it's beautiful. It's a hardware emulator. You can play tens of thousands of video games. I play a bare minimum of 3 new-to-me video games every day. And what am I looking for? I don't know. But I'm going to tell you something. Down there, in the festival, it's the first time I felt something in like 7 months, 8 months, right? I'm not going to exaggerate and say 10 years, but I felt something. Now, which game did I feel something about? It was actually a couple of them. It was twice. I felt something twice. That's crazy. I shouldn't be able to feel god darn anything with all of the video games I've immersed myself in. So rather than make little jokes, I would like to say I have an incredible, enormous, borderline ridiculous amount of respect for everyone who has made games that are in this festival. This is my favorite video game related thing in the world, and I went to 18 E3s, okay? So let me tell you, E3 used to be pretty cool. Anyway, tonight we have had, I've got numbers on here, I want to make sure I get the numbers correct. 364 games were submitted from a record for Amaze 72 countries. And that list was pared down through some arduous process I suppose you will hear about shortly, to a list of 30 nominees in 7 categories. And it's probably, at this point, a lot of you who are nominated would like to know who wins the awards, which is what we're doing here. We're not going to be showing trailers for upcoming AAA video games here tonight. I'm not even going to tell you anything about my video game, Truckheck. I'm not even going to talk about it, because after seeing some of these games, I feel a little embarrassed. Ask me in 6 years. Anyway, we should get the award coordinator in the committee up on the stage. Are you here? Can we get our guy? Can we get this guy up here? Come on up. Nice.
Hey. So good to have you here. Oh, there you are. I was searching you because you were not sitting on your seat. Okay, come up here. So, this time we try to do something different, and we want to show you like the people who are doing this. So give a big applause to the committee we have here. It's 3 from the 30 people we have worldwide, and here on stage with me is Chris, Fafama, and Melanie. So you guys help us a lot with all of those works which get submitted. And I have a little list here, and I'm not really prepared because I prepared everything else and I forgot to prepare myself. So sorry, I will read a little bit. So we have many works from many countries, right? And I couldn't be prouder for all of those artists to submit actually to the Amaze Festival, because as you were here, you probably noticed that like what makes Amaze Amaze is like all of you and all those games we can have here. And yeah, it's kind of our vision, and it's great that you help with that we can bring those art house games and playful media to just a greater audience, and it's just great to see that you keep experimenting and exploring spaces, and that's what we want to do with all of you. Also, in the show, of course, we will see a lot of nominees and a lot of winners, but I also would urge you to check out all the selection, all the submissions we have there. They are on the website. They are also part of this festival. Just seeing the submission means the world to us. There are a lot of amazing stuff in there, and I think you can tell a lot about those things because you have seen them and you have reviewed them a lot. And I have some questions for you. So, Fafama, actually, do I pronounce it right?
You got it.
Yeah. I got it. Okay. Sorry. You're from Japan, is that right? In your profile it says Japan.
I'm based in Japan, yes. Yeah, so I live there.
Wow, wow, wow. So the question I have for you is, how does the review process work for you? What do you actually do? Tell those people what you're doing.
Yes, so we're given a selection of games, and of course we play them, and then we have to rate them on a very interesting scale based off of cultural impact and whether it's interdisciplinary and whether it's just a lot of interesting factors. It's not simply just like, oh, best graphics or best sound. It's a very interesting criteria.
Yeah, thank you to the work. I actually wrote down something here. You're an experimental game creator. Experimental game creator. That's cool. So when do we see your work?
So open screens yesterday. So that's done. Yeah. But you could find all my work if you just search my name, Farfama. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you. So, Melanie, you're from Germany, and what are your reasons why do you take part in this review process?
Yeah, so I've been at Amaze a couple of years now, and I guess like many people here, I just love the event, I love the atmosphere, I love the people, I love the games, of course. And yeah, I just wanted to support, I guess. That was my main motivation to do this, to help out, and I had the time and the right time frame to do this. And it has been really great to get a view into the selection process and a sneak peek, of course, at all the crazy, amazing submissions.
Cool. Thank you. And in your profile it's project manager, but for what? Is it games related?
I used to work at the Stiftung Digitale Spielekultur as a project lead until end of January, and now I'm kind of finding my own way, making a blog, so figuring things out a bit.
Nice. Thank you. Give it up for Melanie. And Chris, you are one of the ones who played the most. Oh, that's actually very helpful. Thank you, Chris. You're one of those who played the most. So the question for you is like, what was like one of the favorites from the ones you played? Did that particular work made it to the nominees, or is it something else?
It's really hard to limit the number of games I played down to one. Like there were so many games that I tried to set 15 minutes per game. I think I played around 30, maybe a bit more, I can't remember. But it was around 15 minutes per game. Some of them wouldn't boot. I'd just try again, and I'd try again. I'd try to get every game their 15 minutes of time. But some games I couldn't put down. Like there's one game I played for about 2.5 hours, and it's a demo. And it haunted me. It was miserable. It was the bleakest, darkest, most horrifying thing. And I just couldn't stop playing it. It was so good, and it's down there in the. It's one of the nominees today. It's Threshold, and it's just bleak. So one of the things I really enjoyed about this experience of just playing all these games, just how many it would go from pure joy to bleakness to just jank. And to just the joy of jank. Like some of the games I played were just messing with you, just like how the game played you more than you played it. So yeah, thanks to everyone who submitted. The games here today are just brilliant. So good job for being here and good job for making games.
And you're from Belgium yourself, right? And you put down senior producer.
Senior. I'm getting old. So I just put that in just to show that we've got some great hair. Yeah.
Okay, works out. Okay, yeah. This is just like a little part of the selection committee. So all those reviews, so because we get this question a lot, like they come in and we read through all of them. We check out all the games in there. There are ratings there as well, and we filter for them and look out and we puzzle it all together and look for like, who are those people which are submitting games? From which countries are they coming from? What's their background? What do they want to tell? And then those reviews help a lot to make the selection possible as we have them. So thanks again for you guys, and enjoy the show. Of course, there's this whole show, this whole festival wouldn't be possible without the sponsors. So we want to give it up for the sponsors as well again. If we can have them here. Yes, there we go. Yeah. So especially Medienboot Berlin-Brandenburg, they're supporting us for ages. It's immensely helpful that they are here. If you visited the exhibition, you have probably seen the Tulpa hardware. It was amazing to have those people here. Did you enjoy the screens you have in the exhibition? Woo. Damn, I forgot how hot this is. We got Bone Love there as well supporting us. Free Lives, Landfall, Wings we will hear from a little bit later on, and of course Kickstarter and all the other ones. We don't have time because I look at the time all the time, and we still, you know, let this sink in, like burn it in your eyes, then you can keep this picture a little bit longer, stop your stream, whatever, check all of them out. And for now, for the stage, let's just have a big applause for all of them. Yeah, that's it. And Tim, do you want to join me on stage again? Hey. Yay! Hey.
Hey, why not? What's up?
Yeah. You know what else is going on here?
No, what is
like look, there are some faces in front of us, right?
Yeah.
So, but there are other faces looking at us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know where those are?
I feel like they might be in the Bettonhalle.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that where they are? And they're also live on youtube.com/@amazefest.
Yes. Do we want to like wave at them?
Wave at which ones?
I don't know. The ones in the stream and the Betonhalle.
Oh my God!
Oh wow! What?
Hello.
Hello, Betonhalle.
Can you please
Hello.
react?
Hello.
Please. Do you not know? Is everybody looking at TikTok over there? What's going on?
Can you
How many
wave?
people have
there we go.
How many people have their phones out over there? I see very few phones out.
It's so great to see you guys.
It's rare I get on a stage and I'm not seeing a lot of people with their phones
Yeah,
out.
there we go. Woo.
It's very, it's heartwarming. I had to fly 9 hours to get to a place where people don't take their phones out while I'm talking.
Okay, I'm done on the stage. I didn't actually think about how I get down from the stage now.
You want to go down?
Okay, see you later.
All right. And now it's time to introduce the judges of the people who selected the winners of the awards. Can we get you all up on stage? All of y'all. Sarah, Somi, Tanya, Altanul, and Ludipe. That's not the order that they came up on stage. How's it going?
Good.
All right. How do you feel now that the games have been judged and the awards have been decided?
Good. Like a little
You feel
nervous
good?
being here on stage. How are you?
What was it like judging all the games? What was it like?
I mean, everybody has said already, so many amazing games. You played one, I was like, oh, this is super cool. And you play another, I was like, they were super cool as well. And you were like having breakfast, showing, like thinking like, which one do I choose? So hard.
364 games. Did you play all of them?
No. That was the people that came before you.
What was the most exciting moment of judging all the games? Like what exciting moments stick out from the judgment of the games? What have you got?
There was one game that we had to play together. This was actually really nice. So we learned a lot from each other during this game.
Oh yeah. Wait, how many of you had to play it together? All of you?
All of us.
That's great.
I really enjoyed moments during the judging where like our very unique perspectives came in and we were able to highlight certain things in certain projects that we wouldn't have been able to highlight had we not had our backgrounds and perspectives. That was very cool.
Oh yeah. Well, I suppose now that you're all up here, we should probably ask for another round of applause for everybody. And now, I think it's time to begin awarding the awards. So, who's giving out the first award? Is it you?
Yeah, that's me.
I knew it was you because it says it right there. It says I have to ask who's giving out the first award. It's you, Tanya.
Yes, it's me.
So I guess you and I are going to have a little talk up here for a moment, if that's okay with everyone.
That's okay.
We'll see all the other judges. All right. So Tanya, you are from Denmark, and you appreciate pastries, right? Do you appreciate pastries?
Yeah.
I love pastries. We were talking about pastries the other day.
Cinnamon rolls.
Yeah, I was trying to surprise her by talking about something that we talked about off stage. Is what I was doing, and it was to make me appear personable, because I fear that this perfectly fitting suit makes me appear a little standoffish.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure we understand that I like pastries as much as the next guy. So you won the Wings Award last year, right?
Yes, together with my team. Yeah.
Together with your team. Oh, you. That was a plural you. I wasn't assuming that she made the game by herself.
What I mentioned.
I know video games take a lot of people, a lot of time to make. And you're making video games with experimental narratives, right? You're big on experimenting with how narrative can be designed in a game. So what, to you, like I'm asking for a friend, what is like the legal definition of an experimental narrative in a video game?
Yeah, it's a great question for the stage.
Oh, is it? Let's hear. What do you got? What makes a game experimental?
Yes.
A narrative.
Yes. I think it's you take something with stories and you try to go somewhere where not so many people have walked before. Like you try to take it in another direction, and hopefully you risk a little bit and you succeed in the end. I think that's just the definition of experimental, right? You go somewhere where no one else has been
Where
before.
no one expects anyone to go.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Do
you want a more like a Wikipedia definition?
No. That was good.
Yeah.
That would. If I were a police officer, I would let you go. I would say, all right, I'm convinced. And I suppose you'd better give an award. You better present an award now. Is that right?
Yes. That's
so
true.
I shouldn't be here for that. I got to go to the bathroom anyway. So.
Okay.
Anyone in the audience knows I'm just going to be standing over here. But
Okay. So I have the honor to present the Digital Moment Award, and I will read it out loud so you all get the exact description. And this is the award for poems, statements, experiments, short experiences, expressions of socio-critical messages, personal or comedic life situations and feelings through an interactive medium. So let's have a look at the nominees.
Hey everyone, I'm Bowie.
I'm Nietz, and we are the creators of Children of Saturn.
It's a coming-of-age story about growing up under the effects of the climate crisis.
Thank you so much for the nomination and the opportunity to be here today. Have a great Amaze, everyone.
Hi, we are Games for My Computer.
Hi, this is We Are Muesli presenting Indoor Shoes, our collection of short interactive stories in the everyday life of the city we love and hate, Milano, Italia.
No heroes, no words to say, just all those little big choices we make, and then in the street or in a bar, on the subway, in a bed, or wherever life takes us.
Hi, I'm Maciej from Herdek, and we made this game because Czech Republic has a drinking problem and everyone is kind of proud of it and sees it as some sort of national pride, and we think it is important to be critical towards your traditions, especially at times of rising nationalism. So yeah, thank you and na zdraví.
I'm Hao from Safe Flight Games, based in Taiwan. I made some goodbyes we made with my friends Joey Shoes and BNB. This game is a record of some goodbye memories that we don't want to forget, and I'm glad that I've made something that is important to me and feel grateful that it has been recognized.
Okay. So there's something really truly magical about playing a game that not only engages you, but also really moves you. And this year's winner was both heartbreaking and heartwarming at the same time. It will take you on an emotional journey, and where you get to experience feelings that are both like really personal, but are also truly universal at the same time. And through a series of whimsical memories, carefully crafted mini-games, and a personal narrative voice, you are invited to reflect on the many forms of goodbye and to consider what it actually means to part with someone or something you love. And this year's winner of the Digital Moment Award is, as you might have guessed, Safe Flight Games and Joey Schutz with Goodbye Games We Made. Hello.
Hi. I'm Hao from Safe Flight Games.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you.
Do you have like a few words?
Yes. So
Sorry, that's
I
late.
work on some goodbyes we made with my friend Joey Shoes, and we're really grateful to the judges of Amaze for giving us this opportunity to share this game with you today. So Some Goodbyes We Made is a collection of 11 mini games, each about different goodbye. So most of them are based on our actual experiences, and I feel very lucky to be able to share and preserve these moments through video games, the media I love most. And I want to thank my teammate Joey, who explored this idea with me from the very beginning and inspired me a lot throughout the whole process. And also thanks to BNB, my co-worker at Safe Flight Games, who created a beautiful art and helped us through many tough design decisions. I also want to thank all my friends who jumped in to help along the way. Some work on music, some work on art. They are very talented, and I'm really happy this game gave me the chance to collaborate with them. And this project started as our thesis at NYU. So I also want to thank the NYU Game Center faculty and the whole community there for their guidance, insight, and inspiration. And finally, I want to thank my family, my parents, and my hometown, Taiwan, for supporting me in doing what I love. And that's all. Thank you again. And I really love my game, so if you're interested, I hope you'll give it a try. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And then, can I do like a...
Yeah, do that.
Very good.
I'm back. What did I miss? I'm just kidding. I was right there. Some Goodbyes We Made. I played that game down at the Amaze Fest. That's all I really have to say about it. I had a very, very good time. Well, I'd like to welcome another presenter up on stage. I got nothing. It's just the only thing I was workshopping was when I first heard about the game Some Goodbyes We Made. It was someone had mentioned it. I wasn't reading the title, so I thought it was a game about shopping on Black Friday for like deals. That's like I couldn't finish the joke in time before I got up on the stage. So I should probably go again, but not until after having a nice little conversation with our next presenter, Aluta No. Can you come on up? Hello. Uh-oh. Is it on? Hello. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Are you okay? Am I doing okay?
You're doing great.
Am I doing okay? I don't know. I don't know until I'm done, and then I go, well, nobody killed me. So.
You're doing great.
But there's still a chance. So you are known for creating games with incorporating all various technologies, basically whatever you can find and make something out of. What does a new technology have to do to get you personally excited to make a game with it?
I wouldn't necessarily say it's necessarily new technology that gets me excited to make games. Like, I don't necessarily explore games with a lot of things that but new technology in general, like if it doesn't make me curious or uncomfortable, I'm not interested. Like, it needs to trigger some sort of something in my brain that kind of makes me think about things larger than the tech itself and like the system that created it, and yeah.
Nice. It has to feel tricky and dangerous, right?
Basically.
I feel like so much art is safe, and then when it's a little bit dangerous, that's when it's good, right?
Exactly.
All right. I suppose you'd better present an award. I will continue to think about this over there.
So I'll be presenting the award for the human machine. For those who aren't aware, this is the award for the best game that can be played with 2 or more people in the same room and highlights human interaction. So let's look at the nominees.
So cool!
Hell yeah!
Du coup, moi je suis bleu. 3, 2, 1. Ok, je crois qu'il faut avancer. Arrête de me dire c'est le mien, lui, non? Quoi?
Hey, we're Bastien and Lilo. We made Karting KO. It's a chaotic racing game. Complete!
O machine of the waking dream, how is it you learn?
Greetings, I'm Rowan Wood, the creator of Liminal. I am truly honored to be nominated by Amaze for this highly experimental work that shows just how powerful VR storytelling can be.
Jules, co-concept and programmer of Romance.
Hi, I'm Ingratiate. I'm one of the co-creators of Romance.
Hi, my name is Stan and I'm one of the co-creators of Romance.
I'm Hilary Leone, the creator and director of Sync Live, a live-action game that invites us to play, tap into instinct, and experience the thrill of human connection. So many beautiful minds brought this game to life. Thank you so much to my team and to Amaze for this incredible nomination.
Tidebreakers is a 6-player city council simulator set in a futuristic city called Buabu, where humans and creatures and cybernetics live in harmony. However, the sea level is gradually rising.
Hi, I'm Garrett.
And I'm Rob Dubbin. Together,
we're Brain Fruit. We make small games that punch above their weight.
Like our city council sim, Tidebreakers.
Check us out at brainfruit.studio.
Nice work on the site, by the way.
Hey, thanks.
Well done to everyone, firstly. Everything was amazing. This year's award winner is a game that uses digital tools not to distance us, but to bring us back together to our instincts, to our awareness, and to our humanness. This year's winning project does something really rare. It makes technology feel ancient. The award goes to a game that reminds us what it means to be human, even if surrounded by light, tech, and code. It also asks something really simple, but somehow also deeply complex of its players, which is to connect and to become a single moving organism. It's part performance, part experiment, part play. It's really satisfying to see a digital project that resists spectacle and instead centers human connection. It's a little chaotic, deeply clever, and somehow feels both primal and futuristic at the same time. This is work that doesn't just include digital elements, but it transforms how we use them to relate to each other. So this year's winner of the Human Machine Award is Hillary, Leon, and the Sync Live team with Sync Live.
I'm speechless. The beautiful thing about Sync Live is that you don't talk. I'm completely blown away. This has been a journey for me that is 5 years in the making. This beautiful project is the creation not just of me, but of a huge team of people whose hearts and minds have come together to try to make us more human together. And I think and that's a very rare and important thing in today, today in a world that wants to pull us apart. So I'm completely nervous. I can tell you one really good thing is that they lost my luggage when I got to Germany, and I just got my clothes today. So I'm very happy that I'm not ready. I'm just so honored, and I really invite all of you to come and play with us and be human together and remember how important that is. Thank you so much for this honor. I'm very grateful. Can we take a picture?
I did not go home yet because I just like being here. I mean, this is fun for me. Is it fun for anybody else? I did not get a chance to play that Sync Live game, but I opened the door to the room where people were playing it, and my first thought, my first honest, extremely honest thought was, it wasn't, what kind of game is this? It wasn't, what are they doing? It wasn't all that. It was, I better leave these people alone. And I meant that in the moment very respectfully of what I assumed was a magical experience happening, that I shouldn't go in and try to spectate it. So was that one of the two things I felt at Amaze Fest? Well, no, I think it's actually a third. I think I've just discovered a third. So good for me, I guess. I think we better bring somebody else up on the stage, right? I think this thing's missing a thing. I reckon this thing's missing a thing. Is this thing missing a thing? Oh, wait a second. It's Ludipe. It's this guy. I knew this guy. I know this guy. What's up? So you're a game jam kind of guy, right? Right?
Yeah.
Would you say that?
Yeah, I would say that after 100 game jams, I'm sort of a game jam guy. Yeah.
So, and you've done some game jams that are like, for example, like a ridiculously short period of time, right? Like around what time are we talking about? Like what's the shortest one?
The lowest is an hour.
Okay.
There's a weekly 1 hour game jam every Saturday, and I sometimes do that.
Every Saturday? You've never done like a 10-minute game jam?
It's on the list, but not yet.
I must be thinking of somebody else. I'm kidding. I'm not trying to one-up you here. Please come to my 10-minute game jam next week in New York City, where I will begin to become the game jam guy. So how do you come up with so many ideas for like the new game jams, new things to do, new activities, new all of this? How do you keep fresh with this? How do you keep it fresh?
I keep saying the same thing, and it sounds incredibly stupid, but bear with me for a second. It's all about having fun. And sometimes game jams are not always fun because sometimes you decide to sleep 3 hours and work a lot. Sometimes you feel the pressure to chase that myth, that unicorn of maybe if I do a successful game, this game jam, a publisher will throw money at me. Or sometimes you just want to, show your skills and you go back to your comfort zone. And those are not fun things. And it's hard to push those away. But for example, one of my fondest game jam memories was a 1 hour long game jam with 7 more people. Most of them had never made a game. And we were just like throwing ideas. There were people in a corner trying to sing a song and record it. Somebody else was taking pictures and drawing over them on their phone. And we were just like jamming and having fun and putting something silly together.
That sounds fantastic.
It was very cool.
I should go to something like that someday. But I don't leave my house. I work in the dark, and I work in the dark, and I publish YouTube videos. And would it be okay for a guy to show up wearing a perfectly fitting bespoke suit?
I mean, it'd be odd, but sure, you'd be welcome.
All right. Well, I suppose you better present an award. You've got to. I'm really excited about this one. Let me say, I'm going to exit the stage behind you. Sounds good.
I'm very excited to introduce the Lone Feature Award. This is the award for complex games and developing virtual reality worlds. Those are the ones who challenge your life by offering immersive storytelling and much more than 2 hours of gameplay. And that's it, that's the intro. Let's check out the nominees.
I thought I'd die here. They look like hell.
Hi, I'm Narayan Walters. I also go by Mrs. online. Thank you for nominating Endoparasitic 2. I would like to say thank you to everyone who helped me make it. Please go hire them, they're very talented. And I would also like to thank my wife for supporting me so much during the game's development.
Hi, I'm Hitosuji. I made Plustay based on my experience as a shut-in, which is called Hikikomori in Japan. This nomination fully compensated for my 10 years of Hikikomori life. No regret. Really?
My spaceship was huge and full of secrets, and I wanted to find them all before my flight was over.
Space route is a game about growing and getting hit on your head. Thanks for nominating our growing space poop game.
Prevent the whole fabric of heaven's reality from unraveling. Reveal new information, rewind time, and use that knowledge to get another step closer to the holy gosh darn.
I just wanted to say, in behalf of everyone at Perfectly Paranormal, thank you so much for the nomination. Amaze is the best event. It's the best event. That's how we know that the Holy Goshtan is cool, because it is nominated and recognized by the coolest people. I wish I could have been there, but if you're watching this, it means I'm dead. I'm kidding. What? All right, bye.
Hey everyone, it's Julien Veillet. Hope you're all having a great time at Amaze. Sadly, I can't be there. And yeah, really thankful for having Threshold nominated.
You've heard the intro to this award. This is about big games, full of detail. And the thing about this game is that at first it seemed pretty small. But it surprised us again and again as we unravel its many layers with each choice and playthrough. It presents a simple routine that has you going around doing all sorts of tasks, but things slowly turn around and present a different face. Everything gains a new meaning, even breathing. And going off the beaten path is equally exciting and unsettling. One thing I adore here is that after finishing it, we were talking about the game and our experiences, and it's like, there were so many more layers to uncover, it just felt like, I don't know, like huge, like daunting, like a giant. And it's funny that this seemingly small game now looks huge, dense, and complex. And it's because of that, all of that, that we are excited to announce that the winner of the Long Feature Award goes to Julian with Threshold.
Hello everyone. I hope you can hear me. I've got 2% of battery left, and yeah, I'm back in the van, so it's less sexy than what I wanted to show you. Anyways, thank you so much. Yeah, wow. Thank you. Thank to the. Sorry, it was really like a rush. Thanks to the judges. Thanks to my wife, which is just there, and my baby, of course, as well. Thanks to Crytek for letting me do this game on my spare time. Yeah. Sorry, super chaotic, but yeah. Thanks to everyone. It's crazy, and I'm gonna drop out there because I've only 1% left of battery now. Sorry. And thank you so much. Bye.
I think that Threshold game rules. I was watching people play it for like an hour and just watching people go up and tinker around in it. Not that it's a tinkering around game. It has a story and all that. But I'm very interested in playing that game. If I were not here right now, and I had never encountered that game, I'm being honest here. If I were watching this stream and it were exactly me as the host, or a guy like me, and I just saw that game that just won that award, I would close the tab and I would start playing that game. That's me being perfectly honest. I would not be able to help myself. And I've just confessed that live before you all, and we'd better introduce another game. Is there another person to present another award? We've got Sarah here, right? You're Sarah. Hi. That is true, right? I got your name right, Sarah?
Yes.
I know. That was acting.
It's on your screen, right?
It was on the screen. I was acting, pretending I didn't know your name, because you are a friend of the theater. You are a theater professional. Mm-hmm. Is that so?
Yes, actually, I work in a theater as a curator for digital projects.
Digital projects, yeah. It's very exciting.
Yeah, it's a new field of theater. So maybe, as you know, technology has not a big role in theater until now, but we want to change it. And actually, Amaze is also a very important space for this kind of works.
So, how do you think about audiences? Like, are there theater people getting? I actually am extremely sincerely interested in an in-depth answer to this question. I would like to have it explained to me for like an hour, because this is in my personal professional field, this is like my primary topic of interest, like literally right now when I'm in the dark working, is theater and games. Are there theaters? But let's not talk about that anymore. Are there theater people getting involved in games?
Yes, I think there's a lot of people who are doing games. They also meet people, like here on the festival. And of course, a good thing in theater, you share the space with other people and do a combination of this. This is actually for us very interesting. And yes, there's also audience which would like to watch games together in a space and have also some bodies on stage. Yes.
Wonderful. Well, I better let you present this next award.
I have the honor to present the Explorer Award. This award for all forms of experience beyond the boundaries of contemporary ways to play or develop games. Alternative controllers, interactive installations, creating coding experiments, robotics, and tech performances, as well interdisciplinary teams and cooperation with science makers, engineers, researchers, theater, and writers. So let's have a look to the nominees.
Hey Amaze, this is the Breaking News team. We just wanted to... What the...
Sorry about that. Thank you, Amaze, for giving us the opportunity to share our game and get inspired.
Flora is in crisis, but not all is lost. It just needs care, someone to observe it, play with it, and figure out how to reintegrate each species into the cycle.
Hola, somos Flora. Flora es una instalación interactiva creada para soñar e imaginar otras realidades. Nace de nuestro deseo de conectar con la naturaleza, con las plantas, con los animales, con la magia. Es un puente de juego y de encuentro. Espero que les guste.
Hey, champ! Is your dog all right? You should be able to activate the airlock and take a stroll around now. There's nothing actually dangerous down there.
Hey there, I'm Kane, and I make games that make people feel bad, and I'm so grateful for the opportunity to have inflicted proximate on all of you. I would like to thank my friends Elliot, Elisa, Sky and Kai, and my beautiful partner Ink. Thank you.
Have you ever noticed where you feel? Everyone has a hidden story. This is a chance to explore yours.
As a team of artists, psychologists and scientists, we worked so hard to create a work that not only celebrates creativity, but also tries to prove that play can be the cornerstone of your own mental well-being, providing us with new ways to see ourselves, feel in control, and communicate ourselves to others in ways where words maybe wouldn't be enough.
We've all given up so much already. You have to think about this like it's an adventure.
Take Us North follows migrants and asylum seekers crossing the U.S.-Mexico border and is primarily set in the deadly Sonoran Desert. U.S. Border Patrol weaponizes the terrain. Thousands have died or disappeared making this journey, and their stories deserve to be honored. We're weaving real migrant stories into the project. Take Us North is more than a game. It's a movement to foster empathy and inspire change when it's more...
You enter a space. It's dark. In the center is a glowing surface in which glittering objects move. To the music, they spin around themselves, sometimes slowly, sometimes quickly. The world casts its spell over you, and you realize that there are other people in the space, and you want to join them. You immerse yourself completely in the world. The interactive installation is an outstanding realization of how the parts of our ecosystem are interconnected. A multitude of metaphors develop in the joint game that relate to the influences of humans on natural processes. We, the jury, were very impressed by how the players are invited to explore the space and become a part of a larger circle. We think that in order to develop a response to climate change as a society, we must understand our own actions. This is done here in a very beautiful, playful, and poetic way. This winner awards of the Flora Awards is Flora with Flora.
Flora is in crisis, but not all is lost. It just needs care, someone to observe it, play with it, and figure out how to reintegrate each species into the cycle.
Wow. We didn't expect this, and we're really nervous, as you can tell. But thank you for the opportunity, the space, the team, I don't know, everything. The nomination, like, we're really excited. Last year, we were like, ¿cómo se dice? Graduarse. Yes. We were graduating in our master's in interaction design. And Flora was our final master's degree project. And since then, we've changed so much. And it's been like a huge opportunity to be here and to present it to the world and enjoy seeing you playing with our creation. And that's it. Thank you so much to everyone who played.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, take it.
Thank you. Okay,
I would just like to let everybody know that my dogs have been dropped off. They've been dropped off. If you don't know what I'm talking about, why should you? I left my 2 dogs in New York, and for some reasons we do not have time to get into, I had to leave them with 2 different dog sitters. So the only time they were able to make the handoff was during my opening monologue here at the Amaze Awards, and I only just now checked my phone. It's complete. The dogs are safe. The dogs are safe. And speaking of dogs, it's time to walk the dogs, as I say often of my dogs, but I'm saying now metaphorically, because we've got some dogs here, and if anybody would feel open to howling to summon them, I think that would be a... Can we hear it? Now, am I contractually obligated to join the chorus? Hold on. I think that's good enough, right? Is that good enough? Is that close enough to a real one? No. Is that enough? Are y'all, let's get Dog Show up here. Come on up, right? Right? Come on up. These dogs are just terrible role models for dogs. No offense. One of them is smoking. Come on. If my dog smoked, I don't know. Come on. So wait, y'all are you.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, everybody. Woo. Okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Huh?
Where can we see more of you all's work?
Well, it's good you ask, because we're playing at the after party, the run and jump after party this evening. We're going to be running and jumping. Yes.
And perhaps I'll be there as well.
You're going to be there?
Is it kosher to show up in a perfectly fitting bespoke suit?
Of course, man. You do you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
I don't know about you, but I want to go home and hug my little dog and explain to him the dangers of smoking tobacco products. That's what I feel like doing right now, because it's just not right. It's just not right. It's not god-darn right. This beach ball is my very rowdy baby. I got a rowdy baby again. That's my dog. I want to say, please don't smoke. Please don't smoke cigarettes. I want my dog to smoke weed instead of cigarettes. Oh, wow. I didn't know people liked weed. I didn't know that was cool. That was cool to mention here. So we've got somebody else coming up on stage right now, because if it was just me, you would all go home. See, I already knew all this, but I'm looking at it on the screen, which is just, does that ever happen to you? You already know all the words you're supposed to say, but then you look at the screen and you freeze up. It's the Wings Award. So for the 4th year in a row, the Wings Award is being presented here at AmazeFest. Do we have any previous Wings Award winners in the audience right now? We got one right here. And we've got another one right here. wearing a Megadeth Lord of the Rifts t-shirt. Again, not the best era of Megadeth at all, but a heck of a t-shirt. I love that shirt, and I'm glad you're wearing it. Anyway, so we got Valentina Burke. Can we get Valentina Burke up on stage? So, if I understand correctly, you have curated the Play Festival with Matt from this show, and you're the director of the Indie Arena booth.
That is true.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Are you still daring to stand underneath that?
Yeah, I should.
Okay, I will just stand here.
400 pounds of sand.
Yeah?
And that's industrial grade sand.
You still feel secure under that?
Yeah, I'm feeling fine. Okay. I don't think I'm actually supposed to be up here at the same time as you. I think we were supposed to have exchanged.
You lost your cigarette as well.
Oh, that's mine?
Yeah. Your dog's, I think.
Oh my God, the dog's cigarette was real.
Yeah.
That's not even a prop. Does anybody want to smoke? I'll leave you to present your award.
I will give it with the next award.
You want? Yeah, give it. Yeah. Oh, excellent.
So, already mentioned, 4th year in a row, we are presenting the Wings Award. The Wings Award is an award that highlights games made by gender marginalized people, and this is exactly what Wings is doing. We are funding games made by women and other gender marginalized developers, and also create opportunities. And we had so many great submissions, and let's see the nominees.
When I graduated from the medical academy, they made me swear an oath. We didn't know what I would become.
Hello everyone, this is Laura, co-founder of Party for Introverts. For us, emotion always comes first, and our game's wide array of themes in both mechanics and story, including alcoholism, morality, and hope, are both deeply personal to our team and at the core of why we believe video games are such an incredible medium for expression and creativity. Thank you for this honor, and congratulations to the other brilliant nominees.
Oh, hello. I'm Celine. I mean the Sun, and I want to thank Wings so much for the nomination. It's super nice. I'm flattered, and also Amaze for having us. I love Amaze, and I also want to thank my team because they've been absolutely great to work with. I'm truly blessed. Gotta go. Bye. Mwah.
You can transform the most unassuming small town into an attractive regional business hub. More demand, you must expand. Money means growth, and growth.
Hi everyone, thanks for making and playing all these wonderful things. I'm Matthias from Kringlecut Games. We've made Discounty, a little narrative soap opera supermarket game where you try to save a dying town by selling frozen French fries.
You surely must work in interior design, don't you?
Hey, what's up, Amaze? I'm Riker.
Hey, I'm Sugar.
And we are all day, all night.
Thank you so much for nominating Ikelia for the Wings Award.
Barry, you there? The 2 targets are exiting the train station.
Yep, I see them.
Shit.
Choose your character.
In this world where the United States is actively harming and persecuting trans and non-binary people like me and those standing against Israeli apartheid and the genocide of the people of Palestine, where I'm not safe visiting my own mother and I'm estranged from pretty much my entire family because I'm transgender, and where I'm not able to participate in international unicycle competitions as myself and with dignity because I'm non-binary and competitions are gender segregated, all I can do is embrace gratitude for opportunities like this. So thank you, Wings, and thank you, Amaze, for this nomination.
So, you saw that many great games, and there were even more. So, this year's winner begins with silence. A slow unfolding, a quiet invitation. A game that hands you the universe, literally. A playful, poetic sandbox where you build your own solar system from scratch, sculpting planets. I hear the yay! Pulling moons into the orbit, adjusting gravity, playing with atmosphere, and even sparking life. It's the kind of game that makes you feel small and powerful at the same time. Like a cosmic engineer with a glue stick. It was made by a queen that slays. Always has, but since 2022, she hasn't just been slaying solos, she gathered a whole team. The winner of the Amaze Wings Awards is Celine and the Silly Stars with Curiosmos!
Thank you. This is like most of this amazing team. Thank you so much. Thanks, Amaze, for having us, because Amaze means a lot to me. I've been coming for such a long time, and it's just been a source of inspiration. And thanks, Wings, for being there, because, you know, these voices need to be heard as well. And, oh, man. Yeah, I also want to give a shout out to Pepijn and Tom and Titouan, because they're part of this team as well. And yeah, thank you, you've been so nice. Yeah.
Can we get another round of applause for the Wings Award, please? I just wanted another round of applause for the Wings Award. Now, I want to say something. I take hosting awards ceremonies very seriously, hence the suit. Hence the perfectly fitting bespoke suit. I should qualify it. So I would never, ever, ever, no matter how much money you paid me, tell you if you had won the award before the night of the ceremony. So that is why it was very difficult to have a long conversation with Celine at a party the other night, knowing that she had won the award. Did I give it any hint? Any hint at all? See, I'm able to pretend to be a normal person whenever I want. Also, I really want to play that unicycle game again. I played it yesterday. I was yelling. Anyway, the main award is coming up. Everybody probably wants to know who wins the main award, right? Right? The big one. The most amazing game is the name of the award. And I think it's time to do that in a little bit. We're going to do some other stuff first. Because it wouldn't be an awards ceremony without delaying the final award with a little bit of nonsense, right? Just a little bit. And again, we don't have any AAA video game trailers to play here because we don't do that. We're not sellouts. We're not going to show you Elden Ring 2. We're not going to show you Bloodborne 2. No. We got something else. And that's the Audience Award. Not to be mistaken for the Audience Award. I mean the Audience Award. Not the Audience Award as in the award the audience selects. The Audience Award, which is an award for the best audience members. If you can believe that. So if anybody here wants to win an award, you're about to have your chance. And I can say, I will never win an award here. It's too late for me. My game Truck Heck will earn me enough money to buy a yacht, so I'm not, don't worry about it. Don't worry. However, I will never win an award here, which makes me a little bit sad, but you all have an opportunity to feel better than me by winning an award tonight. Is this thing setting up? Is we doing this? Did I do this at the wrong time? Whoa! Look at that, it's like magic. So here's what we're gonna do. We've got 3 awards to give out to the audience. And the awards, unlike these mere trophies, these awards can be displayed in public literally anywhere you ever go for the rest of your life. No one will be able to. You don't have to tell them, I've got an award at home. So here we go. We're gonna give an award to the audience member who can manage the wildest pose. Now, I am American, which means I can throw a football really far. So it doesn't matter where you are in the audience. I'm gonna be able to get this to you. So who can do a wild pose? We got wild pose. We got a guy who thinks he can do a wild pose over here. Who else? We need somebody else who thinks they can do a wild pose. This guy was freaking born ready. This guy over here, god darn, showed up to a gunfight with like a butter knife and no shoes on, practically. All right. So we've got camera 1 and camera 2, right? I think that's how numbers work, left to right, right? So who thinks camera 1 should win? Who wants to encourage? That's all the encouragement camera 1's ever gonna get, probably for the rest of his life. No offense, I'm sorry. I'm joking. Maybe everyone's going to be completely silent when I ask them to applaud for camera 2. Camera 2, who thinks camera 2 wins? Now, I left my decibelmeter at home, so I don't know which contingent cheered louder. However, going by duration, I believe it was camera 2. So, are you ready to receive this? I touted the legendary strength of my football arm, which we tested during the rehearsal, quite to the amazement of somebody, right? Somebody thought that was impressive, right? I threw it really far. This is easy. Anybody can do this. You ready? I'm gonna do it this way. That's a catch. If you don't catch the award, you have to eat it on stage. So I forgot to mention that. Let's see, we got another one. Wait, am I doing this one now, or whatever. Wait. This one I was led to believe that one was a little more complicated. I'm doing it my way. This next award is for the most hilarious slow-mo action. Does anybody think? We got a guy right here. Can we get somebody else? Is there who do we got? We need somebody else. It's got to be a showdown. We can't let this guy do this all by himself. That would be weird. Imagine doing a thing all. Wait. Oh no. Can we zoom in? Can we zoom in? Now see, if you can fall from the balcony in slow motion, that would be, I mean, you'd be in line for some kind of like Nobel Prize or whatever if you could do that. All right, so what do we got? Camera 1 or camera 2? One of them is going to be a lot funner to throw. So what do we got? Camera 1. I forgot to start my stopwatch, so I don't know what the duration was of that. You need a t-shirt. This man has no clothes. His suitcase, be not fooled by, this. Those aren't real. Can we hear camera 2? I didn't mean to yell with you. I'm sorry. I just want to throw it up there. A guy past a certain age in his life can't walk into a room and not feel the desire to throw something up to or down from, right? So let's see if I can do this. You'll notice that when you get a bespoke suit, the armholes are situated so that you get full range of motion. So I technically could play football in those, you know, if anybody is interested in that. Okay, I'm gonna have to do a creative throw here. Oh! Yes! All right. It came unspooled in the air. Now we've got one more shirt, which is actually 2 shirts, because this is a team effort. We need the most friendly seatmates. So who's a seatmate? Who's got a seatmate and wants to be friendly? Who wants to be friendly? I see somebody over here trying to be friendly with literally my girlfriend. Which, you know what? If you agree to give me the shirt, no, I don't need the shirt. I only wear. Do you want to know how much this tie cost? I needed a black tie, and when you are wearing a nice suit, you got to make sure it's a nice tie. Or what do we got? Seatmates? Friendly seatmates? We got friendly seatmates right there. And who else we got? Okay, and then these are friendly seatmates. They're friendly. Oh, we got somebody. Wait. Oh my God. The ultimate challenge. Oh no. Have you been replaced? I don't know what to do. I feel like I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can hit that one. Like, I'm willing to fully come clean as a fraud. I could not make that throw. Y'all have to come down here if you. But you know, whatever the audience chooses. Oh, you think? I mean, let's not get hasty here. But we got okay. So, camera 2. Who thinks camera 2 wins? Who? Okay. Camera 1. What? I honestly don't know who won. I blanked out for a second there in fear of having to throw it up there. Everybody wins? Do we have 4 of these shirts? Do we have 6 of these shirts? How many shirts do we have? We only have 2? Oh, you can share. You have to wear it together. I mean, this here's a Fruit of the Loom original. It's gonna rip. That's any T-shirt brand would rip if 2 people wore it and it was the size of only one of them. Like, I'm not trying to ruin the chances of a Fruit of the Loom sponsorship. Wait, what are we doing with these shirts? What am I doing? Who's taking them? Up there? Ah, dang it! I'm gonna throw them as far as I can. So here's the thing. If I were to like knot it up, I would probably be able to. It's possible I could get it up there. Hold on. I'm gonna pretzel it. If I can't make it, I leave it to the audience to send it. Okay, here we go. This is not. I can do it. There's one more. My god-darn physical therapist is getting his calculator ready for this. Hold on. I don't know what that means. Let's see. All right, I believe I hit the railing. Did you see that? We're gonna stay. Bring me the shirt. Someone bring it to me. I'll try it again. We're gonna stay here all night, unfortunately. Has anybody ever seen the Kevin Costner masterpiece Tin Cup in the crowd? Anybody? No? Okay. That was one for my own viewers who are watching on YouTube right now. Discord.gg/action button. Close enough. Where's that other shirt? Did somebody steal that other shirt? You get it up there? It's up there? Most friendly seatmates. That was pretty good. I had a little bit of fun doing that. Oh, God, my arm. You see how that forms a perfect cylinder? The tailor had to point that out to me, and I was like, oh, you're right. And then he's like, this is what we consider beautiful, is what he said. And I was like, okay. So now I feel like I have to do that as well. I think it's time to give the audience award now, right? Right? Now, the audience award is determined by you, the audience, as you vote on the games that you can play at the Amaze Festival. So let's see, what are the top three? Let's take a look at the top three, and then these are the top three. Now, interestingly, I played all three of these, and I don't know which one I would pick. This one, Breaking News. Did anybody like that one? Now, I will say, you can applaud as loudly or as quietly as you would like. The votes have been counted. Your applause is all in vain. But do it anyway because it feels good to yell, right? Flora, you got that one? And then we got this game, Portal Vision. Y'all play that? Portal Vision, I gotta say, both Breaking News and Portal Vision, I don't have anything funny to say about Flora, it's nice. But Breaking News and Portal Vision were both games I went down to Amaze, and I had to do something. I had to go somewhere. I couldn't be there for more than a couple minutes. And I was like, what's a game I can touch and feel like I played a video game? And that was, have we all seen these two? You hit, one of them you're hitting a TV, the other you're like touching a big weird cloth thing. So I was able to feel like I played a video game just by touching it. It's very rare. Now, was that one of the two things I felt at Amaze Festival? I don't know. I can't say. I'm going to keep it private. But which one of these won? Right? That's the question, isn't it? Which one of the games won the audience award? It looks like the votes are being counted. Oh, yeah. Oh my God. The game where you hit the TV. Breaking news. Right? Like that. I'm going to leave you alone. I'm going to go over here. You may speak on whatever you would like to while I stand over here. I'm going to leave you alone. I'm sorry.
Thank you. So this is our first time at Amaze, and now that we're here, we definitely saw that this is like the best audience ever, so we couldn't be more flattered to win this award. And yeah, so we wanted to say some thank yous. First of all, this started as a project, like our graduation project in Bezalel Academy of Art and the Hebrew University. And we actually have here two professors that really helped us to double down on this game, because we were like, this is weird, we're not sure if it's even a game, should we continue doing it? So thanks God that we did it thanks to them. So this is like Dani and Didan here. And also a huge thank you to our friends, our partners, everyone who didn't see us in the weekends and the nights while we were working on it. And yeah, definitely this gave us huge inspiration to continue working on it and expand it and to make more games, more things that are not games. So thank you all so much for this honor. And yeah, that's it.
It has come to my attention that it is time for the final award. the final award of the evening. I know everybody wants to stay here. It is because it's really hot in here, and people like that, right? It's like a crematorium in here, right? Right? It's like right? But I think we're going to go ahead and announce the final award of the evening, and I'd like Somi to come on up here. Come on up. Come on up. Somi. Now you won.